Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 16, 51 Benthime's Strength. The Benthime system had never come under attack by an external enemy since the Bright Republic colonized it. It shone as the brightest and most valuable jewel of a state that had endured frequent aggression. That did not mean that Benthime never saw violence. On the contrary, the gangs and influences that made up Benthime's lucrative economy constantly warred for supremacy. These underground conflicts rarely bothered average Benthimers, as the conflicts all took place in the more remote parts of the planet. The Benthime Planetary Guard helplessly allowed these gang wars to occur, knowing that the collateral damage would grow much worse if they intervened. Aside from the underground organizations competing over turf, the greatest threat to Benthime had always been the Benthime Liberation Movement. Founded by disgruntled locals who objected to the central government's penchant of raiding their planet's coffers to support the rest of the state, the BLM violently advocated for independence. Due to the huge proportion of wealth being stolen right in front of their eyes, many locals supported the separatist organization. The BLM received much sympathy and support, so much so that they had been able to come back time and time again each time the authorities struck a huge blow. Not only that, but the terrorist attacks they perpetrated always resulted in a huge amount of death and property damage. Their indiscriminate attacks turned their organization into a very polarizing existence. Most of the lower classes on Benthime supported their cause, while the more well-off citizens hated their guts. To the latter, the central government's decision to grant a complete blanket amnesty to the BLM sat very poorly with them. Every single rebel received a second chance, including the masterminds responsible for planning attacks that harvested thousands of lives, many of which were local Benthimers who were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. "I'll never give them! Once a murderer, always a murderer!" Captain Melinda Larkinson gritted her teeth as her modified desolate soldier sortied out of one of the Planetary Guard's combat carriers. As much as she wanted to turn her mech against her former enemies, she knew better than to disobey orders. She was a Larkinson, after all. This was no place to settle her private grudges. "Keep up, men!" she commanded her lagging subordinates. "Don't show any weakness in front of the scum!" No Benthimer expected their first external enemy to be the alien Sandmen. Everyone believed that the star system would face its first true opponent in the form of the ambitious Vesians. Each and every war between the Bright Republic and the Vesia Kingdom always revolved around Benthime. The latter tried so hard to take it over, and they came closer than ever to achieving this dream a few years ago. Benthime had always been prepared to repel their expected invaders. Due to Benthime's immense importance, it was one of the most protected star systems in the Bright Republic. Even while the situation at the front worsened with each passing day, the Mech Corps insisted on stationing entire mech divisions in space and on land. No matter how many Sandmen fleets came to batter the economic center of the state, the Mech Corps was fully prepared to defend the pivotal star system to the death. If that wasn't enough, the Starfighter Corps and the auxiliary forces in charge of running the abundant amount of defensive platforms pitched in as well. All of the branches of the military invested significantly in fortifying this pivotal star system. Losing Benthime would spell the end of the Bright Republic. Fortunately, the military wasn't alone in defending Benthime. Along with the Planetary Guard, the vigorous private sector outfits largely answered the call, not that they had much choice. Through multiple means, the authorities compelled every outfit and security company that had sat out the initial stages of the Sand War to defend their home planet. In addition to these somewhat respectable outfits, a large amount of irregular forces deployed as well. These consisted of the ragtag street gangs that formed the bottom rung of Benthime's underground community to the more impressive organizations such as the Blood Claws. Sadly for Melinda, the former cells of the Bentheim Liberation Movement, also made an appearance. Part of the deal called for the pardoned rebels to fight the Sandmen. The government officials, in their infinite wisdom, decided that the best way to motivate the BLM into action was to assign them to protect their own homes. As a consequence, a substantial chunk of mechs deployed in this part of the Bentheim system formerly belonged to the BLM. Many of the mechs looked just as shabby and disorganized than before. Melinda's eyes itched as she beheld the familiar coatings and markings on their exterior. If it was in the past, she would have engaged the BLM mechs without any hesitation. Now, she was under strict orders to avoid any aggressive moves against the rebels. They were allies now. For better or worse, they had to lay down their swords against each other. Time passed as entire screens of mechs and starfighters deployed to meet the incoming enemy. The Mech Corps smartly positioned the mech forces of the Bentheim Liberation Movement far away from the Planetary Guard. With plenty of private outfits in between, no friction should have taken place. Her mech received a private comm call. Though it was not really proper for her to accept it, this was an exceptional situation. Melinda. A projection of Riella's face emerged. Riella. You're a part of this battle as well? I would never miss out on this party. The Blood Captain grinned. This will be a battle for the history books. I'm not so sure about that. The combined Sandman fleet we're about to engage isn't enough to penetrate Bentheim. Details. Don't die on me, Melinda. I like you too much to see you gone. You too. Good luck and good hunting. They kept their conversation short as this was no time to chat. Exchanging a few words was enough to warm Melinda's heart and steel herself for the battle to come. No Sandman will ravage Bentheim on my watch, she muttered. The tragedy of Sydney Superior will not happen again. Every mech pilot about to fight the Sandmen vividly recalled the news of Sydney Superior's fall. The fall of a major planet of the Bright Republic had set off a wave of fear, followed by a wave of indignation. Everyone became angry. The Sandmen could not be allowed to massacre Brighters with impunity. The enemy is nearing into effective engagement range. Follow the plan and stay in formation. The first Sandman fleet that managed to arrive in the Bentheim system appeared very formidable. These days, many Sandman admirals no longer traveled with their own fleets, but combined their forces with other admirals to increase their chances of survival. The fleet right now consisted of the dreaded swarm configuration, and a giant one at that. A cloud of over 1 million individual drones, each of which were strong enough to match a starfighter, approached Bentheim as if there was nothing in its way to threaten its advance. The defenders were eager to prove the Sandmen wrong. The Mech Corps deployed an entire mech division this time. The 3rd Bentheim Division received the honor of being the first to welcome the Sandmen to Bentheim. An overwhelming amount of auxiliary forces, private outfits, and irregular units made up the rest. The coordination between these disparate groups of mechs was very chaotic, and it was impossible to expect anything better. The final and most crucial element that made up their lineup was tens of thousands of starfighters. Since Bentheim was the heart of the Bright Republic's industry, it was the first to welcome the second generation of starfighters. All of the locally stationed starfighter regiments received the first batches of second-generation starfighters, which offered substantially thicker frontal armor in exchange for reduced mobility. Right now, none of the starfighters making up the vanguard of their lineup moved out of place. Each and every starfighter pilot stationed at Bentheim enjoyed much more training than their counterparts stationed at the front. While this meant that the starfighter pilots also lacked a lot of practical experience, the higher-ups gladly accepted this trade-off. More training meant more discipline. This would be crucially important in the days to come, as the Sandmen would likely come and test their defenses frequently. They've come! The long-range mechs fired first. Hundreds of specialist mechs from the 3rd Bentheim Division fired all manner of railguns, Gauss rifles and kinetic rifles at the approaching swarm. Their firepower, while powerful and deadly, hardly made a dent against the approaching swarm. However, the mechs quickly fired their 2nd and 3rd salvos at a respectable pace. What Melinda found most admirable was that the marksman mechs managed to land most of their hits. "Even I can't match this level of accuracy." Though the Sandman's swarm slowly diminished, it was far too slow to whittle it down before it arrived at its destination. To stop the Sandmen, the defenders had to put up a greater fight. "Watch out! Heat signatures are spiking! The swarm is about to fire!" The skies ran red as the Sandmen released countless lasers against their opponents. Though most lasers missed due to the imperfect targeting methods of the Sandmen, many of them managed to score some blows against starfighters and mechs. Some starfighters outright blasted apart as even their improved frontal armor couldn't resist the tide of 30 simultaneous laser hits. During the initial rounds of fighting, the formation of mechs and starfighters had already been flying backwards. They just moderated their relative velocity in order to allow the Sandman's swarm to creep up towards them. The most effective range to engage the Sandmen was at medium range. As the Sandmen constantly closed, the formation sped up until they would be able to maintain medium range against the closing Sandmen. Once they moved faster, the fateful order had come. "Activate your particle generators and fire at will. Let the Sandman dread the sight of our stripes of humanity." Almost every mech and starfighter fired at the approaching swarm, taking out tens of thousands of Sandman drones in the first salvo. Simultaneously, the machines each released stripes of different colors. The most discerning observers would be able to identify the allegiance of the units releasing the stripes by their color and numbers. For example, as Melinda glanced to the side, she saw that the detachment of hundreds of Blood Claw mechs were still going strong. With so many Blood Claw mechs proudly firing their Sandbreaker rifles at the Sandmen, Riella should have been all right. Melinda shook her head and focused back on her actual tasks. She could not allow herself to become distracted. "Bentheim will never fall!" Sandman drones fell in droves as various rounds violently slammed against them. Though the quantity of Sandman drones was prodigious, the Sandman admirals paid a very heavy price. Only a glancing hit saved the drones from succumbing immediately. Melinda noted that she had only taken 4 Sandman drones with her shots so far. "Not enough! I can do better!" Though she had been trained in marksmanship, her skill with a rifle wasn't exceptional. The Planetary Guard didn't emphasize lethal weapons either, which made it difficult for her to keep up her practice. Nonetheless, she was still a Larkinson. It was her duty to protect the innocent. Even if she never imagined that she would participate in a war like this, she never intended to shirk her duty. The ferocity shown by the human defenders quickly unsettled the Sandman swarm. Though their numbers still overwhelmed the defenders, their weak lasers failed to kill the second-generation starfighters fast enough. Whereas before they used to fall in droves, now their rate of casualties had become much more manageable, especially as the heavily damaged craft pulled back in time. The first battle between the Sandmen and defenders of Bentheim ended without any suspense. Bentheim was too strong. Chapter 1652 Deteriorating Economy. The first battle of Bentheim shocked the Bright Republic and everyone who lived in the Bentheim region. Though plenty of people warned that the Sandmen would descend upon Bentheim like moths to a flame, they never thought that a single breach at the front lines would result in an immediate deep incursion. The same reason that made Bentheim such an attractive star system to travel towards also encouraged many Sandman fleets to flock to it. This was because traveling to Bentheim as opposed to a regular star system was akin to traveling along the path of least resistance to the Sandman fleets. The outcome that many Briters feared but expected had come true. "This will be the first of many attacks, Ves. Raymond Billingsley Larkinson cautioned. "And when Bentheim is within reach, Cloudy Curtain might also welcome the Sandmen in time." Ves rapped his fingers against his desk in thought. "I'm not entirely comfortable with the amount of forces ready to defend our star system. I know that we don't merit much priority due to our lack of development, but it still seems as if we're being neglected. The Mech Corps and the Starfighter Corps can't be everywhere. They have to allocate their forces as prudently as possible. From what Benjamin has told me, the military has made some very unpleasant choices. The reason why the Mech Corps only stationed a small detachment at Cloudy Curtain so far is because it isn't important." "It isn't important?" Ves looked offended. "Cloudy Curtain is no longer the sleepy rural planet that no one has ever heard of. We've settled billions of refugees here. We're an important center for food production." The brass are aware. The difference is that they don't value them very much. When you have to make a lot of difficult choices in a very short amount of time, you'll resort to the most pragmatic solution instead of the more compassionate alternatives. The implications of Raymond's words were clear. "You mean the Bright Republic is more than willing to sacrifice Cloudy Curtain to the Sandmen?" "Yes. This is the trade-off the higher-ups have made after analyzing the reasons for the fall of the border states. The analysts have discovered that the more compassionate a state tries to be, the faster the Sandmen manage to dismantle it. Unlike us, the Sandmen are completely unfeeling. While their coordination and intelligence are lacking, their choices are often the most harshest one at hand because they don't care about their lives. So the Bright Republic has essentially decided that the strategically important star systems such as Bentheim, Rittersberg, and New Foundation have to be preserved at all costs. Less important star systems like Cloudy Curtain can just be left to their own devices because it's too costly to defend them, is that right? There's no point in harboring any resentment against the government. Bentheim truly needs the protection, as the Sandmen love to batter port systems." Ves sighed. "I know that there is also an enormous economic incentive to preserve our only port system." They all had to accept that the government was unlikely to weaken Bentheim's defenses in order to reinforce weaker star systems. The people in charge only wanted the Bright Republic to survive. The fall of a lesser star system didn't weigh in their minds at all. Why should they care over losing a relatively insignificant planet when they can sleep peacefully with the comfort that Bentheim was so well defended that the Sandmen had to invest enormously to crack open its shell? What response do you wish to make in light of this development? Reinforce the Silver Sentinels as much as you can. Also, make some preparations for evacuation. I know we don't have as many ships as we like, but make sure we can cut and run within a day. We're already in the process of bolstering the Silver Sentinels. As for the latter, it's impossible to get our hands on more ships." Ves frowned. "A lot of refugee ships should have fallen in the government's hands, right? Why hasn't the state employed them to evacuate the Sydney Superior System and other star systems in the crosshairs?" "The same reason that applies to the lack of forces at Cloudy Curtain also applies to the lack of mass evacuations Sydney Superior. The government doesn't value the lives of the citizens who used to live in Sydney Superior high enough. Many of the ships that have fallen in the government's hands are mostly employed to support the infrastructure related to the production and shipping of starfighters and related goods." Ah, Ves understood. A massive quantity of starfighters are being produced throughout all of the Bright Republic. While they are individually cheap, they all require a lot of materials to produce. Once they are built, they all have to be shipped to the appropriate destinations. There was a price for resorting to quantity. The increased logistical burden of employing other weapon platforms was the main reason why they fell out favor. Mechs were much more convenient in most cases because it was possible to invest in an expensive, high-quality mech unit that did not take up much logistical capacity while still offering excellent battle performance. Ves and Raymond continued to discuss the security and defense arrangements, though there wasn't much to talk about. All of the necessary decisions had been made before, and Commander Magdalena could tell them a lot more about the readiness of their forces. They also discussed the other changes that occurred. Raymond passed on some bad news. The fall of Sydney Superior ripped a hole in the Bright Republic's defensive lines. A large amount of star systems that aren't very important but also aren't negligible are under threat. Some of those star systems supplied valuable exotics and minerals to Bentheim. While the disruption so far has been slight, we're not sure if it will remain that way as the Sandmen keep encroaching into brighter territory. What does that mean to us in the short term and the long term? Our profit margin will diminish as the supply of exotics and raw materials is impacted. Fortunately for us, your connections to the Tovar family allows us to buy from their materials suppliers. Only until the Tovars are starting to feel the pinch will they draw back on external commitments. Our analysts believe that price hikes are unavoidable in the near term, and getting cut off from several important materials is a very real possibility in the long term. At first, it sounded bad, but Raymond didn't appear very distressed. It could be worse. Raymond concurred. The LMC already enjoyed a good run on the eve of the next mech generation. We've surpassed 1 million total sales in the history of our mech company. Think of how impactful that is and how much money we've earned. It won't be a problem if the LMC ends production and tries to coast along for the next few decades. Of course, they would never do that. Ves had to keep designing and selling more mechs in order to advance his design philosophy. He understood Raymond's point. They didn't have to be too remorseful if the economic circumstances worsened. Ves definitely expected the economy to take a nosedive. Monthly inflation had already surpassed 30% in recent days, while the price of many goods had shot up as they became less abundant. This only concerns our operations in the Bright Republic, right? Don't think that the situation is better elsewhere. Many foreign third-party manufacturers have signaled an intention to stop producing the soldier mechs because they're not economically viable anymore. In fact, our partners from the Reanald Republic and other hard-hit states have stopped communicating with us entirely. Perhaps they're still producing some desolate soldiers, but we can forget about receiving our fees. Even when the Reanald Republic is falling apart, its people still want to scam us one last time. Ves grimaced. It's not as if there will be any court left standing to prosecute them for their contract breaches. In general, the economic outlook of the entire region worsened considerably more than Ves initially expected. The Sandmen truly disrupted the regional supply chains more severely than many companies could cope. Even the states that were safer, such as those in the fourth line of defense, weren't looking too good. Due to the interconnectedness of trade, the deterioration taking place in one state also impacted the economy of another state. The consequence was that it was not very useful to shift production in the safer states, such as the independent state of Pilis, which would be next if the Sandmen managed to break the Bright Republic. Both Ves and Raymond discussed the possibility of production stopping entirely in the coming half-year or sooner. Production would instead shift to producing only the most essential supplies and war material. I hope this production shift won't take place before I'm ready to publish my next commercial mech design, he muttered. When do you expect to unveil your new mech design? Not too long. A month at most, maybe a little longer. We have to get it right at once since its mech concept is very radical and difficult to believe. Though Ves and Gloriana directed most of their focus towards designing the Adonis Colossus, they still made sure to keep the Deliverer project alive. The former project was already nearing the phase. Once they finished implementing the defensive augments on the Adonis Colossus design and made some other tweaks, VS could hand off the optimization and prototype testing phases to his design team. Of course, that would also be the time when VS had to prepare its design spirit, which was something he was still holding off due to the recent changes in direction. Compared to the custom mech project, the Deliverer project is much more important to our future and the future of our state, Raymond remarked. Do you think it will work? It has to. I know it sounds rather dubious, but don't discount it right away. The Ilvanans will definitely surprise us with their uncanny performance. They already managed to do so with my transcendent messengers and holy soldiers. I think you're giving them too much credit. The success of your work rests mainly in their sound design and fantastic glows. I have high expectations for the glow that comes with your Deliverer mechs. Is there really no way to make them compatible with brighter mech pilots? VS firmly shook his head. Glows don't work the way you think they do. We settled on describing this phenomenon as a glow because it was the most neutral option available. If you think of it in different terms, such as a soul, then you'd understand why only Ilvanans can unleash the full potential of the Deliverer. I see, Raymond answered skeptically. Though the Larkinson elder possessed a good understanding of mechs and how to run a mech company, he was too new to understand the LMC's principles. Like any brighter, Raymond looked down on religion and superstition. In his perspective, the glows that had become the trademark of the LMC's products was simply some kind of unexplained metaphysical phenomena. Even though it was rather mysterious, everyone had grown rather used to them after witnessing so many mechs with the same properties. At least there is one upside to making the Deliverer exclusive to Ilvanans. VS grinned. I can jack up the price considerably without worrying about scaring away too many customers. My credibility with the Ilvanans is so high that they'll buy anything I produce. Raymond frowned. Take care not to break that trust. Many companies wish to have the relationship you've managed to forge with the Ilvanan people. It doesn't matter if the Ilvan Protectorate falls due to failing to repel the Sandmen. In fact, we don't even have to raise our prices of our Deliverer mechs. With how much cash we have, we can afford to subsidize the production of Deliverers if that is what it takes to get them in the hands of our customers as quickly as possible. VS was willing to do this because he believed that his Deliverers were to winning the Sand War. Chapter 1653 L'Esponge Module. You're in doubt, Gloriana cleverly observed as they nearly completed the first iteration of the Adonis Colossus. Do you have second thought on the defensive augments we've chosen? VS wrapped his arm around Gloriana's taut waist and took in her presence. There was just something about her scent that made her even more alluring. He never got tired of how she smelled. Every so often, she switched up her perfumes, giving his nose yet another delight that he inevitably associated with his girlfriend. He had a sense that Gloriana was training him to adore her by keying him with her distinctive perfumes. Was this one of the devious, underhanded ways that Hexer women kept their boys in line? If so, VS understood how effective the women had been in staying in charge. Hello? Gloriana snapped her fingers in front of his eyes. I'm speaking here. He quickly recovered. Ah, sorry. I was just caught up in how lucky I am to be with you. Gloriana's face bloomed with warmth. She partially melted in his embrace. Ah, I love you too, VS, but this isn't the time to get all lovey-dovey with each other. We're almost done with the initial version of the Adonis Colossus, and I don't want anything marring our first proper custom mech. Isn't the resentful soldier our first custom mech? She scowled. That's not a proper custom mech. From my perspective, it's merely a variant that is heavily customized to accommodate a specific mech pilot. We were working against the constraints and design choices meant to serve the general public. And it's different this time? Yup. Our Adonis Colossus is completely designed for Vincent Ricklin from the ground up. Its mech concept, Its vision, the selection of component designs, and the design choices we've made along the way are all geared towards designing the perfect vessel for Vincent or close to it. The fact that 2 journeymen and a small design team spent over a month on this project is a considerable investment that is very extravagant service for any mech pilot. I normally charge several billion hex credits to design a custom mech from the ground up, you know. VS widened his eyes. Whereas most mech designers struggled to earn a few scraps, Gloriana could easily bag herself the equivalent of the price of a modern second-class Corvette like the Barracuda. Of course, Gloriana was a journeyman with a reputation for designing custom mechs. Not every mech designer from the hegemony received the same offers. She earned a lot, and for good reason. VS knew better than almost anyone how much her mother and her dynasty invested in her upbringing. If she wasn't competent in designing custom mechs, she would have never been able to run a business regardless of her background. Mechs designed this way can't be adapted into a commercial mech because they are too narrow in focus by their nature, she continued. In mech design, if you want something done right, you have to do so right at the start. He agreed. Variants are most appropriate to design when you need to fulfill a similar but slightly different role. Anyway, back to the topic, do you have any questions about the Lasponge module? Not that much. I admit that it's an appropriate augment considering the likely battles our Adonis Colossus is about to face. It's just right for a man who loves himself more than anyone else, Gloriana affirmed. Out of every possible defensive augment they could have picked, they went with something that offered temporary but supreme defense against lasers. The so-called Lasponge module was a defensive system integrated in the frame of the mech. Ordinarily, it remained dormant, but when the mech received critical damage or upon the command of the mech pilot, the module activated, causing a lot of foam or liquid to pour out of special cavities in the frame. This foam or liquid substance would quickly harden in seconds, forming a large shield-like obstacle that the mech could hide behind. As its name suggested, the Lasponge shield absorbed laser beams and many other types of energy weapons like a sponge. It was extremely effective in shielding the mech behind it from a considerable amount of damage. This sounded very great, but there was a reason why this wasn't a common defensive augment among mechs. First, the Lasponge system spent money like running water. Every Lasponge substance had to be good enough to mitigate a substantial amount of laser fire, and that could not be obtained on the cheap. For the Lasponge system that VS and Gloriana selected for the Adonis Colossus, it cost as much as a single budget mech to replenish enough Lasponge substance to sustain a single activation. Second, Lasponge was not as effective as genuine armor in withstanding enemy fire. It was formed out of foam or liquid that hardened in seconds, and this made it inherently more unstable. Third, it took quite a lot of room to store the module and the containers necessary to store all of the Lasponge. The Adonis Colossus didn't have any room left once VS and Gloriana integrated the system into the beefy mech. While all of these disadvantages sounded bad, VS thought it was worth it due to the importance of preserving Vincent's life. It was an addition tailor-made for Vincent's inclinations and his importance to the Bright Republic. So what if using Lasponge was expensive? Vincent's life was much more valuable in comparison as long as he did what the government wanted. VS expressed his doubts. From a technical standpoint, our mech design is functionally and mechanically sound. I doubt any mech designer would begrudge our design choices too much, at least if stylistic concerns are taken out of the picture. I'm quite proud of what we managed to accomplish. Mostly. Indeed, the Adonis Colossus was a technical high point for them both within the category of third-class mechs. While Gloriana ordinarily designed better machines, she was still able to bring out much of her expertise in this project. On the other hand, VS had never designed something so supreme, expensive, and high-performing aside from his transcendent messengers, and even then those weren't truly custom mechs. He witnessed plenty of excellent mechs, of course. Expert mechs such as Venerable Foster Belisarius or Venerable O'Callahan's Parallax Star made a very powerful impact on him in the past. The custom mech that was most equivalent to the Adonis Colossus was Lord Javier's Loquacious Raphael. Ves still remembered how the skilled Vesian noble and his excellent custom mech terrorized the flagrant vandals in Vesian space. The combination of an excellent mech pilot and an excellent custom mech achieved a result that was halfway towards the performance of an expert mech. Sadly, he didn't expect too much from the Adonis Colossus. The Loquacious Raphael and Transcendent Messengers were hero mechs which offered a great balance between speed, firepower, and protection. Their combination of armaments allowed for a lot of skill expression, which was great for their elite mech pilots who possessed the sheer talent and ability to make the most out of their machines. Vincent, on the other hand, was clearly a mediocre mech pilot who wasn't really passionate about his profession. His sloppy, inconsistent training forced Ves and Gloriana to dumb down much of the functions of the Adonis Colossus in order to avoid overwhelming its intended mech pilot. Still, no matter what, Ves and Gloriana eventually managed to design the Adonis Colossus in a way that fit its mech pilot, and that was what mattered in the end. Vincent Ricklin would never be able to pilot a better machine at this point of time than their work. Since the problem you have isn't technical in nature, it's the divine aspect, right? Gloriana eventually figured out. Ves reluctantly nodded. We've come close to the point where we ought to infuse our design with a spiritual component. I'm just unsure of whether it is the right choice. You're very decisive normally. Almost all of your prior mech designs are the results of predetermined planning. It's not normal for you to change your mind or be unsure of what you want your mech to be like in the end. Am I correct? He nodded. Gloriana smiled and patted his head, ruffling his dark hair for a moment. You're so cute, Ves. What you are just experiencing is what many other mech designers are forced to grapple with as well. Even masters aren't so hung up on their predetermined plans. Sometimes, the vision we created at the start can't keep up with newly introduced variables or discoveries. The more advanced the mech, the greater the room for doubt. I see. You have a point. It's just that uncertainty is normally very bad for my design philosophy. The only reason I've managed to hang on up to now is because my doubts are very narrow. Care to share, Ves? You have probably guessed what I'm concerned about. It's the nature of the design spirit that I'm doubtful of. I have held off on creating it up until now, but I can't stall the decision any longer. He brought out a container and opened it up, revealing a peastone that already contained a spiritual fragment of Nixie which he carved out a few months ago. Perhaps due to storing it for so long, the fragment felt unduly subdued. It hardly reacted to his proximity, as if it was still asleep. That wouldn't last once Ves processed it so that he could create his third spiritual product. Gloriana glanced at the peastone with fascination. Though her spiritual senses weren't as acute as his, she spent long enough in his presence to exercise her senses and judgment. Is it about the masculinity issue? I thought we already settled it, remember? He sighed. I know. I don't regret the design choices we've made. It's just that I'm trying to figure out how to execute our decisions. It's simple, right? You just do your magic and create a proto-god that matches the divine nature of the mech and voila! We have a complete custom mech. It's that matching that is the problem, Gloriana. Don't forget that we each imposed our own views of Vincent's masculinity onto our mech design. However, creating its design spirit is something that only I can do. If I create it as normal, then the spiritual product only inherits my view of masculinity. If I instill it as the design spirit of the Adonis Colossus, then it will slant more towards one aspect of masculinity while neglecting the other aspect that comes from you. That will unbalance the entire glow of the mech and lead to potentially disastrous results. In the worst case, the X factor of his Adonis Colossus would be in such an awful state that VS would be forced to wipe it out entirely. It was extremely difficult for him to correct a mistake made during the design process. The only way to salvage a mech design after that point was to employ the spiritual equivalent of an eraser to strip out the malfunctioning spiritual component of his design. That basically meant that much of his work concerning his specialty would have gone to waste, which was a huge shame. What do you need to do to address this problem? I have to find a way to integrate your view on Vincent's masculinity during the creation process. The spiritual product has to be a joint effort of both you and me, and I'm not sure how to do that. The only idea I have is... Just tell me, VS. He sighed. The most direct way to accomplish my goal is if I enter your mind and draw out your thoughts on Vincent and our design project and integrate them into our spiritual product during its formation. This is extremely dangerous, and I've never really attempted this before. The entire reason why I'm so reluctant is that in the worst case, you might end up like Silent William or worse. Silent William's example clearly showed how perilous it was to tinker with spirituality inside someone's head. Nonetheless, Gloriana did not look concerned at all. She continued to face him with a loving expression. I trust you, VS. I'm not afraid of what you need to do to turn the Adonis Colossus into a success. Chapter 1654 Joint Creation. VS knew Gloriana well enough to know that she would often be inclined to accept his suggestions. Naturally, the only exception was when it came to her design philosophy or her core hexer beliefs. Aside from that, whenever he proposed something risky or radical, Gloriana often went along, trusting VS to do what was best. VS liked being trusted for once. It was such a rare concept for him that he treasured every moment where he gave and received unconditional trust. To be honest, VS sometimes abused her easy acquiescence to his advantage. He managed to get her to agree to go on a grand expedition and persuaded her into providing him with a workable sample of pure asmus. The suggestion that he presented to her just now was just as controversial. He couldn't stand letting Gloriana participate in this risky venture without understanding the risks and dangers associated with it. Not this time. Do you understand what this means? Since you can't do this on your own, I'll have to manually enter your head, extract your energy and some thoughts regarding Vincent and the Adonis Colossus, all the while preventing your self-defense mechanisms from stopping my intrusion. Self-defense mechanisms? The thing that empowers your design philosophy is the same thing that guards your mind. I'm not sure how much control you have over it, but you have to restrain it from attacking me while I'm in your head. I'll try, Gloriana simply said. Think of what I'm doing. I'm proposing to enter your head and rummaging through your mind. I don't mind, she responded with a smile. I don't have any secrets towards you. Besides, it's for a good cause, right? I really want the Adonis Colossus to be the culmination of our joint design efforts. If a better option is available, I don't want to ignore it because I'm too afraid to do what it takes to elevate our mech design. I've never done this, though. Who knows whether taking some of your thoughts and other stuff in your mind will damage your mentality. VS was still too inexperienced in messing with people's minds. For some reason, his thoughts wandered back to his mother. She appeared to be a lot more adept in this kind of spiritual manipulation than him. Sometimes, he even feared that she even tinkered with his head, changing him in some way that suited her purposes better. Of course, that was just his paranoia speaking. A real mother wouldn't harm her son, would she? He shook his head to get rid of this useless tangent. Fortunately, Gloriana took the time to consider the matter seriously. If you think this is the best course of action to make our mech design great, then go ahead. I want to do everything possible to make our work a mech to be remembered. How can we do that when we are too scared to do what is necessary? I wouldn't say it's necessary. The Adonis Colossus would still be a mech that is good enough to fulfill our commission. That's never the proper attitude to adopt. Gloriana snapped at him. We should always endeavor to make our mech designs as perfect as possible. I will never settle for good enough if a better solution is available. Now stop dilly-dallying around and proceed with your plan. This requires some preparation. We also have to go somewhere quiet. The two entered an enclosed portion of the design lab. After a bit of consideration, Ves decided to hold the procedure inside the testing chamber where he used to experiment on William Urbish. This was because Melody and the guards of the Glory Battalion simply refused to let Ves alone with Gloriana without supervision. No matter what excuses he brought up, they still wanted to keep an eye on Gloriana and him. So for lack of a better option, Ves decided that they could watch from the observation room while jamming every sensor and observation device. Luckily, all of his spiritual procedures were invisible to the naked eye. Gloriana's assistant and guards would never be able to observe what was going. They would simply see Gloriana and Ves sitting opposite to each other while doing nothing. The same applied to Gloriana as well. As far as he knew, her spiritual senses were extremely weak and she never developed an ability akin to his spiritual vision. This would make it a bit harder to work with her in the creation of his fourth spiritual product. His first spiritual product was Vesca's, the design spirit of the Kinslayer. His second spiritual product was the Solemn Guardian, the design spirit of the Desolate Soldier, and its variants. Now, he was about to create a new spiritual entity for the third time. He already made ample preparations beforehand. He refined and cut down the chaotic, alien elements from the spiritual fragment he harvested from Nixie long ago. He also formed various images in his mind that corresponded to the Adonis Colossus spiritual foundation. This not only ensured a seamless fit, but also shaped the glow of his mech design in the right fashion. The Adonis Colossus was a mech designed to affirm Vincent's sense of masculinity. Whether his sense of masculinity warped or not didn't matter. As long as the client was happy with the product, these issues didn't concern Ves very much. The important thing is to stay calm and suppress your mental defenses as much as possible. Ves cautioned yet again. I can't stress the importance of this. The operation that I'm about to do in your mind is very delicate. My mind is under my control. I won't allow myself to disturb you in any way. This is my promise. That's good. Strong conviction is vital in allowing everything to go according to plan. What we are about to do is an act of creation. The spiritual product that we are about to create is just as alive as any child born out of our union. Her words instantly excited her. A child? It's too soon. Calm down, Gloriana. Ves panicked a bit. It's just a metaphor. It's not truly human or a real child. It's just a living spiritual component to be added to our mech design. Still, I feel kind of hot. She blushed all of a sudden. Should we move this to a bedroom? Ves palmed his face. Don't joke around. If the spiritual product is our child, then it's not the first one. We've already created various mech designs together. Do you consider them all to be our children as well? She offered him a brilliant smile. In a way, yes. Each time we create something together is something worth celebrating about. Of course, I don't consider our joint creations to be our literal children, otherwise we'd be limited to just 6 creations. He ignored the implications of her words and began to proceed with the operation. A sense of solemnness overcame him as he rid himself of all distractions and concentrated his mind. A very powerful spiritual sensation emanated from his mind. Though weak and self-contained, Gloriana clearly felt the difference at this proximity. Concentrate your mind and bring it under your control. She tried to follow his instruction. She sat straighter and began to concentrate. Due to working alongside Ves for some time, she had plenty of practice of doing so. It only took her 10 or so seconds to achieve a focused state. Though not as pure as his own, Ves deemed her state to be satisfactory. He picked up the peastone and held it in front of him. It held the main ingredient for their third act of creation. For a serious mech design, Ves would have usually tried to borrow the spiritual fragment of an expert pilot to make his spiritual product more compatible to mechs. However, Ves did not do so this time. It was far too much trouble to track an expert pilot down and find some way to borrow a spiritual fragment, especially during these hectic times. The Adonis Colossus was a ranged hybrid mech that wasn't quite a rifleman mech. It would not be easy to find an expert pilot who specialized in these kinds of mechs. Of course, the main rationalization for skipping this step was because the benefits wouldn't be of much use to Vincent anyway. Since he was quite familiar with creating spiritual products by now, he proceeded with the steps without much fanfare. He smashed Nixie's spiritual fragment until it fractured into shards of condensed spiritual energy. He moved quickly then. He employed his spirituality and disgorged a lot of images and energy stored in his mind. They mixed in with the shards of the broken spiritual fragment without blending together. Ordinarily, Ves would have tried to massage and piece the ingredients into a new and greater whole, but he had to add another batch of ingredients first. "It's time," he whispered. "Open your mind to me. I'd like to enter it without forcing my way in. Can you do that?" Gloriana briefly frowned. "How do I do that?" "Use your imagination. Imagine your mind as an intangible field that is shaped like a bubble in your head. Imagine forming a partition in this bubble to allow me inside." Fortunately, this step went a lot easier than he thought. Perhaps because she had done it before, her mind granted him an opening as soon as he extended a spiritual projection. He entered her mind for the second time. Just like before, her brilliant and active mind was a spiritual sight to behold. Her mind and spirit was so indescribable that Ves had to force himself to hurry up and proceed with his task. Now that he broke Nixie's spiritual fragment, he only had a limited amount of time to add extra ingredients to the mix. Upon his exploration of her mind, he quickly stumbled upon his dormant spiritual fragment. He couldn't help but pause his search a bit to examine its state. Compared to the lively spiritual projection of before, it had automatically collapsed in on itself after Gloriana's design seed cut off his direct connection. Even now, the spiritual fragment from his own spiritual energy didn't seem to be entirely in his control anymore. Had it been contaminated by Gloriana's design seed? The placement of the fragment was also very odd. It orbited close to her design seed as if it was a planet revolving around a sun. Ves repressed the urge to take back what was originally his. He had no idea what was going on, but he intuitively sensed that it wasn't necessarily bad for him. Letting the fragment stay in her mind for her to enjoy might even lead to something good. For now, he returned to his mission and began to scour her mindscape for thoughts related to the Adonis Colossus. Perhaps because of the circumstances or because she spent such a long time on the design project, Ves immediately identified large amounts of relevant thought matter, for lack of a better word. This was the most dangerous part. As Ves extended his spiritual projection, he attempted to harvest a portion of thought matter. Take too much, and Ves might warp Gloriana's perception of their work or damage her mind. Take too little, and his spiritual product would end up unbalanced. He had to take just enough thought matter, and that was very difficult for Ves to judge. Eventually, he hijacked a substantial portion of thoughts, enough to affect Gloriana's mind, and not in a good way. Her mind immediately shuddered and her design seed began to spike with activity. "Bear with it, Gloriana! I'm almost done! Stay calm!" Her face scrunched with pain as she felt as if her mind had been wounded. Her instincts compelled her to firm up her mental defenses and lash out at the offending party, but she tried her best to keep herself under control. Even though she knew she was hurt somehow, she needed to bear with the loss. Chapter 1655 Assert Control. Searing pain and a profound sense of loss overtook Gloriana. If not for her strong determination to remain under control, she would have lashed out already. As it was, she could barely hold herself together. It helped that she was familiar with her boyfriend's presence. Having taken in the profile of his presence made it a little bit easier to refrain from doing something that would ruin the procedure. In the meantime, Ves cautiously withdrew his active spiritual projection through the hole that Gloriana still kept open. Now that he had his prize in hand, he had no desire to linger in her mind any longer. Despite his spiritual prowess, Gloriana was a journeyman who was just as strong as him. As long as her design seed roused into action, a mere spiritual projection would never be able to resist. His gradual withdrawal from her mind proceeded without incident. The awful consequences that he imagined never came to pass. "Success! You can relax now. I can complete the last steps on my own." She visibly slumped and nursed her head as she tried to make sense of what had happened. Meanwhile, Ves steered his spiritual projection to the P-stone which still held the broken shards of Nixie's spiritual fragments, and the images and energy he already deposited. Compared to his own contribution, Gloriana's thoughts were relatively minor. Only a small amount of her spiritual energy had blended with the thoughts, giving them just enough substance for Ves to be able to handle them in this fashion. Ves wasn't too worried at the lack of quantity. From what he discovered about spiritual manipulation, it would be enough to harvest some of Gloriana's thoughts. The abundant spiritual energy he supplied would mostly be used to glue to the broken shards and scattered ingredients together. He proceeded with the act of spiritual restoration. This had always been a mystifying process to him. How could it be so easy to fit different spiritual shards and elements together using his own spirituality as glue? Was this normal, or was he the only one who could do this due to his unique design philosophy? Whatever the case, Ves soon became immersed in the profoundness of what he was doing. Ever since he muddle-headedly created Vescas and the Solemn Guardian, he resolved to pay more attention to the mechanics behind spiritual restoration. He couldn't keep creating spiritual products without truly understanding the process. The engineer inside him recoiled at remaining as ignorant as a barbarian staring at a campfire, while remaining ignorant of what was truly taking place. He paid extra attention to why certain spiritual shards fit with other shards or other ingredients such as his images or Gloriana's thoughts. Unfortunately, he saw no rhyme or reason why they inexplicably fit. Either his spiritual senses were too insensitive to detect what was going on, or some kind of invisible rule was in effect which he hadn't figured out at the moment. He was inclined towards the latter possibility, which only made him feel more stupid. "This is harder than I thought," he grumbled, though he made sure to maintain his concentration. While Ves stared at the P-stone while he fiddled, Gloriana slowly regained her senses. Anything that manipulated the mind resulted in major consequences. Even the act of depriving her with a portion of her thoughts on the Adonis Colossus severely altered her memory and perception of her current project. Shock and alarm momentarily suffused her agitated mind. She felt violated in a way that struck her very being. Though she had been warned by Ves of the danger of the operation, she had difficulty of accepting what had happened. If anyone other than Ves or her closest family pulled this off on her, she would have torn into them like a wildcat. As it was, seeing Ves consumed in his current task made her calm down. He hadn't hurt her on purpose. It had simply been necessary in order to achieve the result they wanted. In order to design the perfect vessel, Gloriana already knew she had to make some sacrifices. A few minutes passed by in silence as she recovered in a sense. While she hadn't regained what she lost, she at least sensed that her wound had been patched somehow. Hopefully, the scars of what took place in her mind would fade. The lingering aftermath left her in an uncomfortable state. In order to distract herself, she turned back to Ves and what he was doing. Try as she might, she saw nothing special except Ves holding a rock. She let out a frustrated grunt. She lacked the ability to perceive the wonders that Ves had described. Even now, she sensed some unfathomable pressure emanating from the rock, yet that was far from detailed enough for her to get a sense of what was happening. Maybe looking at it with her eyes was wrong. They clearly weren't working under these circumstances, so she simply closed her eyes and relied on her other senses to feel what was happening. Without the distraction of visual clutter, she became a bit more sensitive to what was taking place. She leaned in a little, allowing her to sense some of the activity. As she did, she slowly began to perceive the strength emanating from Ves. Though she was already familiar with it whenever they became immersed in their collaborative design sessions, she had never felt it as clearly as today. His presence was different, foreign, masculine, and conveyed entirely different principles of mechs than hers. Despite that, she basked in its comforting familiarity. She focused on her boyfriend's presence, and followed it down to what it was doing. At some point, V's presence began to mix with an entirely different presence. Curious, Gloriana tried her best to perceive the activity better, but without much result. Frustrated, she tried a little harder, scrunching her face furiously as she threw in whatever she could muster from her mind. Eventually, something changed. She sensed something faintly familiar in the mixed presence. Her own thoughts. An aching sense of need welled within her depths. She wanted to take back her stolen thoughts and restore her original perception of the Adonis Colossus. Before she knew it, her mind welled up as the core of her design philosophy acted on instinct. Her sense of perfection grated at the loss of a piece of herself. She instinctively wanted to restore herself to completion, because she would be in a more perfect state than before. Something powerful blasted through her mind and dove into the mix of presences. Ves! Help! I can't control myself! As Ves was halfway towards integrating the broken fragments and other elements together, he almost shocked himself out of his concentrated state as he perceived an outside intervention. A foreign spiritual projection interrupted ongoing spiritual restoration effort. Its flavor instantly clued Ves that it came from Gloriana, which negated some of his worries, but not all. The situation was very concerning as the spiritual projection acted chaotically in his unfinished project, knowing various spiritual elements aside as it rummaged through the mix as if it was drawing a prize. His eyes widened as the tip of the projection bumped into one of Gloriana's borrowed thoughts. Upon contact, the projection instantly absorbed it, causing it to flow back to its original owner. He was forced to retract some of his concentration, which weakened his spiritual manipulations. Gloriana! Control your impulses. Don't let your unconscious instincts act with impunity. Seeing that his words weren't helping her very much, he changed his phrasing. A god in waiting like you should never be a slave to your own powers. Are you a woman who is in supreme control over herself or a boy who lets his instinct run rampant? You can do better. The words he chose in haste managed to get through her skull like nothing else. "I am a woman! I am better than a boy!" she exclaimed. Her will, which had always been powerful, asserted itself over her uncontrollable impulses, bringing them to heel. While she wasn't powerful enough to retract her spiritual projection, she at least managed to stop it from reabsorbing any more of her thoughts. That still left them in an awkward state. "Can you pull back what you've extended?" "I'm trying." Sweat trickled down from her brow. "It's difficult. As long as I can detect something that's part of me inside whatever you are doing, I can't pull it back." Ves frowned. "I guess we have to proceed then. Once your thoughts are integrated in the spiritual product, your connection to them will be cut off. You'll still be able to sense them, I think, but they will no longer belong to you. Don't do anything else, please." While he haltingly resumed his spiritual restoration operation, everything seemed to get back on track. He still felt a bit annoyed at trying to work around Gloriana's frozen spiritual projection. It was as if he was trying to cook a meal with his girlfriend sticking her arm inside the cooking pot during the entire process. Of course, nothing harmed her spiritual projection. Temperature didn't seem to affect spirituality, and none of the spiritual elements in place attacked it in any way. However, the spiritual projection started to twitch and convulse. It behaved so oddly that Ves couldn't help but grow suspicious. "Keep yourself still, please. You're disturbing my work." "Wait a moment, Ves. I have an idea." While her eyes remained closed, a grin started to emerge on her face. Her spiritual projection convulsed even more until something changed. It started to move again. "What are you doing?" "Something good. Trust me. There are a lot of flaws here that need to be solved." To his amazement, Gloriana's spiritual projection no longer chased after her stolen thoughts. Instead, it began to meander around the unfinished spiritual product and engulf the connections fusing different spiritual elements together. Once her spiritual projection was done and moved away, Ves discovered that the fusion had grown less flawed. Gloriana's spiritual projection had managed to improve the merger of different spiritual elements. Before, when Ves glued different spiritual elements together, he was never fully in control of the process. He didn't even understand what went on. All he could do was pretend that the spiritual elements possessed some magnetized surfaces, and see if something stuck on those points. Even if he found a match, the glued portion was still tentative, and not entirely as good as he wanted it to be. His first spiritual product especially felt as if it was a spiritual Frankenstein due to how poorly its elements fit together. So far, Ves only managed to mitigate this problem by processing and priming the ingredients beforehand. By reducing their inherent contradictions, he hoped that the fusion of different elements became a little more complete. The Solemn Guardian turned out to be a lot more integrated as a consequence, which meant that he succeeded in heading in the right direction. Yet even then, the Solemn Guardian still possessed quite a lot of flaws to this day, which made it weaker than natural-born spiritual entities. This time was different. With Gloriana's spiritual projection working to address the flaws in the procedures that Ves was performing, the spiritual product became less and less flawed. Ves saw the potential in what was taking place. "Whatever you are doing, keep it up. Are you exhausted or in pain in any way?" She shook her head. "Not anymore. I think I got my instincts to agree that it would be better to fix the flaws I'm sensing than to chase after the stuff that belongs to me. It's getting easier and easier to control myself." "Then, let's continue. I'm curious what will happen once we finish." They silently concentrated on their tasks and resumed their work. Their intense focus and their close proximity somehow brought them closer than ever before. In particular, their spiritual projections began to interact with each other. Their close proximity and their intense familiarity with each other's presence led to a very vague reaction that caused them to draw together for some reason. As they grew more excited, Ves faintly suspected that something exceptional was taking place. It felt as if he was resonating with Gloriana. Chapter 1656 Artificial Conception. Since returning home, Ves and Gloriana already collaborated on more than half a dozen different mech designs. Sure, the majority of the designs consisted of variants of the desolate soldier, but they still provided months' worth of collaboration experience. Each time they worked together, they constantly tried to complement each other's design styles and achieve greater synergy. Right now, Ves never expected Gloriana to be able to employ her specialty in this fashion. The process of spiritual restoration had always been extremely abstruse, and Ves only managed to achieve it because he could sense and observe what was taking place. Gloriana, on the other hand, lacked these advantages. She wasn't even fully in control of her own spirituality. Her mind only accidentally extended a spiritual projection because it wanted to retrieve what it lost. "How much control do you have over what you are doing?" Ves asked. His concentration ability was sufficient enough to keep focusing on his task with some attention left to spare. On the other hand, Gloriana could barely keep up what she was doing. Ves had to repeat his question another time to get an answer. "I'm not sure. Whatever I'm doing is straining me. I don't think I can keep this up for long." "Don't worry about anything else, then. Just maintain what you are doing until you can't take it any longer. What you're doing is very helpful for our eventual end product. Don't harm yourself on my account, though. We can always do better next time." "Got it. I don't think I'm harming myself, though. I'm just getting more and more exhausted." Ves worried about her condition a little. He knew that she often pushed herself because she put very high demands on herself. Ordinarily, she was smart enough to know her limits, but the problem was that she possessed almost no experience with spiritual manipulation. He extended another part of his concentration to monitoring her condition. As long as her mind or spirituality could no longer hold it, Ves would immediately pull her out. Of course, for the moment Ves needed to make the most out of this accidental situation. After another minute of forming his spiritual product, Ves gained a better idea on what Gloriana was doing. Ves manipulated his spiritual projection like his arm with purposeful direction. His spiritual perception allowed him to see exactly what he was doing, even if he didn't know the mechanics behind what was taking place. In contrast, Gloriana's spiritual projection largely moved by itself. Instead of acting like a controlled extension of herself, it behaved more like an autonomous bot that performed actions that corresponded with its primary programming. Right now, Gloriana managed to exert enough control to switch the priority of her spiritual projection's programming. It stopped trying to retrieve her missing thought matter in favor of correcting whatever flaws it sensed in the vicinity. Gloriana managed to come up with a clever way of stopping her spiritual projection from wreaking havoc in their current operation. Now that her spiritual projection switched from doing damage to contributing materially to the formation of the spiritual product, the operation went smoother than ever before. What was even more remarkable was that they didn't solely act in isolation. The close proximity of their spiritual extensions led to some strange phenomena. Chief among them was the result of their intimate familiarity with each other's presence and design philosophies. All of their prior collaborations finally bore some fruit in this instance, as their spiritual projections started to grow closer to each other. Ves felt a strange sense of longing from his design philosophy. While he could have suppressed his intuition that compelled his spiritual projection to converge with Gloriana's, he did not do so because he was curious. He trusted in his intuition. As they grew closer, the spiritual projections grew more excited as their familiarity with each other deepened. The excitement had reached such a high level that they vibrated in harmony. "Resonance!" he whispered with gleaming eyes. Resonance appeared to be a recurring phenomenon with spirituality. Any time spirituality or spiritual energy resonated, something good always took place. VS never expected VS to resonate with Gloriana during the creation of a spiritual product. He compared the actions of his own spiritual projection with that of his girlfriend. The difference was clear. In Gloriana's parlance, his domain centered around life, or at some aspect of it. This shaped his spirituality in ways that granted him some superpowers, as Kedis once described. VS took advantage of this property by performing spiritual techniques such as spiritual restoration, which was essentially a way of resurrecting a dead spiritual entity by infusing it with his own life-attributed spiritual energy. If VS had adopted a different design philosophy, then he guessed that he would never have been able to perform this wondrous feat. Nonetheless, life was inherently chaotic and unpredictable. It normally took hundreds, thousands, if not millions of generations to allow for nature to filter out the most flawed and unfit to survive the circumstances. Such a lengthy process of selection and optimization was simply unthinkable to VS. Perhaps he might have the patience to let nature take its course if he was an actual god, but he was just a mech designer. While VS was able to fuse compatible spiritual shards and elements together with the help of his specialty, the mergers were far from ideal in his eyes. The two spiritual products he created before all ended up flawed and less than what they could have been. This had always been regretful to him. It was like birthing a child who was mentally handicapped or possessed a third arm. Though most of the flaws would eventually heal or diminish when the spiritual product matured, they would always limit its potential. Therefore, the importance of fixing these flaws straight away so that he could birth a much healthier spiritual product became evident. A child conceived by two people is better than one conceived alone. Though the situation right now was not equivalent to human conception, VS found it to be a nice way of interpreting the ongoing process. Just as a child was supposed to inherit the traits of both parents, the spiritual product being formed received the care of two different mech designers. VS provided the spark of life, while Gloriana addressed some of the flaws that he left behind. This was akin to artificial conception. Most couples with money to spare would always go to a clinic to conceive a designer baby. Instead of letting nature and chance select the genes of the baby, a geneticist or other specialist manipulated the genes of the unborn child to achieve a better result. As far as VS knew, this service was fairly prevalent in the upper echelons of third-rate states. It was even better and more ubiquitous in more advanced states. This disparity in genes always put second-class citizens ahead of third-class citizens. Although some abnormal people were occasionally born among the latter, they were far too rare. Now that Gloriana contributed her strength to the process, it was the same as upgrading his spiritual product from a baseline human baby into a genetically enhanced baby. The complementary nature of their collaboration was not limited to this. Due to the resonance that had taken hold, something profound had descended upon their ongoing creation and affected its nature. VS observed the changes very closely and found out that some of the inherent attributes of the broken shards of Nixie's spiritual fragment underwent transformation. Yes, transformation. Although it was very weak and only affected a small portion of spiritual attributes, this was an exceptional effect. The only other way that VS could change the spiritual attribute of something was to employ spiritual contamination. Obviously, such methods were very inconvenient because VS had to rely on an external source to contaminate something else, changing far more than he wanted. This was how William Urbish became so weird and silent. If VS could employ a means of transforming spiritual attributes in a very focused and targeted manner, then he could drastically limit the side effects of any transformation attempt. This is true synergy. Gloriana seemed to be aware of the preciousness of the moment. Though she was nearing the end of her endurance, she continued to persist in her efforts. The main reason why she wanted to extend her exhausting efforts was because she wanted to study and enjoy the resonance they achieved. As long as they could reproduce this effect under other circumstances, their collaboration would truly reach a greater height. A phenomenon like this was not something that could be achieved through ordinary collaboration. Eventually, she couldn't hold out anymore. Her spiritual projection visibly weakened to a point where she was no longer able to match his spiritual projection's strength. The resonance effect disappeared, and the strange form of synergy that transformed some of the spiritual product's attributes had gone away as a result. Disappointment welled in them both. Though Gloriana only merely missed the chance of becoming more familiar with the exceptional form of synergy they achieved, VS lamented the premature end of the transformation and error-correcting processes. The transformation process changed only a fraction of the original spiritual attributes. However, the importance of this effect couldn't be overstated. That was because VS discovered that some of Nixie's original alien attributes had transformed into attributes that corresponded to the common vision that VS and Gloriana maintained while they concentrated. The spiritual product leaned a bit more towards masculinity, which was very welcome news to VS. Transforming pollution into something pure had always been one of his thorniest problems. The fact that they managed to transform attributes that originally belonged to a very powerful spiritual entity was even more exceptional. If VS and Gloriana employed the same synergistic effect on something weaker, their refinement attempt would definitely achieve greater results. As for the error-correcting process, Gloriana managed to fix or improve over half of the flaws that VS had left behind after he was done fusing spiritual elements together. Though not all of the flaws had been addressed as well as he hoped for, just the fact that it was possible to correct them gave him a lot of hope for the future. Withdraw. You're at the end of the rope. Don't break yourself. You've done enough. His words broke her concentration, causing her to collapse on the deck of the testing chamber. She breathed deeply and nursed her head as if she was suffering from an enormous headache. VS couldn't spare the time to attend to her as he was rapidly trying to wrap up the spiritual restoration process. Enough time had passed for him to fuse the remaining elements and cause the new spiritual amalgamation to come to life as a new spiritual product. A celebratory pulse emerged out of the spiritual product that was considerably more pronounced than VS had ever sensed before. Luckily, the pulse hadn't radiated very far. At most, only the entire floor felt its birth. As VS slowly wound himself down, he studied the newborn spiritual product that was locked inside the P-stone. He felt a strong sense of masculinity from the spiritual product. Not just that, but the masculinity was tinged with both immaturity and false bravado in a roughly equal proportion. Success! VS announced with a grin. We've succeeded! Not only that, but we achieved more than we set out to make. VS moved over to his exhausted girlfriend and carefully placed the P-stone in her hands. The direct contact enlivened her for a moment, as she sensed something akin to a glow but much more lively from the rock. It's a boy! How about calling him Bravo? Gloriana weakly smiled. Though VS didn't like this simple name, he acquiesced considering Gloriana's fragile state. Sure. Let's call him Bravo. We'll make sure to take care of him. Rest now. I'll take care of the rest. Sure. Gloriana finally fell asleep. Chapter 1657 True Miracle. Gloriana's inexplicable collapse and slumber alarmed her custodians. Melody and the guards of the Glory Battalion barged into the testing chamber and immediately took their charge away. If she hadn't sent a secret signal, the Glory Battalion might have treated him as an enemy. Fortunately, their initial examinations did not reveal anything wrong with her body. She was just exhausted for some reason. Her brain activity had diminished considerably to the point where she wasn't able to stay awake. She'll probably recover after a good night of sleep and some special treatment, Melody concluded after she analyzed the readings from her multiscanner. She threw a scornful look at Ves. What in the galaxy were the two of you doing here? What is so special about this rock? In their distraction, Ves had already picked up the pea stone and returned it into its container. He would never allow the Hexers to confiscate this vital object. It's a trade secret, Ves bluntly replied. Ask Gloriana if you really want to know. Oh, I'll definitely do that, Brighter. If she doesn't wake in a day, I'll come back to you again. I hope you'll be more forthcoming at that time. Melody spat. Melody and the guards quickly moved Gloriana away on a deployable floating stretcher. Right now, they were far more concerned about Gloriana's health than figuring out the reasons for her inexplicable collapse. Please wake up soon, Ves whispered. He did not wish to deal with angry Hexers. They would definitely fault him for putting her in a bad condition. If Gloriana slumbered longer than a day, then Ves might have to go on a spiritual excursion in order to check her condition. That's for later. He shook his head. He wrapped everything up and left the testing chamber. He checked up on his design team to make sure they were performing their assigned tasks. After that, he entered one of the private offices next to the design lab. While he wasn't as exhausted as Gloriana, he expended plenty of spiritual energy. In order to recover, he absorbed some excess spiritual energy from another pea stone. He finally returned to a semblance of normalcy after topping off his spent reserves. Let's see what result we've achieved. The exceptional circumstances earlier augmented the original spiritual restoration process in two different ways. Gloriana's native ability to detect and correct some flaws was already remarkable enough. The only flaw was that she didn't have any direct control over her spiritual projection, let alone perceive what was happening. Unless she became more like him, she would never be able to exert the same level of control as him. This meant that she could only use her power in this manner with his assistance. Now that he had some time to reflect, he wondered whether they could replicate what happened earlier. Though the strange developments only happened through sheer accident, Ves was confident they could repeat the process. The key is stealing something from her mind. As long as I dangle her stolen thoughts in front of her as bait, she will definitely be compelled to fix the flaws in her mind by taking back what she lost. This was a rather crude and tasteless method to Ves. The biggest problem concerning this method was that he risked damaging Gloriana's mind each time she harvested a piece of her thoughts. Ves instinctively felt that this action wasn't trivial. All of her thoughts were infused with a bit of her spiritual energy. Losing that energy probably impacted her mental condition. If something like that happened to Ves, he would have shrugged it off. His many spiritual shenanigans had already increased the resilience of his mind and spirituality. He could take a considerable amount of abuse. This was not the case for other mech designers. Ordinarily, they never employed their spirituality in such a direct manner. Even a minor change in Gloriana's mind and spirituality would probably come across as a major shock to her equilibrium. Ves wasn't sure if what he did to her damaged her mind permanently. He would have to check up on her frequently in order to reassure himself that the damage wasn't lasting. Even then, he should not employ this procedure too frequently. Her mind needed to fully heal in order to withstand another attack. Perhaps exercising her mind in this fashion was not a bad idea. Just like Ves, repeated impacts to her mind would eventually stimulate her mind into fortifying its defenses and improve its resilience. Of course, Ves needed to be careful and verify the changes in her condition. What he could do, Gloriana might not be able to. He couldn't afford to make any presumptuous assumptions. He turned his attention back to the peastone that carried his newborn spiritual product. Hello, Bravo. In order to avoid contaminating Bravo, Ves made sure to avoid direct spiritual contact. He only observed Bravo passively using his spiritual vision. As expected, you're much more wholesome than your predecessors. His previous two spiritual products always felt a bit discordant and fractured shortly after their creation. The problem was particularly severe in the case of Vesca's, as the fusion of spiritual elements was very poor. Vesca's was like a fragile dining plate that Ves threw on the ground and hastily glued back together. While Bravo started off the same, Gloriana's involvement vastly improved the repair process. Not only that, but she also dusted off some of the dirt and other grime that had accumulated on the broken shards. The end result was a plate that looked much more cleaner and whole than before. Sadly, it's not enough. He shook his head in disappointed. Gloriana's spiritual projection mainly acted with instincts, and within the limitations of what it could do. Spiritual manipulation was never her strength, so her spiritual projection only fixed the most obvious flaws. In the face of more complicated problems, her spiritual projection could only give it up. Aside from this, Gloriana also withdrew her spiritual projection prematurely without finishing the entire process. Plenty of unaddressed imperfections remained which Ves wasn't able to fix despite seeing Gloriana at work. Unlike her, Ves did not possess an intuitive and extraordinary understanding of flaws. If there were 999 ways to botch the correction, and only one way to do it right, then Ves would definitely fail 99% of the time. As for Gloriana, even if she faced the same situation, her intuition and her design philosophy would definitely force the failure rate downwards to 20%, or even less. This was one of the exceptional advantages of Gloriana, and she developed this intuitive understanding through both talent and a lot of effort. Ves had learned a lot from the events that took place today. At the very least, discovering a fourth form of synergy which he tentatively called artificial conception was enough to drive him wild. It was the only form of synergy so far that explicitly involved resonance between him and his girlfriend. Now that they resonated once, Ves believed that it wouldn't be so impossible to resonate again. Something like this should definitely be easier to accomplish with practice. Though the difference it made in Bravo wasn't too drastic, Ves believed this was only the start. In the future, he might be able to have the resonance ability to transform spiritual attributes to clean up Nixie's spiritual fragment and reduce its pollution. Ves believed that hardly any other entity in the galaxy could achieve what he and Gloriana had inadvertently accomplished. This is a true miracle. It was as if their combined efforts actually accomplished the impossible feat of lying to reality. He knew how difficult it was to change the nature of a spiritual attribute. It was akin to transmuting lead to gold. Without sufficiently advanced magic or technology, he could forget about performing something that bent reality so drastically. While it was possible to achieve similar results through spiritual contamination, artificial conception was much more cleaner. Ves inspected Bravo over and over again, paying special attention to its attributes. Nothing suggested that its pollution level, defined as the proportion of undesirable attributes, had increased. This is extremely precious. He always desired the ability to transform spiritual attributes. From his observations and manipulations of mech pilots, He knew that changing their spiritual attributes was the key to facilitating their advancement into expert candidates or expert pilots. Naturally, this only applied to potentates who already possessed spiritual potential. If a mech pilot did not possess any spirituality, there was nothing to transform. The question was, could he use this ability to turn a mech pilot into an expert candidate immediately? There are too many uncertainties, he grimaced. I also can't pull this ability off willy-nilly. At the very least, I need Gloriana's help. The state of resonance they achieved hadn't come about instantly. It only appeared during a very important moment where the both of them concentrated on nearly the same ideas. Such a state was very difficult to reproduce, especially if they weren't creating another spiritual product. Even if they managed to perform this ability on command, it was not a given to transform an average potentate with spiritual potential into an expert candidate. Ves noted that those who did so always seemed to adopt a single dominant value or principle. Someone who was too muddle-headed would never be able to advance to expert candidate if they didn't possess any strong beliefs in something. While this could be trained to an extent, Ves discovered that many people weren't actually good at focusing themselves to a single pursuit. Humans were inherently complex and multifaceted. Someone as single-minded as Venerable Foster was the exception rather than the rule. Ves believed that this was the main reason why most mech pilots with spiritual potential never found the catalyst that allowed them to break through. Their inclinations were too normal, dooming them to live out their lives as mortals. Perhaps it is not without a reason that expert pilots are called demigods, he muttered. Each demigod was partly a god, and each god possessed at least one domain or sphere of power. This was where his new ability came in. As long as he used this ability to transform much of a mech pilot's spiritual attributes into a specific form, he could forcefully make them single-minded enough to enable their breakthroughs. Of course, such a drastic attempt at spiritual surgery would definitely alter his patient's personality. This meant that making another Silent William was definitely possible, though not as severe. I don't understand enough right now, he sighed. I need more test subjects so I can experiment more. He wasn't in a hurry to turn someone into expert candidates, or expert pilots anyway. The Mech Corps would get their greedy hands on any mech pilot he uplifted, especially during these dire times. Each additional expert pilot could save another planet from getting engulfed by the Sandmen. The only exception was Silent William himself. Now that the MTA announced the invasion of the Red Ocean Dwarf Galaxy, getting closer to the Rim Guardians had become one of his main priorities. He recalled the reports he read about his performance in recent battles. So far, William hasn't shown any signs of breaking through. He frowned. If William showed no improvement by the time the first detachment of avatars returned from the front, Ves might be willing to employ his new ability to operate on his spirituality again. After all, he already messed with William once. He might as well do it again to make sure he achieved his intended result. Just as Ves was about to muse further, an alert suddenly rang throughout the entire mech nursery. When Ves emerged from his private office, Miles Tovar ran up to him in panic. Ves! It's an emergency! We have to run to safety! Calm down! What is going on, Miles? It's the Sandmen, the apprentice replied breathlessly. They've come to Cloudy Curtain. What? Chapter 1658 Stormy Clouds. A Sandman fleet entered the Cloudy Curtain system. This should have been impossible, or at least extremely unlikely. After the fall of Sydney Superior, a part of the interior of the Bright Republic became vulnerable. Sandmen fleets were much more able to travel to Bentheim. The port system already fended off a dozen different Sandman incursions, and this was just the start. While Cloudy Curtain was situated close to Bentheim, the latter was much more attention-grabbing to the Sandmen. Hardly any Sandman ought to be interested in a trivial star system with an average sun and no exotic mineral deposits to speak of. It was one of the least attractive star systems in the Bentheim region with a human population. "How strong is this fleet, and where did it come from?" Ves demanded as he entered the command center of the Living Sentinels. Commander Magdalena Larkinson, who sat in the command chair, answered his question. "The Sandman fleet we've discovered first emerged in Bentheim, sir. Unlike every other fleet that transitioned there, it resisted the incredible temptation to travel closer to the energy-rich planet in the inner system and transition back into FTL before the nearest defense force could reach its position. This is too abnormal. The Sandman admirals never resist the temptation to absorb more energy." The Sand War lifted the veil that obscured the Sandmen. Previously, many people only knew scant details about this alien race. Now that they became a threat, everyone began to know what they were like. Perhaps in an attempt to raise everyone's confidence in winning the war, the Bright Republic revealed many details about the race. As a whole, the Sandman was more akin to a superorganism than a genuine civilization of sentience. While the Sandmen were able to process data like computers, they didn't have much of a personality. As a result, they were more like nature's version of bots. Most Sandmen were so simple and stupid that they didn't have the drive to do anything when isolated. Only the presence of higher caste Sandmen changed the equation a little. Smarter and more capable of independent thought than their lower cousins, these Sandmen were able to make their own decisions and command trillions of Sandmen to follow their orders. Naturally, this did not mean that a Sandman admiral was just as smart as a human fleet commander. Time and time again, the Sandman admirals had shown that they didn't have much imagination and usually followed their orders to the letter. No Sandman admiral should have the initiative to abandon a juicy target for a rotten target, especially several ones at the same time. "How many Sandman admirals are in this fleet?" he asked next. 3 to 5. The local defense fleet is more than capable of addressing this threat, sir. Ves sighed in relief. While it would be a bit painful to fend them off by relying on the avatars of myth and living sentinels stationed at Cloudy Curtain, they weren't alone. The Mech Corps stationed a small force in the star system. The Starfighter Corps also donated some starfighter wings to serve as cannon fodder. The government also contracted some mercenary corps to bolster the defense. Along with the Cloud Whalers, the private outfits were more than capable of defeating half of the Sandman fleet as long as they didn't cut and run. "Don't expect too much from the starfighter wings," the Sentinel commander warned. "There are only 2 of them here, and they all consist of cast-offs." Ves reached towards a nearby control panel and summoned up a page that displayed the readily available assets to meet the incoming threat. As Magdalena had said, the starfighters patrolling in space all consisted of outdated, first-generation models. Their flimsy armor succumbed far too quickly against the Sandmen these days. The Sandman fleet that decided to invade Cloudy Curtain this time happened to have adopted the dreaded swarm configuration. This meant that facing a storm of lasers was practically assured. "The starfighter pilots will have to prepare themselves for the worst," he muttered. "I'm not so certain of that, Ves. The Mech Corps has recently sent a notice to us. They plan to repel the Sandmen without involving starfighters." "What?" Ves grew concerned. "That's ridiculous. Who will draw fire away from our mechs if the starfighters aren't there to act as bait?" "Captain Ziramonlin believes that it isn't necessary to rely on a screen of starfighters. The starfighter wings will be placed in reserve to offer long-range fire support and provide additional assistance as needed." "What about us, then?" We are expected to deploy our new Dawnbreakers in the forefront of the battle line. Together with the Novabreakers fielded by the 2nd Equinox Stingers, our mechs are expected to absorb most of the firepower, at least until the machines can't take it any longer. Ves wanted to puke. What was the point of fielding cannon fodder if the officer in charge valued their lives too much? However, considering how badly first-generation starfighters performed against the swarm configuration, the mech captain's orders made a bit more sense. Unlike the starfighters, the Dawnbreaker and Novabreaker models had been designed while the destructive potential of the Sandmen came to light. The armor systems of those mechs were anything but ordinary at a response. The mech already came with a considerable amount of damage mitigation properties to preserve the life of the mech pilot. Paired with a decent application of compressed armor, it took a lot of firepower to crack through their shells. Even so, Ves was deeply reluctant to put his Dawnbreakers at risk. A Sandman fleet led by at least 3 Sandman admirals was a significant threat that could not be repelled without cost. While the relative strength of the defense forces ensured that they would definitely win, the real question was what price they must pay to achieve victory. Each Dawnbreaker was a premium mech. They cost as much as a black beak, and repairing their damaged armor plating was very costly. We don't have to worry too much about that, Magdalena noted. The Mech Corps has already promised us to fund at least half of the cost of repairs. We'll also earn a lot more merit and appreciation from them if we follow orders. Ves grunted in frustration. You're in command of our avatars and sentinels right now. I'll defer to your judgment. In that case, I intend to follow instructions. He expected her to do so. She used to serve in the Mech Corps, after all. Can you tell me why? While it's a bit abnormal that the Sandman admirals decided to divert to Cloudy Curtain, we can't assume that it's a one-time exception. Not a single star system in the Bright Republic is safe. We have to prepare for the worst, and that means that we need to make decisions in light of attrition warfare. The Sandmen loved attrition warfare. They didn't value their lives at all and were more than willing to sacrifice hundreds of Sandman fleets to exhaust the defenders of a single star system. If that's the case, then we should sacrifice our least valuable assets first. I don't see how it benefits us more if we accrue considerable damage to our most powerful mechs. The starfighters are far less valuable. We ought to place them in the vanguard instead. I understand where you are coming from, Ves, but for now Captain Monlin wants us to sacrifice material assets rather than precious human lives. While the old generation starfighters don't pack the new Sandbreaker weapon system, their ballistic gun mounts still pack a considerable punch. Letting as much of them stay alive as possible will pay off in future battles. A relatively unimportant star system as Cloudy Curtain didn't receive much attention from the Mech Corps and Starfighter Corps. It shouldn't have been a surprise that the Equinox Stingers wanted to keep up as many machines intact as possible. Will our forces intercept the Sandmen, or let them approach this planet? The government already installed a loose belt of defensive platforms in geosynchronous orbit to the planet. The amount of firepower they could contribute was considerable, but the downside was that the Sandmen would have already reached the final lap when they entered the range of the final defenses. Captain Monlin will never risk the population of Cloudy Curtain in an attempt to reduce the casualties suffered by the forces under her command. She has her orders. She must protect the lives of those who are stuck on Cloudy Curtain. She can't allow a single grain of animated sand to go through and make landfall. In the end, the Mech Corps got their wish. The entire base of the Silver Sentinels became a hive of activity. Though not every Sentinel was eager to fight, this was one instance where every able mech pilot had to step up and fight. If the Sandman fleet managed to bull through the defenders, the lives of billions of humans were at stake. Any mech pilot who shirked their duty and avoided battle would immediately be dealt with by the military police after the battle had ended. Light carriers landed directly in the base of the Sentinels and conveyed numerous Dawnbreakers, Desolate Soldiers, Aurora Titans, and other space-borne mechs into orbit. Over 100 grave-looking mech pilots boarded the vessels as well. If VS could gather all of his forces, he could easily field over 300 mechs at once. Sadly, he sent a portion of his avatars and sentinels to the front. He also dispatched his battle criers on some errands. In truth, he could have committed even more defenders, but VS did not wish to leave the mech nursery vulnerable. There were far too many assets there that still needed protection. As VS waited for his own ride, Commander Magdalena addressed one more topic before she accompanied her sentinels into space. "Can we depend on the Glory Battalion, sir?" He immediately shook his head. "Don't get your hopes up. Their primary mission is to protect Gloriana's life. While we all know that the detachment assigned to accompany Gloriana is powerful enough to crush the aliens, the Glory Battalion will never fight for our sake." Gloriana was still unconscious and would remain so for at least a day. As long as she was out cold, she would never be able to object to being taken away from Cloudy Curtain. "That's a shame. This is why it's important to cultivate our own second-class mech force, Commander. As long as we possess enough strength, we don't have to rely on others for help." The two eventually parted. While Commander Magdalena planned to command the avatars and sentinels from one of their carriers, VS decided to observe the battle aboard the Barracuda. While VS was tempted to accompany Magdalena more, he didn't want to get in the way. He wouldn't be able to contribute much anyway. Moments later, he boarded the Barracuda with Nita, Crindon, and Lucky. He was tempted to bring Gavin and Raymond as well, but they wouldn't be of any use in a battle. "Welcome aboard the Barracuda, Mr. Larkinson," Captain Sylvester greeted his arrival. "It's been some time since I last stepped on my ship," VS remarked with a smile while he carried Lucky. "Meow. Oh, shut up. If worst comes to worst, I won't have to order the Barracuda to descend back to the surface in order to pick you up." That was extremely unlikely unless the Sandmen somehow mastered stealth technology. The group headed to the bridge, which immediately became a little crowded as it hadn't been designed to accommodate too many people. "Crindon, please assist in monitoring the communication channels. If there is anything going on behind our back, I want to know right away." "Yes, sir." As the Barracuda lifted off and ascended to the surface, VS settled himself on a spare seat while observing the proceedings. He already watched a lot of footage of battles against the Sandman, but that was not enough. If he truly wanted to understand the Sandmen and how they changed in comparison to his previous personal encounters with them, then he needed to get closer to the action. He needed to get close enough for his heart to pump like a war drum. Chapter 1659 Spacer Life. Shortly after the Defense Force gathered together, the fleet flew out to meet the incoming Sandmen. All of the vessels in the fleet consisted of light carriers. Only the detachment of the Equinox Stingers possessed a speed-oriented combat carrier. VS looked enviously at the projection of the combat carrier. Though he wasn't a shipwright, his vast technical competence and his prior experience in traveling aboard ships gave him a very good appreciation of combat carriers. "She's a beauty," Captain Sylvester whistled as she walked up to him. "Ships like these are built with enough exotics and materials to produce at least 10 standard mech companies. Some combat carriers are even more expensive than expert mechs." She was right. Due to the large variety of combat carrier classes, their costs varied very widely. However, even the cheapest ones cost as much as 100 blackbeaks. VS understood the horror of their value very well. He remembered the losses the flagrant vandals had suffered. Not only did they lose hundreds of mechs, but also several highly valuable combat carriers and other vessels. However, even more grievous was the loss in trained and loyal soldiers. While the flagrant vandals appeared to suffer from money problems, with a backer like Flashlight, they probably would have been able to scrounge up the money to rebuild their lost assets. However, trained mech pilots, engineers, ship captains, medical doctors, and other highly valuable personnel were not so easy to accumulate. They formed the true heart of any organization. As an employer himself, he experienced the difficulty in hiring competent and loyal subordinates. It was already difficult to ensure a new hire fell into one of those boxes. That reminded him of the crew of the Barracuda. Captain Sylvestra and her girls had been serving on the ship for many years. From one of their earlier conversations, Ves learned that they didn't plan to stick around forever. "Do you ever wish to captain a combat carrier?" Sylvestra smiled wryly. "Who wouldn't? I'm not qualified, though. I'm just a captain of a tiny corvette configured as a pleasure yacht. I haven't acquired the relevant experience and knowledge to captain a vessel that ordinarily requires a crew of at least 100 spacers to function properly. Unlike the mechs you work with, ships are incredibly ponderous vessels that can never function by a single person alone." "There's the dummy mode, right?" "Ha ha!" she chuckled. "Excuse me, sir. That was a funny joke. Think of what starships represent to us. They are more than means of travel. They are self-contained habitats that just happen to possess the capability of stellar travel. A ship regularly launches into the cold and breathless void of interstellar space for months and years at a time. Think of what might happen if an accident occurs and there aren't any knowledgeable engineers or specialists to fix the problem. You risk losing a ship worth hundreds of mechs or more along with all of the valuable cargo and people on board." "Exactly, sir. Ships aren't just empty shells with an engine and FTL drives strapped onto them. There are thousands of different systems running at the same time. Since you're a mech designer, you should probably know that the more systems are present, the greater the chance that something can go wrong. Even the latest vessels such as our Barracuda are not exempt from unexpected incidents. So the need to staff a trained and knowledgeable crew onto a ship is because they are a form of insurance, then?" The captain nodded. "It's cheaper and more effective to pay for a crew than to let an automated starship be subject to the whims of Murphy's Law. Automation has come a very long way. Bots and AIs can run entire starships by themselves, but you never see a ship that is automated to that degree for a very good reason. That said, ships still incorporate a lot of automation, right?" "Right. Some degree of automation is indispensable to modern starships due to their incredible complexity. I believe that is the same case for mechs. The key is to strike a balance between control and convenience. The personnel also have to be trained in taking over the automated functions if they malfunction somehow." "And this makes combat carriers extremely difficult to crew?" "Yes. Aside from a combat carrier's high procurement cost and the difficulty of ordering one from the few shipyards capable of constructing them, finding the right crew has always been the biggest challenge. For the captain position, I need to accumulate at least 20 years more experience. For the chief engineer position, Jen not only has to do the same, but also study all kinds of complicated engineering subjects. The amount of engineers who manage to gain a proficiency in FTL drive theory is extremely small. The position of chief engineer is often the most difficult one to fill." Ves gained a deeper appreciation of combat carriers. Unlike small and relatively simple ships like his Barracuda, a big combat carrier truly required highly trained personnel to function optimally. "Are light carriers the same?" "Of course not." Sylvestra shook her head. "Light carriers do not have to fulfill so many functions. They're not designed to participate in battles directly, so they lack much of the defensive and damage control systems that are prevalent in combat carriers. Light carriers are more like taxis for mechs. As long as they can fulfill this function adequately, There is no need to add anything more complicated. I see. So it's much easier to crew a light carrier. Right. Even if you manage to obtain a combat carrier somehow, with the spacers employed by the avatars and the sentinels, you won't be able to make full use of your new acquisition. How difficult is it to fill up the positions of a combat carrier? Extremely difficult. These spacers are cherished talents. Usually, the ones who enter the private sector are often spacers who have been discharged from the military. Big organizations such as trade consortiums usually keep a very close eye on them. It's practically impossible for you to hire a chief engineer on the open job market. Just like every other profession, there were too many people and organizations looking to snap up the truly valuable talents. Even before a chief engineer resigned from the military, he would have probably received hundreds of job offers. There was little chance for VS to beat those offers at this time. I see. I'll take your words under consideration. Now was not a good time for him to procure a combat carrier. He didn't have to worry about hiring a crew in that case. After a brief moment of silence, Captain Sylvestra took the initiative to ask a question. Sir, do you intend to participate in the invasion of the Red Ocean? VS nodded. This wasn't any secret. It was just that many people quickly dismissed him due to his youth and relative lack of ability. I am. Hopefully, Gloriana and I will be able to scrounge up enough merits to redeem a fleet beyond our tickets within a decade. She looked astonished at his boast. Forget about VS, even seniors and some masters wouldn't be able to earn so many merits that fast. However, she did not look as surprised as VS anticipated. I believe you can do it, sir. If not 10 years, then 20 years. If not 20 years, then 30. Thank you for your vote of confidence. I didn't expect to hear that from you, Captain. I have witnessed your rise when you were just an apprentice, remember? She smiled. I know how remarkable you are, Mr. Larkinson. I don't believe your growth has stalled at all. Mech designs such as the Desolate Soldier show that you have only become more capable after you've advanced to journeyman. He admired her judgment and her faith in him. Part of it was due to her lengthy years of service in his employ, but a part of it was also about her expectation of his future growth. Of course, the captain would not bring up this topic for nothing. VS recognized that Sylvestra subtly signaled an intention to climb up in his organization and be a part of his grand expedition to the Red Ocean. He did not leave her hanging. Considering your crew's dedication, I might have a place for you and your women in my grand expedition. However, there is a large possibility that some, if not all, of the starships that make up my expeditionary fleet will be second-class vessels. You will need to become very proficient in crewing them if you want to occupy some of the senior positions of my fleet. This demand caused her to fall silent in consternation. It wasn't easy to master a second-class ship. The Barracuda alone already consumed a lot of time and energy for her and crew. We will do our best, she eventually promised. We have already invested much of what we learned into developing our skills. We have all neglected our social life in order to serve you better. The life of a spacer is often restrictive and monotonous, but we don't have any other ambitions. VS frowned at that. When was the last time you girls stepped off your ship? Months? Sylvestra shrugged. I'm not sure. As long as the Barracuda doesn't undergo an extensive maintenance or overhaul like last time, we aren't inclined to step on solid ground. There is nothing planetside that interests us. We have already adapted to spacer life. You sound as if you fit right in with the CFA or the space-born clans. The captain's eyes shone at their mention. They are the most eminent spacer groups of humanity. Every spacer dreams of becoming a part of them. To be born in a space-born clan is one of the greatest privileges you can enjoy. While there are many space-born clans, the true ones which are affiliated with the CFA are no weaker than first-rate states. This statement was very true. While the population base of true space-born clans was a lot smaller than states that offered an abundant amount of living space, none of the people born in a space-born clan was useless. The limited space and vast resources required to run a powerful ship meant that anyone born into a space-born clan was subject to an intense training regime from youth. It was not without reason that the CFA almost exclusively recruited new blood from the space-born clans. Those born elsewhere often lacked the necessary discipline as well as the respect for tradition and hierarchy. Having spent a fair amount of time on the Starlight Megalodon, Ves had already concluded that a rigid and tradition-bound organization like the CFA did not fit him at all. He would always have to answer to higher authority. While the same applied for the MTA as well, at the very least the association was a lot more loose and decentralized in its internal structure. However, Ves shouldn't discount the merits of space-born clans. Unless you are planning on colonizing a planet or founding a state, you should start looking into how you can keep your organization together for several years or decades in space. It is absolutely not simple to sustain an entire society in space. If you don't make the necessary preparations, your expeditionary fleet will surely fall apart after a few years of isolation. She had a good point. Ves neglected to consider these difficulties. Of course, with all of the people working for him, someone would have pointed out these problems eventually. That didn't lessen the importance of her warning. The topics they discussed earlier prompted him to think much more seriously about what ships should make up his expeditionary fleet and how to fill their positions. It would be easy for him to form a complete third-class expeditionary fleet. However, it was practically impossible to form a second-class fleet. Just procuring the factory ship alone was way beyond Gloriana's means. Chapter 1660 Deviant Behavior. Ves was no spacer. He only possessed a shallow understanding of the space-born life. His time with the flagrant vandals and his brief experiences on the Starlight Megalodon only gave him a taste of the difficulty of living years in space. Considering that it would take a couple of days or so to meet the Sandmen in combat, Ves decided he might as well learn more about spacers from the captain of the Barracuda. Humans aren't inherently beings who are adapted to space, Sylvester instructed when they moved to the ship's lounge to avoid disturbing the crew working on the bridge. Unless you are born and raised in a starship environment, it's very hard for you land-bound to adjust to living in a cramped living environment which you are bound to share with dozens, hundreds, or thousands of people. Ves calmly petted Lucky's back as his pet dozed in his lap. What is the main challenge of space-born life? There are many challenges, she sighed. We could go on for days if I have to mention them all. The bigger issue is that many people are different. A problem that can drive one person crazy is just a trivial annoyance to another. This massively complicates the matter because you can't implement a single solution to address all of the problems related to adapting to spacer life. All of that sounded rather overwhelming. Do you have some more general advice that I can put to use right away? Don't wait until the start of your expedition to put all of your people on your vessels. At the moment your fleet heads for the Red Ocean, it should already be in a mature state. Your crews and other personnel should already have adapted to life aboard starships. If you don't test them beforehand, then I can guarantee you that up to 30% of your hires will become problem cases. That much? Ves gasped. If 30% of his subordinates went stir-crazy from living on a ship for years without touching solid ground, then his expeditionary fleet would definitely enter a dire state. Those who can't adapt to space-born life pose a threat to themselves, their colleagues, and the fleet. Don't underestimate the damage a human can do when they are in charge of a critical section of a ship. Ves could imagine the possible problems. Perhaps one crazed subordinate might sabotage the FTL drive of a ship in transit to another star system, thereby stranding the ship in the middle of nowhere forever. Although ships were usually built with a lot of redundancies, those determined enough to ruin everyone's lives might be able to find some way to plunge everyone into the abyss. For this reason, he took the captain's advice very seriously. If he could test the ability of the subordinates, he planned to take along and filter out the ones who wouldn't do well in space. He could save himself a lot of trouble. Thank you, Sylvestra. This is a very valuable reminder. That's what I'm here for, Mr. Larkinson. My girls and I used to be a landbound just like you, so we know what it's like to transition to shipboard life. While it's simple for you to come up with the idea of forming an expeditionary fleet, you are not a spacer. I highly suggest you search for a suitable fleet commander who thoroughly understands the challenges I'm talking about and also understands the ships you intend to add to your fleet. Don't we already have a fleet commander? Sylvestra sighed. Fleet Commander Rofain is old and unsuitable to lead a fleet of this scope. He will definitely be the first one to reject your offer. You need to find someone who is much more capable than him to take charge of your fleet and bring up the problems that you have never thought about. That sounds like a challenge. Competent fleet commanders ought to be just as hard, if not harder, to hire than chief engineers, right? Ordinary, yes, but I don't think you will suffer from this problem. She smirked. Oh? Why so? Because you intend to head for the Red Ocean. Think about what that means. As long as you are able to earn enough merits to redeem a Beyonder ticket, you've already demonstrated that you are an extremely capable person. Many people would definitely be clamoring to work for you. Not only that, but there are plenty of people in the Milky Way who are tired of the existing order and want to change their lives by taking advantage of the opportunities lying in wait at the dwarf galaxy. That eased some of his worries. I see. I'll be sure to keep that in mind. I don't think that I'll be able to attract a lot of people at this stage, though. Right now, almost no one believes that I can earn enough merits. It wasn't simple to satisfy the MTA's demands. As one of the most powerful organizations in human space, it was already capable of meeting most of its own needs. Even if they provided others the opportunity to earn merits, they still had to abide by the same high standards the MTA applied to its internal members. The only consolation was that the MTA offered much more opportunities for mech designers and mech pilots to earn merits. As Ves continued to discuss how he should prepare his expeditionary fleet, time slowly passed by. The Defense Force continued to close in on the Sandman swarm, which for some reason hadn't traveled straight to the only settled planet in the system. Instead, the Sandmen traveled straight towards the nearest asteroid belt, which was something that no one had ever seen before. The deviating behavior of the Sandman fleet was so odd that it immediately attracted a lot of attention. Commander Magdalena called him on his comm. There is a huge issue with this Sandman fleet, sir. Not only has it ignored the energy-rich Bentheim system, it isn't even flying close to the inner system where the local sun can provide them with a large amount of energy. What does Captain Monlin have to say? She wants us to continue our pursuit. In fact, we're about to accelerate as stopping this Sandman fleet has become a lot more urgent. We have to intercept this Sandman fleet before it reaches the asteroid belt. Ves quickly realized the implications of this development. His eyes widened. Since the bodies of Sandmen consist of sand and minerals, they're very difficult to distinguish from ordinary rocks. As long as they blend into a rocky asteroid belt, our sensors will lose track of them. Finding the Sandmen will be as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. This is especially the case if the Sandman admirals split up. High Command is already worried about the possibility of a strategy adopted by the Sandmen. Before, the Sandmen used to be manageable despite their overwhelming numbers because their fleets always travel straight to the nearest occupied planet as if it was their only mission. This allows us to defeat the fleets one by one because they aren't waiting to pool their strengths with other incoming fleets. Horror began to suffuse his face. He could very well imagine once the Sandmen smarted up and waited to group up with many different fleets before launching their invasion. As long as the Sandmen managed to hide in the middle of an asteroid belt, they could escape destruction and consume the attention of many mechs and starfighters. The Sandmen might even be able to build up their numbers in a star system to the point where they finally possess the capital to overrun every opposition. The Bright Republic would never be able to hold out against the Sandmen if the aliens actually adopted this alarmingly clever strategy. Is it possible that this is the newest evolution of Sandmen? The Sentinel commander nodded gravely. That possibility is on everyone's minds. While nobody is sure that the fleet in this star system is the only one that has adopted a different strategy, High Command doesn't want to risk the chance that the Sandman admirals leading this fleet might pass on their strategy to other high-caste Sandmen. What is their response, then? They've already dispatched some reinforcements from the Bentheim system to assist in the pursuit. If the Sandman admirals split up once they reach the asteroid belt, our current troop disposition isn't enough to scour the hiding Sandmen. Splitting up the defense force meant that they became a lot more vulnerable in case the Sandmen decided to prepare an ambush. There is something else, sir, Magdalena said. Captain Monlin has ordered you to cease accompanying us. You have to return to planetside immediately. Why? Because it's too dangerous for you. Some of the higher-ups speculate that the reason that the Sandmen sent this abnormal fleet to Cloudy Curtain is because of you. Your soldier mechs have made a huge impact on the Sand War to the detriment of our opponents. What? I'm just a mech designer. The Sandmen don't care about humans at all. They've never shown any desire to go after high-value targets. I thought so as well, but apparently we've sold the Sandmen short. Commander Magdalena darkly responded. We should discuss your future security arrangements after this incident has passed. For now, you should immediately reverse course. Technically, Commander Magdalena worked for the LMC, which by extension meant she worked for him. This meant that it was inappropriate for her to issue orders to him as if they were still in the Mech Corps. He didn't intend to object and throw a tantrum, though. He recognized the urgency of the situation and knew that his continued presence behind the defense force would only pose further problems. The last thing he should do was act like a spoiled brat and stick his nose into matters that didn't concern him anymore. The avatars and sentinels under Commander Magdalena's command were more than competent enough to address the current threat. That was what he paid for, after all. Leaving this matter to the professionals was the best decision he could make at this point. I'll leave the Sandman hunting to you, then. Take care, Commander. Once the call ended, Ves sat back and frowned even deeper. What are the Sandmen up to? Why is this Sandman fleet so weird? If he was just like any other brighter, he would have been clueless why the Sandmen in the Cloudy Curtain system acted so strange. Not Ves. He immediately smelled a plot involving one of his old acquaintances. It was no coincidence that the Sandmen had been stirred into a frenzy a few short years after Ves returned from the frontier. The Sandman race had always maintained their distance to human space out of a healthy respect for humanity's strength. For this centuries-long status quo to change all of a sudden was very odd. Even now, many analysts in the Komodo star sector were scratching their heads why the Sandmen decided to commit collective suicide all of a sudden. Not Ves. Unlike everyone else, Ves and Calabast were perhaps the only two humans in the galaxy who guessed the truth behind the Sandman invasion. Damn Sigrind! Can't you leave me alone? This was definitely the hybrid Sandman processor pulling tricks on him. Only Sigrind appeared to be able to make the entire Sandman race go mad and attack human space without any regard for their own survival. If the sentient AI could make the Sandmen do something as drastic as that, he could definitely pull off another prank by ordering the Sandmen to disturb Cloudy Curtain. After so many years without contact with Sigrind, Ves finally came into direct contact with the shadow of his immense power and influence. Now that several years had passed since Ves inadvertently released Sigrind into the galaxy, how far had the sentient AI progressed? Chapter 1661 Artificial Scheme. After his call with Commander Magdalena, Ves fell into an awful mood. He locked himself inside his stateroom and brooded over the possibility that Sigrind was targeting him for some reason. As the most probable instigator of the Sandman invasion, Sigrind had enough blood in his hands to drench the entire star sector. The Sandmen had already managed to overrun over a dozen states, and were on track to smash some more by the time they exhausted their forces. The sheer slaughter to both humans and Sandmen made it very clear that Sigrind was nothing less than a monster without any immorality in his artificially modified Sandman core. With such a great threat looming over his head, Ves should be very worried. He wasn't. In truth, once Ves speculated that Sigrind was directly involved, he knew that his life would never be under threat. This was because of the pact that he and Calabast had made with the sentient AI. As long as he died or issued the right command, news of Sigrind's existence would definitely leak out. Ves had long made enough precautions, several of which did not rely on electronic systems at all. So long as his words managed to reach the ears of the CFA, Sigrind would definitely become the object of their crazed pursuit. From what he heard about the CFA, creating a sentient AI had always been one of their holy grails. Ves had no doubt that the CFA would commit much more than a single war fleet to track Sigrind down. Therefore, Ves no longer considered the abnormal Sandman fleet a threat. The most the Sandman admirals in charge of the fleet could do was to play a very frustrating game of hide and seek by hiding themselves among the endless asteroids floating in space. He didn't have to worry too much about the Sandmen accumulating forces in the Cloudy Curtain system. Since the behavior of the Sandmen in the system alarmed the higher-ups, the government would definitely dispatch a strong force to squash the inventive Sandman admirals as fast as possible. Everyone feared that the strange Sandman admirals might reunite with their fellow Sandmen and pass on their strange teachings. However, Ves thought differently. His face grew darker as he suddenly realized that the entire Sandman invasion was nothing more than a scheme. What was Sigrind thinking? Why did he provoke the Big Two by launching an immense invasion that already killed trillions of humans? While Ves did not have any proof, he intuitively assumed that Sigrind had gained total control over the entire Sandman race. With how much time he spent on a CFA battleship pretending to be her virtual officers, Sigrind should not be ignorant of proper tactics and strategy. If he wanted to, he could have directed the Sandman fleets in a way that ensured that they would have overrun every third-rate state in the Komodo star sector. Yet instead of maximizing the combat effectiveness of the Sandmen, Sigrind inexplicably made the Sandman behave in a way that suggested that the Sandmen only possessed a limited amount of intelligence. Right now, practically every human regarded the Sandmen as if they were profoundly stupid. Everyone is underestimating the Sandmen. What was Sigrind trying to accomplish by painting his former race as a bunch of semi-sentient dimwits? Why did he intentionally cripple the invasion effort and give every state in the third line of defense a chance to repel the enemy? There was something very fishy going on. In fact, Ves always harbored these suspicions, but with all of the emergencies taking place, he never had the time to settle down and think through the situation. Was Sigrind purposefully trying to mess around with Ves? He shook his head. How could a single individual cause a grand sentient AI to devote his full processing power towards such a useless pursuit? The Sandman invasion likely served a completely different purpose, one that was probably unconnected to Ves or Calabast. Cygran's true enemy was the Common Fleet Alliance. These warship-mad spacers were obsessed with automation and AIs for some reason. So long as this great threat loomed over Cygran's head, the hybrid Sandman would never be able to live in peace. Forget about galactic domination or forming a new empire. As soon as a single human became aware of Cygran's existence, his life was irrevocably over. Is that why he is trying to get rid of the Sandmen? Cygran clearly didn't care about his former race. The Sandman invasion was not only a tragedy for the humans living close to the border with the frontier, but also risked wiping out every Sandman. The outrageous aggression of their race had already sealed their fate. While Ves hadn't heard anything about the CFA war fleets sent to wipe out the Sandmen starting from their origin point, the galaxy would soon say goodbye to yet another alien race. Only Cygran would be able to get away. Of course, now that the Sandmen have seemingly gone extinct by that time, no human would invest any energy in seeking a few lost grains of sand. Was this what Cygran tried to accomplish? Ves shook his head. That's far too simple. It was impossible for Ves to match the sheer processing power of a sentient AI created by the CFA. Unable to match Cygran's artificial wits, Ves eventually shrugged and put aside his guessing game. It was enough for him to conclude that Cygran shouldn't be after his life. Whatever else he was plotting should not affect him directly. Well, that isn't entirely correct. The entire Sandman invasion already affected his life in a profound way. While he had benefited quite a lot from the opportunities that opened up, his mood quickly soured at all of the humans who died. It was just that Cygran's actions hadn't crossed a line that would compel him to expose the sentient's existence. This was because Ves would inevitably incur a huge price when Cygran exposed him as a holy son. Is he deliberately tormenting me or what? Ves realized he could have ended the Sand War early and prevented a lot of death and destruction if he spoke out earlier. As long as he disregarded his freedom, the MTA and CFA would have responded a lot stronger than they currently did at the moment. Even the invasion of the Red Ocean Dwarf Galaxy wouldn't be enough to keep their attention away from the Komodo Star sector. Unfortunately for everyone, Ves was not a selfless person. At the very least, the situation so far hadn't driven him to the point where he found his choice to remain silent to be unbearable. As for the guilt that should have plagued his heart for allowing the Sandmen to engulf countless humans, Ves did not feel responsible at all. His heart was as light as a feather. While Ves was not indifferent to the tragedy that had already occurred, he still considered himself to be a small and insignificant figure in the greater scheme of things. Unless he became as powerful as a master mech designer, he could forget about playing the great game. Events that affected entire star sectors like the Sandman invasion was not something that he could meddle in. At most, he could only stick to his job and design the mechs that helped humanity resist the aggressors. As the Barracuda returned to the only habitable planet in the star system, Ves eventually regained his normal mood. A welcome distraction was Gloriana's recovery. After 1.5 days of rest, she managed to regain consciousness. "How are you, Gloriana?" "I still feel somewhat weak," she said softly over the comm. "It's rather strange. I've never felt so tired despite all of the doctors stating that my body is in an optimal condition. I can't imagine how much strain you have to cope with every time you create something special." Ves tapped the side of his head. "Everything can be trained, including our minds. It is not necessarily bad for you to come under strain. As long as you give yourself some time to recover, I'm sure you'll be able to cope a little better next time. I trust you, Ves. Hopefully, I'll recover completely within the next couple of days. We still have some mech designs to complete. Right now, I don't think that I'm in a good condition to work on a project right now. Ves guessed that Gloriana depleted a considerable amount of spiritual energy. This was not good news. Unlike Ves, who could rely on his grand dynamo to recover spiritual energy quickly, Gloriana did not have such a convenient means to replenish her expenditure. When I get back, I'll tell you what's likely wrong with you. For now, I think it's a good idea for you to get used to your temporary mental state. If you think you are up for it, I think it would be a good idea for you to continue on our projects rather than leave them aside. Why so, Ves? Designing a mech while you are not necessarily in the right mood builds up resilience. As a true professional, you should be able to design a mech under every circumstance. Just because you are feeling mentally exhausted should not affect your knowledge base and your accumulated design experience. The only factors that have diminished ought to be your passion and your motivation. Is that right? She nodded weakly. Every time I think about designing a mech, I don't feel any joy. That's really weird. I've never been so unenthusiastic about designing mechs than today. Ves sighed. This is the price you paid to help me create something exceptional. While I'm more than capable of paying this price, the same doesn't apply to you. This is a part of my specialty. I've been working on improving my capabilities in this area since the start of my design career. I'm still peeved at my state. Do you have a way of fixing my exhaustion? Ves contemplated whether he could lend his grand dynamo to Gloriana. Sadly, the grand dynamo formed in his mind had already been embedded by his spiritual energy. There was no way that Ves could top Gloriana off with his own spiritual energy. It was like mixing two different kinds of fuel in the tank of a starship. Despite their similarities, their attributes and other properties differ too much to be able to use them interchangeably. To be honest, Ves wasn't even confident he could help Gloriana recover faster in the first place. Before he obtained the grand dynamo, Ves had to wait for many months before his natural regeneration replenished his spent spiritual energy. However, Ves did not discount this possibility immediately. He was a lot more capable in spiritual manipulation than before. Considering the amazing result they achieved when she exerted her spirituality, Ves could not allow her to be out for months at a time. He had to develop a method that hastened her recovery. We're lucky that we almost completed the Adonis Colossus first. Ves smiled. If you're really not up to it, I can wrap up this project by myself. I don't like this. I want to make sure the Adonis Colossus design is as perfect as possible. In fact, I already plan to return to our design lab today. All right. Ves no longer worried too much about her condition. Don't push yourself beyond your means. Some strain is good, but too much strain is very dangerous. Understood. By the way, how is the situation in space? Strange. Ves grimaced, but he didn't say anything more. Due to the sensitivity of the matter, the government already classified anything related to the abnormal Sandman fleet. It's none of our business, though. The government is already on top of the situation. It might take some while for the Defense Force to return to orbit. Okay. By the way, Ves, there's something else you should know. What's that? I just received a notification from my cousin Rania. She's due to arrive within a month. Chapter 1662 Low Period. When the Barracuda returned to Cloudy Curtain, Ves immediately entered the Cloud Estate to check up on his girlfriend. At the moment, she was sitting on a luxurious couch. Gloriana greeted him with a tired smile while petting Clixie. Ves. You're back. Meow. Hey Clixie! Ves briefly bent down to scratch the Rebarthan sentinel cat's head before placing his hand on Gloriana's head. Let me check up on you for a moment. Though his abrupt motion caused her guards to twitch, Ves did not pay any mind to anything else. Right now, only Gloriana mattered. He inspected her with his spiritual senses. As he feared, her spiritual energy reserves had dropped by a significant quantity. Fortunately, the worst hadn't occurred. She hadn't expended all of her spiritual energy. Unaccustomed to performing spiritual manipulation, she couldn't endure the strain of maintaining her earlier state for long. Her mind withdrew before she expended too much of her spiritual energy. However, she still wasted a significant amount. If her regeneration rate was the same as his before he obtained the Grand Dynamo, then she would probably require a month or two to regain her full strength. Until then, it would be difficult for her to feel passionate and energetic when designing a mech. This was the price she paid for using her ability in a more direct and spiritual way. Nothing came for free. The main concern that Ves held was if it had been worth it. Now that Gloriana expended herself, she wouldn't be able to provide as much assistance in finalizing the Adonis Colossus and Deliverer designs. However, as long as she avoided incurring permanent damage, everything was okay. In 2 months, she'd be back to normal and ready to do her utmost in designing mechs. Ves drew back his hand and sat down next to her. You're in a mentally exhausted condition. This isn't something that medical examinations can detect, so don't be fooled if they all state that you're healthy. Please explain. To put it simply, you've exerted your domain in a way that consumes your strength. If you think of yourself as a god, then you have expended some of your energy to exercise your power. This consumption is very substantial. By my estimate, it will take around 2 months for you to return to normal. 2 months? She grew alarmed. My time is very precious. I can't afford to sit still for 2 months. Calm down, Gloriana. Just because you are in a low mood doesn't mean you are forced to rest all day. As I've said before, this is a good time for you to exercise your mental resilience. So long as you can train yourself to design mechs while you are in your current state, you'll be able to design any mech under any circumstances. You speak as if you have experience on the matter. Remember my visit to Centerpoint and my tour through the Star Sector? One of the underlying reasons why I took such an extensive trip was to recover from the same condition. Ah. How long did it take for you to recover? More than half a year. I got better though. She fell silent for a moment. That is a very long time. I suppose we won't be able to exploit our newly discovered synergy too often. At the very least, we need to be careful with the timing so that nothing else important is on the agenda. He felt gratified that Gloriana didn't give up on the new techniques after knowing the price. To be honest, Ves really hoped they could perform artificial conception again and improve its efficiency. Gloriana's semi-autonomous way of controlling her spiritual projection was very crude and wasteful. You don't necessarily have to force yourself to design mechs during this low period. You can also do other productive activities, such as studying more knowledge. She nodded. That's what I already had in mind. I don't have much of a problem with sharpening my knowledge. It's just that I don't feel the same spark anymore every time I want to work on our current projects. I have never felt this way in my life. Not once. He knew that she developed an early passion for mechs. Since she started to design her first mech, she never lost her passion in her profession. It was one of the reasons why she was able to progress so fast. Rarely did anyone advance to journeyman without loving their craft. You won't notice any difference when it comes to performing mechanical or routine tasks. It's only when you need to exercise your creativity and imagination that you will feel sluggish and empty. He passed on his personal understanding and experiences of falling in a low state. Gloriana listened attentively and took his advice seriously. She only had one more question. Is there no way to recover faster? Ves hesitated. There are. In fact, I'm a lot better in this regard now. However, my solution is not really applicable to you. I'm a lot different from you, Gloriana. He wasn't entirely truthful. If he granted her guest access to the system, she might be able to draw her own grand dynamo elixir from the lottery. In fact, Ves could draw this elixir by himself and pass it on to her, saving him 1,000,000 DP. However, Ves was deeply reluctant to reveal the system to her at this time. While he came to trust her increasingly more, their relationship still had some ways to go. It wasn't necessary to pull her into the troublesome vortex surrounding the system at this time. Once he passed some more advice, he left her alone to take another nap. Since her mind was not very robust, she was actually a bit worse off than him when he initially drained himself. Due to all of the new developments, Ves decided to leave aside his projects and catch up on some matters. He traveled to his office at the LMC's headquarters and called in Dr. Lupo. Doctor, are you familiar with Gloriana's current state? Yes. I was part of the initial examinations, the exobiologist stated. Sadly, I'm just as in the dark as her own doctors. All I can do is to adjust her diet and see if that helps. I have several ideas to address her deficient mental acuity. Personally, Ves did not have much hope that eating different foods could help, but it didn't hurt to try. Don't waste too much time on that. Gloriana will be able to recover on her own in time. There are much more important matters. Gloriana just told me that her cousin Vanya will be arriving at Cloudy Curtain within a month. Dr. Lupo knew the significance of this news. Will she perform the implant surgery upon arrival? I'm not sure. It depends on her own arrangements and how long she intends to stay here. In case she can only stay here for a limited time, you need to be ready to assist and supervise the implant surgery. I've developed some competences in this field, but I wouldn't call myself a qualified implant surgeon, Lupo haltingly replied. While I am familiar with the necessary theory, I don't have much practical experience beyond practicing in virtual simulations. How successful are you in the simulations? Not good. My performance is barely passable when performing a standard cranial implant insertion, but I don't have the necessary experience to handle unanticipated complications. That was worse than he expected of his subordinate. He fed Dr. Lupo with enough intelligence candies to boost his intelligence attribute to 2.0. Did the exobiologist spend all of his time on his pet projects rather than his main tasks? Seeing how Ves became discontented with him, Dr. Lupo quickly raised his hands in innocence. I already made a judgment that I'm not able to match Miss Ranya's competence in implant surgery. Instead, I've put a lot of effort into familiarizing the specific programming and other properties surrounding your Archimedes Rubal implant. While it's extremely advanced, it's over 300 years out of date. There is a lot of leaked and declassified information about this specific bioimplant on the galactic net. I've even managed to retrieve a lot of updated firmware and unofficial software mods. That sounds a bit dubious. I'm aware that some, if not most, of the material I've found is malicious. Don't worry, Mr. Larkinson. I've used all of the information I've gathered as reference material to improve my comprehension of the Archimedes Rubal implant. After several months of focused study, I can't say that I've become an expert on cranial bioimplants, but I have definitely gained a thorough understanding of the workings of this specific implant model. How good is your understanding? Good enough to be able to update and tweak the bioimplant on your orders. While I wouldn't trust any of the software mods that I've collected, I can program something conservative that nevertheless improves some crucial aspects. Lupo looked hopeful at Ves, as if waiting for permission to tinker with the programming of the Archimedes Rebel. Ves huffed at his subordinate, as if he would let any single person have free rein over something he planned to insert in his head. Wait until Rania arrives and familiarizes herself with the Archimedes Rebel, he instructed in a firm tone. Anything involving this implant must be done with constant checks and verification. I won't tolerate any doubt or dubious actions, understood? Understood. Though Lupo looked a little deflated, he soon recovered. His true passion lay elsewhere, so he didn't care too much about the Archimedes Rebel. It was just a shiny toy to the exobiologist. Ves proceeded to ask Lupo's progress on his other assignments. The exobiologist hadn't made much progress in understanding V's complicated physique due to lack of time, and he only made a minor breakthrough with regards to uncovering the secrets behind Gerald's spice. While I haven't been able to detect anything extraordinary about this spice, I am reasonably confident I have been able to isolate the most exceptional component, Lupo stated. If my assumptions are correct, the active effect that you are seeking is locked inside this specific substance. What does that mean? It's possible to artificially reproduce this substance, though only at great cost. Whether the imitation I've made carries the unknown effect you desire is another matter. Ves gestured to Nita, who was quietly guarding him from the far side of the office. Coordinate with my bodyguard here for that. She is the only one in my crew who can detect the difference. Lupo glanced at the tall bodyguard. Very well. Is there anything else you can do with this substance? Even if I can't reproduce it, I can still use it as an additive to your meals. You'll be able to receive the same benefits from Gerald's spice without encountering its pungent odor. While Ves was skeptical whether that would work, that was good news. Gerald's spice was way too distinctive and would definitely arouse some suspicion to those who were aware of its properties. Ves hadn't encountered anyone else with an extraordinary nose after his visit to the Sentinel Kingdom. That didn't mean he let down his guard. He was just fortunate that his life didn't intersect with any agents affiliated with the Five Scrolls Compact. He could not guarantee that he could avoid another encounter, so it was better to be safe than sorry. How much progress have you made on gaining permission to set up an exhibeast reserve? Oh, I haven't spent much time on this issue, but the administrators I've hired already managed to get it done. Your Larkinson Exobiology Institute is ready to set up an exhibeast reserve a fair distance away from Freslin. I've held off on procuring exhibeasts, though. Under these wartime circumstances, it's not entirely appropriate to conduct these activities. Additionally, shipping of non-essential goods is heavily restricted. Ves nodded. You made the right call, though you should inform me beforehand. There was not much point in setting up an exhibeast reserve when he might have to abandon it later if the Bright Republic succumbed to the Sandmen. What Dr. Lupo managed to accomplish in this limited amount of time was already enough. Hiring a capable biotech expert was one of the better decisions he had made recently. Chapter 1663 Relocation. A few days went by as the situation in space became more tense. The citizens of the Bright Republic did not hear the announcement they expected. Everyone expected to hear that the defense fleet defeated the invading Sandman fleet a few days after they sortied. Instead, no news came at all. The government and all of the media outlets kept mum, leaving every local in the dark. No news wasn't necessarily good news. Many Brighters began to grow worried that something might have gotten wrong. If the government hadn't stated that the defense force was fully intact, the locals would have panicked and thought the end was near. As it was, the locals became a little split. Their daily lives continued without any interruption, prompting most people to push the matter in the back of their minds. Naturally, many others still remained concerned, so much so that they preemptively tried to evacuate to Bentheim. Because the government commandeered too many ships, it was too difficult to secure traditional transit. The most they could do was to pay for passage aboard one of the many transport vessels shipping materials from Bentheim to Cloudy Curtain and back. Though the ride was uncomfortable, it was better than nothing. None of this impacted Ves too much. He only made a brief company-wide announcement to cool the nerves of his employees. Whether they believed him or not was not his concern. Just as Ves expected, because nothing apparently happened, the acuteness of the emergency eventually faded. However, he still monitored the situation in space through various channels. While Commander Magdalena was not allowed to contact him directly, he had access to some reports. The central government was alarmed. The abnormal behavior of the Sandman admirals that intruded Cloudy Curtain had become such a fearsome occurrence that the Mech Corps directly dispatched an entire Mech regiment to suppress the fleet. Over 2,000 space-borne mechs and accompanying ships of the 4th Light Hounds of the 3rd Bentheim Division reached the Cloudy Curtain system in secret. The mech companies of the Light Hounds immediately fanned out to scour the asteroid belt for the Sandman elements that had shaken off detection by hiding in the middle of the asteroid belt. If the deviant Sandman admirals put their full effort into hiding their presence, then the Light Hounds might be stuck here for a couple weeks. Fortunately, the higher-ups acted decisively and dispatched the Light Hounds with haste, so the Sandmen couldn't have split up very far. Though it was easy for the aliens to camouflage their presence in the asteroid belt, they couldn't move too fast without breaking their cover. If the roving patrols neared the hiding positions of the Sandmen, then the latter wouldn't be able to move at all without tripping some alarms. In order to hasten the search, every mech that participated in the search effort received an emergency software update that optimized the scanners to detect the presence of Sandmen. Though the Mech Corps previously paid little attention to Cloudy Curtain, now that it became a focal point in the war, the resources they brought to bear was very considerable. "Is it true that the Sandmen are targeting you in order to sabotage the glows of your mechs?" Gavin asked in a worried tone. "Relax. I won't go down so easily. Even if the Sandmen find some way to threaten this planet, we can instantly board the Barracuda to escape their clutches." This was the privilege of owning a starship. "I don't believe that this is a coincidence. The Sandmen are definitely after your life." Ves grew exasperated at Gavin's worries. Because of his gatekeeper role, Gavin had access to some of the intelligence that Ves received. Reading all of the material made the assistant very scared of his own life. Death by Sandmen had become the biggest fright of every citizen exposed to the Sand War. "Just flee to Bentheim on a transport ship if you can't keep your composure." His assistant looked sheepish. "Sorry, boss. I lost control. It's just that there is such a big threat looming over our heads. What if a second Sandman fleet joins the first? We'll evacuate once Cloudy Curtain can't be defended anymore. No sooner. Besides, do you really think that Bentheim is any safer? There are at least 3 or 4 Sandman fleets invading the port system every day." The Sandmen managed to expand the breach from Sydney Superior and threaten much of the interior of the Bright Republic. The Mech Corps and the Starfighter Corps were spreading their forces to their limit in order to prop up all of the vulnerable star systems. Bentheim's attraction to the Sandmen served as a mixed blessing under these circumstances. On one hand, Bentheim attracted an unreasonable amount of Sandman fleets. The quantity of invaders had reached such a severe point that a considerable amount of traffic that flowed through Bentheim had dropped. No one wanted to bump into the Sandmen as soon as they transitioned into the port system. Of course, this led to a severe disruption in the supply chains that Bentheim subsided upon to keep its vast economy running. Trade dropped by a third and industrial production dropped by a lesser degree. The entire state mobilized into action. The military did its best to suppress the invading Sandmen and to maintain secure shipping routes. The other branches of the government provided more support to essential companies and did their best to keep trade flowing as much as possible. Unfortunately, all of these actions and disruptions increased the monthly inflation rate even more. Ves literally saw the LMC's cash pile diminishing in value with each passing day. Gavin understood the deteriorating economic circumstances better than Ves. It's really bad right now. As of yesterday, it is no longer profitable for us to maintain production at the mech nursery. The shipping rates have skyrocketed, making even short runs between Bentheim and Cloudy Curtain prohibitively expensive. Is it because of insurance? Ves asked. The shipping companies are risking their assets every time they ship materials to Cloudy Curtain or ship finished products back to Bentheim. While the military is doing its best to keep the shipping lanes free from the Sandmen, that is not a perfect guarantee. Ves hesitated for a moment. He really did not like to halt production at the mech nursery. It was the principal production facility of his mech company, and a temporary shutdown would have severe consequences. Ves did not care too much about the disruption to the production plans or the delay in fulfilling orders. What he really cared about was keeping his mech technicians and factory workers sharp. Giving them a few days off didn't affect their readiness. However, if they began to sit idle for several months, they wouldn't be as productive if they returned to work. Yet keeping up production when he lost more money than he earned per sale was not a good outcome either. He had to make a choice between two unpalatable options. To be honest, Ves did not mind paying a modest price to keep his best and most loyal workers sharp. However, the economy was just starting to deteriorate. With the Sandmen far from running out of steam, the situation would definitely grow worse over time. Instruct Raymond to shut down production if necessary. Ves eventually spoke. Even if we have to keep our manufacturing personnel idle for the remainder of the Sand War, it won't take too much effort to regain what we've lost after the crisis has passed. Gavin made a note on his data pad. Will do. I have a suggestion. Why not offer to transport our workers and their families to Bentheim? We've recently invested in a handful of manufacturing complexes there to put our windfall to good use, remember? While we are already in the process of hiring workers, it's a lot better if we can reassign experienced and dedicated personnel from the mech nursery. That sounded like a good idea to Ves. He didn't make an immediate decision, though. Pass this suggestion up to Raymond and the senior management. This is a very major move, and I don't want the LMC to make any haphazard moves. I'm not sure how many workers are willing to relocate to Bentheim in the first place. There's something else that is related to this issue. We've recently received some official notices from the government. While Gavin passed on the notices to Ves, he briefly summarized their contents. All of the messages are pretty much saying the same thing. The government is concerned at your continued stay in Cloudy Curtain. The Ministry of Defense is the most fervent branch in requesting you to leave this star system. Because they think the Sandmen are targeting me specifically? Ves frowned. I don't know why you're so nonchalant about this threat. If the Sandmen are truly aware of your significance, then you're in big trouble. Holding up at Bentheim or Rittersburg is much better since the Mech Corps maintains a heavy presence in those star systems. Cloudy Curtain is my home. If you truly care about your home planet, you should have left months ago. Your presence here is endangering everyone else if the Sandmen are really out to get you. Besides, even if you don't believe that, the government surely does. Ves narrowed his eyes. Will the government force me to evacuate to a better defended star system? Yes, Gavin bluntly replied. The people in charge have only sent some politely worded requests so far because they don't want to offend you. However, they'll definitely push you harder if you remain stubborn. This was not what Ves wanted to hear. His mood darkened as he agreed with his assistant. There was no evidence that the Sandmen weren't out to get him. Aside from Calabast, practically everyone else who was aware of the situation probably believed that Ves was under threat. However, that did not mean that Ves was ready to surrender to the government's demands. One of the biggest reasons why he was determined to remain at Cloudy Curtain was that it was easy for him to run away. If for some reason the Sandmen really launched a surprise attack or the government turned against him, Ves wanted to have a clear path of escape. The defense forces stationed at Cloudy Curtain weren't numerous enough to envelop the entire planet. It was not that hard for the swift and nimble Barracuda to avoid pursuit and circumvent blockades. It was an entirely different matter if Ves moved to Bentheim. There was so much shipping and traffic there that every vessel had to abide by the instructions of traffic control. Patrols and enforcement were much more strict at Bentheim. There was no way a single ship could slip through the thick defensive net around the planet. Ves always harbored some paranoia towards his home state. Even though he currently maintained friendly relations with the Tovars and the government, who knew they wanted to stab his back one day. Though he knew it was unreasonable to suspect the government to turn on a prominent and decorated citizen, Ves was no normal brighter. For this reason, Ves did not prepare to evacuate to Bentheim under any circumstances. Because of Cloudy Curtain's relatively low strategic importance, there was no way the Mech Corps could station a large force here on a continuous basis. As long as Cygrin stopped pranking Ves by sending more abnormal Sandman fleets to Cloudy Curtain, the Lighthounds should eventually return to the Bentheim system. The fighting there had become very intense, after all. Bentheim needed all the help it could get to prevent the arriving Sandmen from reaching critical mass. Gavin looked disappointed though. "I don't know if the government will allow you to have your way. If I were you, I would start buying some accommodations on Bentheim. A lot of rich people have departed over the last months. The real value of mansions and other extravagant real estate has plummeted." Too bad Ves wasn't interested. Chapter 1660 for Queen Gloriana. When Ves returned to the Cloud Estate, he met up with Gloriana, who was resting in the back gardens of their mansion, and informed her of the latest developments. "For what it's worth, I agree with you." Gloriana tickled Clixie's belly. "Bentheim isn't only bad for you, but also for me. If the Bright Republic has any ideas about me, it won't be easy to take me into custody as long as I stay here under the protection of my Glory Battalion." Ves immediately recognized the problem. "Your escorts only consist of one space-borne mech company, one land-bound mech company, and one elite guard infantry company. While I'm sure your protectors are strong enough to win while heavily outnumbered, it's hard to say who will win if the Mech Corps dispatches a mech regiment or two to intercept our flight. If those mech regiments deploy their expert pilots, then the threat they pose becomes much greater," Gloriana added. "With thousands of mechs acting in support of a couple of expert mechs, it isn't possible for my Glory Battalion to escape." While second-class mechs possessed a crushing advantage against third-class mechs, they weren't invincible. As long as the weaker but vastly more numerous force was willing to make some sacrifices, it was possible to overwhelm a second-class mech force through sheer weight of numbers. In essence, it was similar to how the Sandmen managed to grind down their opposition. By placing little to no value in the lives of individual Sandmen, the aggressors managed to achieve huge results. Of course, the price the Sandmen paid was correspondingly huge as well, but that did not make people feel any better. In any case, both Ves and Gloriana were of the same mind regarding this issue. They both wanted to avoid relocating to heavily protected star systems to avoid placing themselves at the mercy of the state. Now that he thought about it, Ves shouldn't be surprised that Gloriana did not entirely feel at ease. As a foreigner and a hexer, she was completely alone and isolated in the Bright Republic, which had always leaned towards the Friday Coalition. I don't think I can resist the demand to relocate to Bentheim or some other heavily protected star system on my own, Ves admitted. She looked at him with an odd expression. Aren't you well connected by now? The Tovar family should be able to provide you with a lot of cover. Ves shook his head. While I still have to contact the Tovars, the fact that they didn't say anything to me so far means that this issue might be a bit troublesome. He received a lot of official notices from various different branches of the government. That meant that a single faction would find it very difficult to resist a united opposition. While Ves believed that the officials requesting him to relocate to Bentheim didn't intend anything malicious towards him, he couldn't discount the minute possibility that this was part of a plot. So how do you intend to resolve this problem? I have you right? Ves grinned. Unless the Bright Republic wants to attract the hatred of the hexadric hegemony, they can't force you to do anything. Her eyes lit up. She wasn't ignorant of her exalted status among third-class citizens. You're right. I can use my own influence to keep up here. They discussed the details. Gloriana only had to make some noise to negate any further attempts at getting them to relocate to Bentheim. Perhaps the entire reason why the government sent requests to him was because they wanted to hoodwink him into traveling to Bentheim on a voluntary basis. This way, they wouldn't trigger Gloriana's opposition. However, now that Ves dragged her into the mud, there was no way for the Bright Republic to continue to insist. Even if Ves ostensibly played a very pivotal role in sustaining the charm of the soldier product line, no sane official wanted to step on the toes of a hexer. It helped a lot that hexers carried a very dreadful relationship in the Komodo star sector. Though they ordinarily kept to themselves during peacetime, they often reacted unreasonably aggressive when provoked. After the hexers made many examples after idiots provoked the proud and confident women, everyone learned not to mess with them under any circumstances. Only the Friday men dared to match them blow for blow, which was evidenced by their brave performance in the Komodo War. The war back home is not going as well as we thought, Gloriana admitted to Ves after they finished their earlier discussion. Several of our assumptions haven't panned out. The Vermeer Group and the Carnegie Group should have been in tatters by now, but instead the Gage dynasty and the Kansu clan have been the first to commit reinforcements to the front. With the prompt support of the two most powerful partners, it's hard for my fellow hexers to advance any further. The Friday Coalition has been preparing for a confrontation for a long time. Ves looked at her sternly. They should have been more divided. Most of the partners are led by males, she objected. What kind of a stupid argument was that? I thought you hexers were smarter than that. Underestimating your enemy is a cardinal sin. You don't understand, Ves. Many of us were sure that we possessed an advantage. We worked so hard to manipulate the egos of these leaders behind the scenes. Ves chuckled. Seems like those covert actions haven't managed to tilt the balance in your favor. She sighed. You're right. At the moment, the Friday men are matching us blow to blow. There are even signs that the Friday men are mounting a counteroffensive. She didn't sound too worried. If the Friday men could muster up an attack, the hexers would surely be able to meet them. While the former turned out to be stronger than she expected, it was impossible for the disparity to be too big. For now, both sides were fairly even, which meant that attrition warfare continued to reign along the front. This uncertainty made Gloriana fret. Combined with her mental exhaustion, she no longer felt as optimistic about her side. Ves placed his palm on her hand. This is the nature of war, Gloriana. Loss is a very real possibility. Even if we win, the price you've paid is inevitably big. I'm not used to contemplating losses, she grimaced. The hegemony rarely fails, Ves. We won the initial scramble for territory when the Komodo star sector opened up. If our remaining opposition hadn't banded together and formed the coalition, we would have captured all of the core territories at the beginning. One of the reasons why we launched the war this time is to finish what we started. Do you Hexers even realize that you can only throw your weight around in this star sector? If you happen to have any ideas about the vicious mountain star sector, you Hexers will definitely learn a painful lesson. Ha! Those primitive brutes from Vicious Mountain are next! Gloriana sneered. Ves could hardly believe what she said. The Hexers were already having a taut time against the Friday men, but they were already plotting to take down the states of a more developed star sector. Okay. Don't use that tone on me, Ves. We're ambitious, not stupid. Our state will probably have to digest our gains for a century or so before we are ready to consider other matters. In fact, I'm not even sure that conquering Vicious Mountain is still on the agenda. Because of Red Ocean, right? She nodded. The Komodo and Vicious Mountain star sectors are both barren star sectors in the rim. We can't help it. Our predecessors who founded the hegemony weren't welcome in other star sectors. Ves had no trouble believing that. Their weird beliefs and their disdain towards men probably rubbed every sane person the wrong way. Human civilization in the Milky Way galaxy has long been settled, Ves remarked. There is hardly any unclaimed space in the valuable interior to found a new state. Anyone with the ambition to found a new state can only pick up the crumbs. This is why the Red Ocean is so compelling to us. I've been in touch with my fellow friends and acquaintances on ComBook, and several of them are very interested in pioneering new ground. The Red Ocean is irresistibly attractive to them because all of the rich and bountiful star sectors are ripe for the picking as long as we get to them first. You sound like you want to join in on the fun, Ves sardonically remarked. Her eyes turned dreamy for a moment. Just think about it. Why not be your own king and rule over your own state? You don't have to answer to anyone except the big two. Not that it matters, since the MTA and CFA have better things to do than boss around a single state. So long as we capture some star systems and fend off our challengers, we can call ourselves sovereigns. That sounds stupid, Ves flatly replied. He bonked her head with his knuckles, causing her to cry out in indignation. What was that for, Ves? We're mech designers, Gloriana. Why should we be messing around with politics and keep ourselves entangled with matters of state? Our greatest concern should be selling mechs and progressing our design philosophies. I don't see any contradictions between the two. Why can't we found a state and devote a portion of its tax revenue in furthering our research and activities? Because you'll be mixing business with politics. Do you intend to run a megacorporation or something? The amount of political and business entanglements you'll end up with will be too much for you to bear. She crossed her arms. Then let's go for another governance model, then. I always fancied myself as a queen. Absolutely not. Feudal states are too dysfunctional. Just look at the Vesia kingdom if you want to see how awful they can become. That's because the royal family was too weak to keep its vassals in line. Look at the Sentinel Kingdom instead. Isn't it run by a strong and stable monarchy who managed to grow the state into the most powerful third-rate state in the star sector? His lips twitched at this mention. You've never visited the Sentinel Kingdom. You don't know what it's really like. The Nixian Gap exerts a much greater influence on Sentinel than you think. Then, what form of state do you actually prefer? A republic like your home state? It sounds boring, though. Calling myself Madam President is a lot more boring than calling myself a queen. Ves bonked her on the head yet again. You shouldn't entertain these unrealistic fantasies. Founding a state in the Red Ocean is absolutely not simple, especially when there are countless ambitious groups trying to do the same. We'll have to fend off competitors who originated from many different influences from galactic heartland and galactic center of the Milky Way galaxy. Their foundation will doubtless be a lot deeper than ours. You spoilsport. Gloriana glowered at her insensitive lover. I thought you were brave and ambitious. Why are you such a coward all of a sudden? I'm only brave when it benefits me to be brave. Do you think that the leaders of second-rate states are the actual movers and shakers of our society? I can guarantee you that the CFA and MTA all treat them as monkeys. What's your point, VS? If you want to be a true monarch, then work hard to become a star designer instead. Only then will you be able to obtain enough power to influence the direction of human civilization. In order to reach this exalted height, we need to devote our full effort in our careers. Any major distraction can be fatal to our ambitions to reach the pinnacle of mech design. His words finally managed to penetrate her consciousness. She couldn't offer an effective retort against his argument at this time, especially when her mind wasn't as sharp as before. I still want to be called Queen Gloriana of House Woden Larkinson, she sulked. Chapter 1665 Dishonor. Captain Melinda Larkinson gritted her teeth as the empty void of space lit up by a multitude of lasers. Since no mech was stupid enough to employ lasers against the Sandmen, only the enemy utilized this method of attack. When she took in the overall battle situation, her heart chilled. Two huge spherical monoliths dauntlessly pressed forward. If that was it, then the defense force could have bombarded their huge surface areas with impunity. The problem was that a huge swarm of Sandman drones surrounded the monoliths. An estimated 12 to 15 Sandman admirals led this huge fleet, causing the higher-ups to dispatch at least several mech regiments and auxiliary forces to meet this incoming threat. While the power of so many mechs and starfighters was terrible, the Sandmen did not go down without a fight. Explosive shells and kinetic rounds slammed against the monoliths on a continuous basis. Compared to the swift and agile Sandman drones, the monoliths were so big that it was impossible for a mech to miss their shots. However, half a dozen rods sticking out of the monoliths accumulated energy regardless of how much damage the monoliths sustained. Even if a couple of salvos of concentrated fire managed to break one of the rods, the other rods finished their accumulation and discharged a very powerful laser beam that was equivalent in power to warship armament. No standard mech could ever output so much energy in such a devastating laser beam. The worst part about the laser beams was that the monoliths didn't waste their awesome firepower on the mechs. Instead, they targeted the carriers flying in the rear. Due to the need to resupply exhausted mechs and take in ejected cockpits, the ships couldn't be too far away from the battle. Each heavy laser beam struck a deep groove in the surfaces of the heavily armored combat carriers. While the integrity of the carriers weren't affected, it was not very easy to repair the battle damage. Due to the scarcity of exotics, the Bright Republic simply couldn't afford to waste so many resources on repairing combat carriers. The best the Mech Corps and the Starfighter Corps could do was fill up the gaps with cheaper and more inferior armor plating. In such a costly situation, the carriers should have withdrawn further away. However, due to the accuracy of the lasers against large objects, the distance needed to dodge the heavy laser beams was too unreasonable. A distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers meant that mechs and starfighters would have to exhaust a lot of energy or waste a lot of time by coasting on a ballistic trajectory in order to intercept the Sandman fleet. In addition, the monoliths did not possess a single mode of attack. If the Sandman admirals detected that no ship was in range, the monoliths would immediately retract the large rods and form thousands smaller ones instead to target the small craft. In such a situation, the casualties among mechs and starfighters would surely grow exponentially worse. Therefore, the generals in charge of the war theater made the difficult decision to use the combat carriers as bait. Even though repeated exposure to heavy laser strikes would surely consume the combat carriers, they were just ships. Unless armed with shipboard weapons, the carriers could not stop the Sandmen by themselves. At this moment, ships were valuable, but effective combat units were even more valuable. As long as the Bright Republic still fielded mechs, it still had hope of winning the war. As an officer of the Planetary Guard, Melinda knew all of this. She had no choice but to accept this situation despite knowing how big of a price the Bright Republic would have to pay afterwards. Her modified Desolate Soldier continued to fire its Sandbreaker rifle at one of the monoliths, which rapidly lost a lot of mass due to all of the damage it endured. However, most of the damage only affected the exterior shells of the monoliths. So long as the center of the huge amalgamations remained untouched, it took far too much effort to destroy the monolith. That was because all of the Sandman admirals hid in the core portion. The second-generation starfighters that screened the mechs couldn't handle so much overwhelming firepower. Despite their heavier armor, the sheer amount of Sandman drones rapidly ate away at these slower-moving small craft. This was the downside of targeting the monoliths first. The amount of Sandman drones hadn't diminished at all, which meant that their effective combat strength against mechs and starfighters still remained intact. The strategy adopted by the defense force was very clear. The generals would rather sacrifice the combat carriers and the starfighters in order to preserve as much mechs as possible. Melinda's heart bled as she saw hundreds of starfighters and their pilots succumbing against the Sandman drones in just a single minute. Fortunately, the designers of the second-generation starfighters managed to improve the ejection system of these fighter models. Their thicker armor gave the starfighters a longer buffer to eject. The decision to eject had largely been automated. So long as the starfighter detected that it was reaching its limit, it would automatically eject its pilot without any further delay. As for letting the starfighter pilots decide themselves whether they should eject, that option had been removed in the second-generation starfighters. Too many starfighter pilots would not hesitate to eject immediately as long as their craft suffered a single scratch. For this reason, the decision to eject had been taken away from their hands, which deeply disconcerted Melinda. To her, it was one thing to answer the call of duty. It was another thing to be forced into duty. "Is this really the Bright Republic I know and love?" she whispered to herself. Though she understood the merits of these decisions, morally she found the desperation exhibited by her home state to be more and more abhorrent. A part of her would rather see the Bright Republic fall than to let it continue its existence through dishonorable means. That was what her Larkinson blood and heritage compelled her to think. She firmly shook her head. "What am I thinking? There are trillions of innocent lives at stake." The Bright Republic may have made a devil's bargain, but it was for a good cause. Hundreds of occupied star systems were in danger of being engulfed if the fighting forces weren't able to block the Sandman advance. When so many innocent lives were at stake, Melinda couldn't bring herself to blame the higher-ups for their callous commands. As Melinda grappled with her morality, Riella was having the time of her life. "Come on, you bastards! You call yourselves Blood Claws? Hit harder! Fire faster! Don't think of retreating until your ammunition stores run dry! Yes, Blood Champion!" Inwardly she sneered. As one of the premier underground organizations on Bentheim, the Blood Claws never hired incompetents. Yet those who applied to work for gangs were never the cream of the crop. The fact that she rose up the ranks so quickly was because she was one of the few who received excellent systematic training. Compared to real Larkinsons, the rank and file of the Blood Claws were nothing more than thugs who happened to be a bit better than usual. If not because her standing in the organization relied on how many subordinates she brought back alive, she would have let them fend for themselves. As it was, she needed to babysit them every once in a while. Fortunately, ever since the blood claws began to field the prideful soldiers en masse, it became a lot easier to compel them to fight. Different from the solemn, duty-minded glows of the desolate soldiers, the prideful soldiers instead inspired courage and aggression. Oh, there were definitely some similarities between the two. However, she vastly preferred the prideful soldiers because of the way it got her blood pumping. Not only her, but every other mech pilot became eager for blood. Kill! 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 Ha! This monolith is a sitting duck! Though the blood claw detachment only contributed a marginal amount of firepower, the intense battle stoked the confidence of every mech pilot under Riella's command. Look out! Before they knew it, a series of shining projectiles slammed in the cavity that had been dug by countless hits. The extraordinary rounds penetrated even deeper until they exploded in radiant fury. The monolith is dead! Hooray! Every mech pilot cheered at the fall of the monolith, whether they were mercenaries, soldiers, or irregulars. They knew that the expert pilots had finally made their moves. Only a few didn't join the cheers. Riella's eyes darkened a bit. Some people are born lucky. While she was already fortunate to possess the right genetic aptitude to pilot mechs, she saw no hope of going further. No matter how hard she trained, she never experienced any of the signs that foretold that she was close to reaching an expert candidate. This was one of her hidden regrets. Her fellow cousins like Ganso and Pirellia had become the stars of their generation. They were destined to become the mainstays of the Larkinson family. As for an outcast like Riella, she would only be able to live a relatively mundane existence barring anything exceptional taking place. She knew that mech pilots tended to reach the next stage when stimulated in battle. The more desperate, the greater they drew out their potential. One of the reasons why she didn't object to fighting the Sandmen despite piloting a flimsy, prideful soldier was because she needed to face the danger head-on. Not even the most challenging mech duels she fought made her feel that death was as close as facing the Sandmen. Instead of feeling fear, her boiling Larkinson blood only made her more daring in the face of a mortal threat. Come! She exuberantly roared. I'll kill you all before you manage to kill me! This is my promise! Though she had missed participating in the most recent Bright-Vija War, the Sand War had come at a good time for her. She could fight to her heart's content, and be rewarded for her courage. The second monolith fell soon afterwards. Though the starfighter screen had diminished enormously, most mechs were still intact despite expending more than half of their ammunition reserves. Some mechs had even shot their magazines dry. Nevertheless, there was enough ammunition left to diminish the Sandman swarm. Even as the alien drones started to pick off numerous mechs, their rapidly declining numbers constantly lessened the rate of casualties among the defenders. Among the forces wiping out the Sandman drones, the Blood Claws under the command of Riella distinguished themselves by exhibiting more bravery than many mercenaries. One of the big reasons for that was the constant encouragement provided by the glows of their prideful soldiers. Though her unit started to suffer some casualties, Riella completely forgot about her orders to safeguard the lives of her subordinates. Killing the Sandmen came with its own rewards. The Bright Republic awarded rich bounties for every confirmed kill. Otherwise, the private outfits would never fight as vigorously as now. Ha ha! Is that all you got, you pieces of sand? This isn't enough! As Riella became more consumed in slaughtering the Sandmen, she began to align herself more with the prideful soldier's glow. Her inner pride and her fighting spirit made her more receptive to its glow, resulting in a subtle, unknown interaction. Though she wasn't the only one to echo with the glow of her mech, she happened to enjoy the strongest feedback from her mech for some reason. Many light years away, on a desolate moon-sized rock floating in the Nixian Gap, a very exceptional-looking tiger mech jerked for a brief moment. Inside the cockpit, Ves Larkinson blanked out for a bit. "What was that?" he whispered. The strange sensation had come and gone in an instant. After several minutes of pausing, he shrugged off the incident and resumed sneaking his devil tiger up to a hidden pirate base. Chapter 1666 Willful Contradictions. The intensifying battles raging throughout the Bentheim system couldn't be hidden at all. Even if the military blocked every news portal from publishing articles and footage of the battles, anyone with a decent telescope could observe the battles without much effort. They just enjoyed a delayed show due to the time it took for the light of the battle to reach the surface of Bentheim. The only thing the government could do was to take control of the narrative by taking the initiative. The controlled media publications each made for a rousing sight. Seeing so many mechs and starfighters acting in unison to crush the Sandman fleets in order to protect the Bright Republic stabilized everyone's morale. Though most average citizens were fooled, those who enjoyed a higher station knew better. As Ves watched yet another sanitized news broadcast, he couldn't help but snort. "What a clever angle! The starfighters that are getting demolished by droves just happen to be outside of the frame." He knew that while the introduction of the second-generation starfighters reduced the rate of casualties, the increased aggression of the Sandmen largely offset these gains. In the end, the second-generation starfighters lasted just as long in battle as the first-generation starfighters. The only real improvement the later models provided was that they carried over a lot of improvements to the ejection system. As long as the starfighter pilot managed to eject their cockpits in time, they still had a chance of fighting another day. The Bright Republic didn't care about the consumption of starfighters. As long as they won the battle, a huge salvaging fleet would always arrive at the floating battle site and salvage as many broken frames and parts as possible. The recycling rate of lost machines reached as high as 70%. As for their pilots, though the Starfighter Corps didn't necessarily care too much about their lives, it couldn't afford to be seen as callous. If the second-generation Starfighter models didn't add some extra precautions, it would have been impossible to keep the Starfighter pilots mollified. As Ves caught up with the morning news, Raymond entered his office and walked up to his desk. "The government isn't very happy with you, Ves. The officials I've been in touch with have expressed a lot of misgivings about your recent decisions. They can't guarantee your safety if you insist on remaining in this star system." Ves waved his hand towards the projected battle footage. "I don't think Bentheim is any safer. You don't necessarily have to go there. It's acceptable to the government if you reside on another well-protected planet. If you asked me, staying at Rittersburg is pretty nice. As the capital of our state, its security is just as good as Bentheim." "My answer remains the same." Ves looked up to Raymond and sensed that the old man was uncomfortable. "Why are you agreeing with the government in the first place?" Raymond blinked in confusion. "We are Brighters. We are the servants of the state." "Ah. I see what is going on now. Please take a seat." When the Larkinson elder sat down, Ves shut off the broadcast and steepled his fingers on his desk. "Tell me, Raymond, where do your loyalties lie?" "You, of course. Formally, I work for the LMC, but since you are effectively in control of the company, I essentially work for you. Since you are the key to the Larkinson family's increasing prosperity, I have always looked after your interests first." Whether that was true or not, Ves wasn't sure. Ever since Raymond assumed his leadership position, Ves discovered that this Larkinson elder was rather glib. "I already refused the government's entreaties. Why do you insist on changing my mind? The reason why I fired your predecessor in the first place was because he forgot who he should answer to. Have you forgotten this lesson? The severity of the situation finally dawned on Raymond. My apologies, VS. It's not my intention to betray you. It's just that I failed to understand why you refused to head for safety. Cloudy Curtain is far too vulnerable against a determined Sandman incursion. The lighthounds that are currently scouring the local asteroid belt for hiding Sandmen won't be here forever. Once they're gone, we can only rely on a couple of hundreds Mechs and first-generation starfighters to protect your life. VS shook his head. You're overstating the threat. Aside from a single anomaly, the Sandmen failed to pose a threat to me. If worse comes to worst, I'll just hop in the Barracuda and depart with haste. Your Corvette doesn't fit many people. What about your family and your workers? Don't forget that hundreds of relatives of ours have moved here in order to pursue new opportunities. As the principal reason why they are here, you're responsible for their safety. If they want to scurry back to Rittersburg or Bentheim, be my guest. VS defiantly crossed his arms. The LMC has recently expanded its branch office and built some more manufacturing complexes in Bentheim, right? I don't object to sending some Larkinsons there in order to hold the fort. Thank you for that, VS. Raymond subsided a bit. He had received a lot of requests to move out of Cloudy Curtain. I'll take care of this matter in person. However, you're much more important than those ordinary Larkinsons. Why must you be so stubborn? Is the government really that bad? VS sighed. Raymond was a typical Larkinson who always looked up to the state. It was not a surprise that he put a lot of trust in the government. Raymond, let me make one thing clear. Just because I'm a brighter doesn't mean that I should trust the government unconditionally. I'd be dead or much worse off if that was the case. When you play the game at this level, you need to remain vigilant. I shouldn't remind you that the government is not a single, unified entity, but a collection of interests who exert a varying amount of influence on its branches. The COO frowned. I understand what you are getting at, but you are taking your suspicions too far. The Bright Republic is not a banana republic. The law reigns supreme here. No one is allowed to abuse official authority for their own gains. This time, VS boldly laughed. My personal experiences say otherwise. I won't explain them to you, since I'm not allowed to bring some of it to light, but trust me. I have enemies in the Bright Republic. Powerful enemies. They won't hesitate to remove me from the picture in order to protect their own interests. Since my foundation is far more shallow than theirs, it doesn't make any sense for me to relocate to their home ground. Cloudy Curtain may be much less developed than Bentheim, but it has always been my stomping ground. Through the influence of the LMC and the Larkinson family, VS enjoyed a supreme amount of influence at his home planet. The amount of soft power in his hands allowed him to get away with anything and prevent outsiders from hijacking the local administration. The same could not be said if he moved to the extremely complicated political and economic landscape of Bentheim. After explaining some of his concerns, VS finally managed to make Raymond understand his reasoning. I'm not sure what to think of this, VS. To be honest, I never regarded the government as an adversary. That's because running the Larkinson Trust Fund for all those years hasn't exposed you to this level of contradictions yet. Now that you are in charge of running the LMC, you need to be a lot more cautious about these matters. It would probably take some time for Raymond to adjust his mindset. After all, the Larkinson family always placed a very strong emphasis on serving the Republic. Whether they were norms or potentates, every Larkinson must respect the state. Only the most crooked Larkinsons like VS managed to break this suffocating compulsion. If VS was in charge of the Larkinson family, he would have changed its orientation to serving their own interests. In his eyes, since the standing of the Larkinsons hadn't improved after centuries of loyal service, It did not make any sense to work yourself to the bone in order to please the Republic. The Larkinsons have already sacrificed too much for the Republic. He couldn't help but say. The state doesn't need our assistance. That's a bold opinion, Ves. I'm not sure it will be popular with the rest of the family. Our entire identity revolves around service. The rewards we have gained aren't as meager as you think. We have managed to build up a supremely honorable reputation. Each Larkinson can expect to enjoy generous treatment due to the sacrifices made by our family. I understand that, but is that the extent of our ambitions? Ves retorted. Honor isn't something that can make you rich. I can't make myself live longer by relying solely on a stellar reputation. His opinions directly clashed against the values that Raymond had taken for granted for his entire life. If not for the importance of Ves to the family, the elder would have already objected to what he heard. You're not making this easy for us. Many Larkinsons won't support you as much anymore if they hear your stance. Ves confidently smiled. Let them think whatever they want. I never insisted on their support to begin with. I need people by my side who support me wholeheartedly. Loyalty to you isn't necessarily contradictory to loyalty to the state, Ves. You are demanding too much from your subordinates. Real people don't behave the way you want them to. Many Briters are proud of their state. It forms a core part of their identity. I know that, Raymond. I don't begrudge them for holding multiple loyalties. The only thing I'm asking for is that those who want to work for me must put my interests above the interests of everyone else. If they don't have the will or guts to resist the demands of the government when it harms my interests, then they should just go. The discovery of so many spies and double-dealing informers impacted Ves quite a lot. Though his stance on the matter was quite unreasonable to many people, Ves simply didn't care about their objections. He wanted to form an organization that he could trust. How could he do that when his subordinates were susceptible to other influences? Even if the state could depend on its laws and its official authority to get its way, Ves wouldn't hesitate to resist if his interests were harmed. His opinions impacted Raymond quite a lot. Though the new COO already had a taste of it, Ves had made his stance very clear today. I'll take your words under consideration, Raymond said. I will do my best to abide by your instructions. I'll pay more attention to our interactions with the government in the future. I expect nothing less. There will be trouble, though. The voices calling you to head to Bentheim are mostly well-meaning. For you to reject their good intentions can be seen as a slight. I know that, but that doesn't change my mind, you know. It's just that I can't predict what they will decide next. As Raymond left the office, Ves did not show any concern at all. So long as Gloriana served as his shield, the state couldn't force him to do anything against his will. After taking care of his morning business, he descended to the design lab and convened his entire design team. With the departure of Kedis and the temporary absence of Gloriana, only the 5 Tovar mech designers remained. The lab felt a lot more emptier now that the 2 lively women were gone. Ves shook his head and focused on his current priorities. The first iteration of the Adonis Colossus is almost ready for testing. Let's make sure to complete it by the end of the day. Chapter 1667 Executor Rifle. No matter how many fires burned in the bright Republic, work never ceased. Ves detested getting tangled in the recent problems that popped up. He would much rather lock himself up in his design lab and engage in his true passion, which was designing mechs. Though Gloriana was still capable of contributing to the projects, she still wanted to take some time off to adjust to her mentally exhausted state. That made his time at the design lab a lot more drab and lifeless. Ves had become so accustomed to collaborating with his girlfriend that her abrupt absence made him feel as if he was missing a limb. In his recent period interactions with Raymond, the Larkinson elder behaved a lot more reticent in his presence. Ves sensed that Raymond was quite conflicted by what he heard. Nonetheless, Ves knew that the elder was already inclined towards him. It was just that Raymond never took into account that the contradictions between his superior and the state could reach such a serious level. Even now, Raymond still didn't understand why Ves adopted such a serious stance. This was also why Ves paid less attention to other affairs and put his full effort into completing his projects. Though the deliverer was still a few weeks away from completion, he managed to complete the first iteration of the Adonis Colossus design without any further delay. While Gloriana hadn't visited the design lab recently, Ves made sure to keep her in the loop. Though she hadn't offered a lot of suggestions, she still pointed out some minor issues that Ves had overlooked. Despite her low period, she was still a competent mech designer. Ves also showed off their latest progress by paying a visit to Vincent, who decided to wait for his new mech in Freslin instead of returning to Bentheim. When Vincent observed his mech, he made a very pleased sound. "Ha ha! What a great-looking mech!" he laughed. "With this mech, no Sandman will be able to stand against me. The women will love me. Just look at this classy codpiece." Ves suppressed the urge to grimace. "Do you have any objections to our design?" Now that I think about it, does this mech come with your characteristic glow?" "Yes. The Adonis Colossus comes with a unique glow that is exclusive to your mech. This is our guarantee." This was one of the ways in which Ves and Gloriana decided to stand out in the market. The spiritual components that made his mech so remarkable must be turned into one of their main selling points. For custom mechs, this was even more important, especially if the glow was one of a kind. Though Ves personally thought it was extravagant for him to give Vincent this service, it would lay the foundation for future commissions. As long as this feature became their trademark, Ves and Gloriana could charge a much higher premium for their services. Vincent nodded in satisfaction. Even though Ves hadn't infused the design with Bravo yet, the mech already carried a distinctly notable spiritual foundation. While it was not enough for an average mech pilot like Vincent to sense its presence, he nonetheless felt a lot more intimate towards the design. Any minor demands he ordinarily wanted to express died in his throat as the Adonis Colossus possessed an indescribable charm in his eyes. It was as if he was looking at himself in the mirror. His client's behavior didn't escape V's attention. He deliberately aimed to charm Vincent from the start in order to prevent him from voicing annoying demands such as increasing the size of the codpiece. Right now, the protective piece that Ves had unavoidably coated with a dazzling golden color could still moonlight as an extra-large belt or something. This plausible deniability was very important to him in preserving his reputation in the mech community. "Make sure to deliver this mech as fast as possible," Vincent demanded after he regained his senses. He dramatically waved his arms. "The Bright Republic is in serious danger. Bentheim is under constant siege. As a valiant mech pilot, I must do what I can to protect my home. The sooner I obtain this mech, the sooner I can save the Republic." Ves did his best not to roll his eyes. One of the reasons why he carefully controlled his conduct was because of the media crew recording this meeting. Most clients would never want to expose the designs of their mech commissions. Showing off the schematics of his upcoming mech would give his enemies a deep understanding of its shortcomings. However, it appeared that Vincent missed this lesson or did not feel the need to hide his strength. At the very least, Vincent shouldn't suffer from any repercussions as long as he fought against the Sandmen. The aliens never took any notice in identifying and exploiting the weaknesses of mechs. Perhaps to them, every mech was just a flying block of metal that they needed to destroy in order to advance towards their goals. Ves departed as quickly as possible after Vincent approved of the current design. Even if subsequent iterations of the design incorporated some tweaks, he did not expect any major changes. "The Adonis Colossus design is essentially finished," he concluded. That lifted a weight off his shoulders. While it was his first design of the new generation, Ves did not take much pride in designing it. His distaste towards Vincent had never abated. He merely wanted to abide by his principles and complete the commission without any fuss. "Now I can turn to something much more fun," he smiled. When he returned to the design lab, he arranged his design team to carry out the last phases of the design process of the Adonis Colossus. Since the Tovars already became accustomed to these duties, Ves did not have to supervise their work as much anymore. This gave Ves enough grounds to turn his attention to his current passion project. He sat down behind a terminal and pulled up the design files for the deliverer. What a beauty! While the deliverer design still exhibited a lot of missing parts, the general shape and purpose of the mech already became clear. The relatively sturdy frame provided a lot of mass to stabilize the aim of the marksman mech. Ves added quite a bit of auxiliary components that facilitated the primary role of the mech. Various sensor and targeting systems allowed the mech pilot to snipe distant targets even without the assistance of the deliverer's glow. "Too bad it will only reach its potential in the hands of an Ilvanan," he sighed. All of the extra gizmos provided a substantial amount of support to any mech pilot. However, the iconography and other decorative elements made it clear that the deliverer was not a neutral design. As Ves immersed himself deeper into his work, he paid particular attention to its primary armament. The Executor was a Gauss rifle that offered the highest muzzle velocity out of all of the options available to him. While it fired smaller projectiles than other modules, its higher muzzle velocity imparted a lot more energy to them, causing them to inflict just as much damage as larger but slower-moving projectiles. Not only was the Executor a lot more accurate at longer ranges, Ves could also fit more rounds inside the internal storage spaces of the deliverer. "It's too bad this rifle is a huge energy hog." The reason why a third-rate state like the Bright Republic mostly relied on ballistic rifles to inflict physical damage was because they were much less fussy. Gauss rifles hit hard and fast, that was true. However, they also demanded a lot more. Not only were they more complex, they also relied on strong exotics to endure all of the forces it generated. A single shot from the Executor was powerful enough to crack the armor of any standard mech. Even premium mechs such as the Black Beak weren't able to resist repeated attacks. Though many Gauss rifles inflicted more damage per shot, that was not what the deliverer required. As long as the Executor possessed enough power to take out a Sandman drone, that was enough. Ves did not mind if the excess power of these shots went to waste, as he didn't know if the Sandmen would toughen up their Sandman drones in the future. Though the Executor was very difficult to work with, they still shared many common points with ballistic rifles. This gave him the confidence to modify the Executor's design in order to fit his needs. Though he made plenty of errors, Ves managed to increase the aspects he wanted by making some clever and expensive trade-offs. "What matters the most isn't necessarily power or muzzle velocity," Ves muttered. "It's accuracy. The rifle must hit exactly where a trained marksman mech pilot intends to hit." The skills imparted by the system made it very clear that increasing a mech's accuracy became exponentially more difficult the higher it became. It didn't take too much effort to make a ranged mech be able to fire a stationary target a few kilometers away with 100% accuracy. Yet what if the distance was 100 kilometers? This was the upper bound that Ves expected his deliverer to be effective in assassinating Sandman admirals. Realistically, ensuring adequate accuracy at 50 kilometers was already a significant challenge. While this demand was easier to fulfill because there were less variables acting on the projectile, a Gauss rifle was never perfectly accurate. In order to improve accuracy beyond the point where most mech designers would have been satisfied already, Ves performed multiple adjustments on the executor and the frame of his design. Ves altered the front shoulder and other nearby parts to allow for the deliverer to brace its stock as seamlessly as possible. He strengthened the rifle body and upgraded some of the lesser materials in order to increase the rifle's reliability after lengthy use. The huge Gauss rifle became a more potent-looking weapon after Ves finished his adjustments. The rifle was so huge and massive that it offered a lot of opportunities to tweak its properties. Once my deliverers debut on the battlefield, they'll surely make a lasting impression. However, before he could achieve this result, he had to make sure the deliverer meshed well with its design spirit. Due to the deliverer's high dependence on Ylvain's spiritual fragment, Ves frequently connected to it in order to increase its familiarity with the design and its properties. Sometimes, the spiritual fragment communicated some objections or some alternatives to Ves. He never followed the fragment's suggestions right away. He always considered their merits first before making his own decision. As far as I know, your source doesn't know a thing about mechs. I have my own ideas about my work. Before, Ves would have accepted the suggestion of his design spirits. But now that he became more capable, he no longer needed to appease so much to them. If his design spirits disagreed, then they would just have to swallow their objections. The power dynamic between Ves and his design spirits was very interesting. So far, their relationships were mostly mutually beneficial. The design spirits subsided from the spiritual feedback of his products, while the design spirits lent their strength in return. Of all the design spirits he utilized, Ves always felt he could go further with Ylvain's spiritual fragment. It was the most cooperative design spirit out of what he had, and its undeniable human origin made it a lot more capable of advanced cooperation than his young and artificial spiritual products. As Ves continued to tweak the design of the executor rifle, a bright idea suddenly came to his mind. He wanted to do something similar to what he did to the Devil Tiger, but not as obvious. He instantly sent a query to Ylvain's spiritual fragment. What if I give you a bit more control over the mech? If you want, I can allow you to do more than nudge the aim of the mech pilot. The spiritual fragment already transmitted its assent. Chapter 1668:Y. The Common Fleet Alliance emerged in the twilight of the Age of Conquest. The events surrounding its initial formation weren't entirely clear. In a time where war fleets reigned supreme by virtue of their destructive potential, hardly any admiral restrained themselves. The reckless genetic modification and human augmentation turned many ambitious humans into greedy monsters. The higher their positions, the worse these negative traits became. Those who wished to climb higher needed to become more capable than their peers, and the easiest way to distinguish themselves was to upgrade their abilities. In such a time where selfishness became ubiquitous, no one could have imagined that a number of admirals returned to sanity. Not only did the admirals and their closest supporters stop their descent into degeneration, they also managed to get in touch with each other. The nations they used to serve possessed complex or hostile relations with each other. The war fleets should have fought or avoided each other. For two or more unaffiliated war fleets to converge in a single star system was unimaginable at the time. Yet converge they did. In a legendary act of nobility, the admirals forswore their prior allegiances and private ambitions and banded together to form a new and unprecedented alliance. The Common Fleet Alliance was born. Though its name sounded boring, it encapsulated the main principles of the new organization. It was called this way because it bound multiple war fleets and other powers to a single, common cause. The alliance would never dedicate itself to serving a single-star empire no matter how great they may be at the time. Not even the Terrans and Rebarthans impressed the Fleeters, as they came to be called. This was because the cause they fought for transcended the interests of the Greater Terran United Confederation and the new Rebarth Empire. While these two-star empires dominated human civilization during the Age of Conquest, they had not been able to stop the genocides and mass destruction taking place throughout human space. In fact, their leaders enthusiastically took part in these acts of madness. In the eyes of the Common Fleet Alliance, the Terrans and Rebarthans completely failed to discharge their responsibilities as the foremost powers of the human race. A new power must come onto the stage and take over the role the self-consumed Terrans and Rebarthans abandoned. Thus, the Common Fleet Alliance swept over human space. During that time, every war fleet was a sovereign empire on the move. Very rarely did admirals agree to pool their strengths together. They were far too suspicious and constantly posed a threat to their allies due to their limitless ambitions. Even admirals who nominally served the same star nations might open fire against each other's fleets in an attempt to gain complete dominion. Therefore, the main trend at the time was for war fleets to avoid each other. In any case, there were plenty of planets and star systems for them to plunder. The raiding admirals had no need to risk their most precious war assets. Under these circumstances, the Common Fleet Alliance thrived. The enlightened admirals did not hesitate to group several war fleets together and take advantage of their superior numbers to destroy or force the surrender of many isolated war fleets. Through these early successes, the CFA managed to build up an unstoppable momentum and swept over every other resisting nation or war fleet. Eventually, the Age of Conquest ended and the Age of Mechs commenced. In order to avoid the ravages that had taken place in the past, the CFA and MTA decided that human civilization had to be run in a different way. No longer should star nations war against themselves to the point of annihilating each other. No longer should anyone in control of the mightiest weapons of humanity be allowed to go on a power trip. No longer must humanity be divided to the point where their external alien enemies saw hope of launching a counterattack. The Big Two, taking advantage of their supreme power over human space, enacted a new order. Humanity no longer divided themselves by star nations. The Big Two coerced great entities such as the Terran Confederation to vacate a portion of their sovereignty and devolve into states. While states were still allowed to run their internal affairs as they saw fit, they were no longer able to discharge some responsibilities. For example, the newly formed states were not expected to defend humanity against alien threats after being robbed of their war fleets. However, the states couldn't be left defenseless either. The CFA therefore stepped up to the plate and pledged to defend human civilization against every external enemy. The idea sounded noble. By letting a powerful but ostensibly neutral naval organization take charge of defending humanity, no state would be able to abuse their power for destructive ends ever again. Without warships, it was impossible for the first-rate superstates to wipe out the entire human race with their diminished strength. Of course, plenty of concerns welled up about the new alliance that concentrated much of humanity's war-making potential. How could the abuses of the past be prevented? How could the CFA prevent ambitious naval officers from taking advantage of their positions of powers to pursue their own interests to the detriment of everyone else? Various means emerged to constrain the CFA. First, the MTA rose in power to match the CFA and keep them in check. While the MTA and CFA shared the same goal of guarding humanity, their many contradictions ensured that they would always have to act with scruples. If any of the Big Two ever went out of control, the many states of human civilization would place their full support behind the transgalactic organization that still stood on their side. With such a potent threat looming over their heads, neither the CFA nor MTA dared to behave in a way that attracted the common hatred of states. Second, the CFA extensively reformed and unified its naval culture. Whereas the MTA emerged as a new organization that was completely free of the shackles of the past, the CFA partially bore the sins of their predecessors. Every founding admiral and their subordinates had a lot of blood on their hands. This guilt hung over the heads of the fleeters and stigmatized them from the rest of humanity, who developed an intense fear towards anything related to warships. Whether deliberate or not, the CFA withdrew from the spotlight and began to isolate itself from the rest of human society. The CFA must wash away the sins of its predecessors by guarding the human race. This was the guiding mission that sustained the organization to this day. To staff its warships, the CFA increasingly turned to the true space-born clans that lived a nomadic life in space. Unlike the humans who grew up in one of the many states, the space-born were much more adapted to become fleeters. The true space-born were not only born spacers, but also possessed a much higher perspective. The petty conflicts that consumed the attention of the states for centuries were nothing but playground spats to the true space-born. Only the most noble spacers were qualified to become fleeters. While there were plenty of complaints from the states that the CFA was becoming increasingly detached from human society, the fleeters didn't care. Let the MTA babysit the squabbling humans. Lieutenant Junior Grade Zonrad Rees comfortably sat behind his desk in his stateroom aboard the Carrot and White, a majestic Villard-class battleship. As the flagship of the 3rd Archangel Frontier Battle Group, the Carrot and White was one of the most powerful warships assigned to the Komodo Star sector and surroundings. Ship design hadn't changed much over the years. Though the underlying technologies had changed or improved, a flag captain from the Age of Conquest would still be able to command a modern battleship without too much adjustment. Of course, with the superhuman cognitive abilities of any senior officer, such a rapid adaptation was to be expected. The officers of the Common Fleet Alliance were just as capable, if not more, than the impulsive naval officers of the past. However, the difference was that their genes still remained human. The CFA's state-of-the-art genetic optimization treatments largely eschewed direct alien gene transplantation in order to avoid undesirable side effects. Though the officers of the CFA no longer went mad on a massive scale, the extreme degree of competitiveness in the ranks still remained. This was the reason why Zonrad was furrowing his brows while he held a conversation with a fellow member of the Novilon clan through a physical projection. "I'm nearing 46 years old," he spoke in a dignified accent unique to his clan. "While I expected my promotion opportunities to be few and far in between, I'm nearing the end of my rope." A more mature man sat on the opposite side of the desk. Though he was only present as a physical projection, the demeanor he exuded was vastly more substantial. "You have no one but yourself to blame, Zonrad. I warned you that the command trajectory is the most difficult to promote yourself. How many years has it been since you have been commissioned?" "More than 2 decades. "And where has that brought you? I'm only 5 years older than you, but I'm already a lieutenant commander." Zonrad sneered. "You're just a logistics officer who is good with managing supplies. You've never been stationed on a warship. Do you think I can make my clan proud by taking charge of a small supply depot in the Komodo Star sector?" Lieutenant Commander Victor Manta took no offense at Zonrad's tone. "Look down on me all you want, but my future is bright, especially since I'm eligible to receive further optimization treatments. As long as you live long enough, you will slowly have more opportunities to rise up the ranks." Though Zonrad could easily live up to 150 years or so, it would be hard to extend his life any further without assistance from the CFA or his clan. However, neither of them were in the habit of wasting expensive treatments on inconsequential officers. Zonrad knew this. He also knew that his capabilities were only so compared to his fellow officers aboard the Carrot and White. He raised his finger in a distinctive gesture, causing their calm call to pause. Manuel, please display my current status. The powerful super AI in charge of running most of the systems of Carrot and White responded instantly. Status: Lieutenant Junior Grade Zonrad Rees. Novilon Spaceborne Clan. 45 years old. Assignment: Komodo Naval Fleet. 3rd Archangel Frontier Battle Group. Villard-class battleship Carrot and White. Auxiliary Gunnery Department. Decision-making, 1.3. Memory, 2.1. Perception, 1.6. Problem-solving, 1.4. Evaluation: a low-potential officer who has been assigned to the Carrot and White through connections rather than on his own merits. Zonrad's face soured. Manuel, I've trained so hard to raise my problem-solving and decision-making skills. I've even switched my implant to a smart decision aid. Why are my scores still so low? A fair and independent assessment has been made of your abilities, Lieutenant Rees. Your performance in tests and simulations do not reflect your actual competence. If you have any objections to your assessment, please submit the required CFA merits to request the mediation of an independent human officer. Please keep in mind that you will be subject to severe punishment if your objections are groundless. The junior officer cursed under his breath. Though he believed that he was much more capable due to his storied lineage, he did not have the courage to incur any demerits should he waste the time of a superior officer. Such actions ruined the careers of many of his fellow CFA officers. Though Zonrad wanted to argue with Manuel some more, he reluctantly swallowed his frustrations. As an inhuman, impartial super AI, Manuel never sided with any human. Not even the admiral in charge of the Archangel Group had the power to override some of Manuel's decisions. Chapter 1669 Independent Evaluation System. The Common Fleet Alliance adopted the Independent Evaluation System around 200 years ago. Before this time, every naval fleet, group, or individual warship interpreted the evaluation standards differently. Perhaps one naval captain prized learning ability over motor coordination. Bookish fleeters gained merits more easily than those who were able to manipulate instruments better. Perhaps one admiral wanted his subordinates to be more cautious and conservative in their decision-making. In that case, those who were brave and more willing to take risks did not have a good time in this admiral's fleet. Over time, the differences between different naval units became more pronounced for that reason. While diversity was not necessarily a bad thing, the Common Fleet Alliance abhorred uncontrolled deviations. The CFA always placed a very high emphasis on standardization. With the inherent mobility of most CFA assets, many officers and vessels frequently shuffled around the galaxy. Perhaps an officer would spend 30 years in the Galactic Center, only to be reassigned to the Galactic Heartland for the next 40 years. Under these circumstances, a CFA warship stationed at one side of the galaxy should be able to seamlessly integrate in a war fleet patrolling the other side of the galaxy. This became increasingly more difficult as different naval fleets began to adopt increasingly strange standards and subcultures. Due to the vastness of the galaxy, it was very hard to maintain a single identity across the entire organization. Some fracturing and splintering was inevitable. That did not mean the CFA wanted this trend to continue. Otherwise, the CFA might become outwardly strong but inwardly weak, just like the divided states it protected. This was why the smartest minds and the most senior admirals came together to enact the independent evaluation system around 200 years ago. The IES aimed to address two distinct problems. First, it aimed to address the increasing divergence of recruitment and promotion criteria. Researchers and officers spent decades to perfect a single, universal set of evaluation standards. While promotion opportunities still depended on the judgment of superior officers, the evaluation given by the superintelligences that ran the IES possessed a lot of weight. If the human officers tasked with recommending someone for promotion disregarded the IES too often, then their impartiality would come into question. In that case, their own evaluations would sink, thereby impacting their own promotion opportunities. This was the second problem the IES aimed to solve. The rampant nepotism displayed by officers throughout the CFA stifled the opportunities of countless promising officers. Bootlickers, sycophants, and those born in high positions within their clans gained opportunities they didn't necessarily deserve. The talents who possessed a lot of promise undeservedly languished at the bottom of the totem pole for their entire careers. This widespread pattern of behavior was self-defeating, and most of the leaders of the CFA knew it. Many of these distinguished figures had lived through the formation of the CFA and did not wish to see their organization degenerate into a paper tiger. It was one thing if the CFA grew lazy along with all of its other rivals and enemies. It was another thing to grow lazy while the MTA became increasingly more vigorous due to its high ambitions. The MTA still had a lot to prove. This young organization never slacked off and never allowed its measures to accept incompetence. Seeing that the MTA ran their war fleets better than the CFA, all of the distinguished naval admirals were ashamed. The introduction of the IES managed to reverse the CFA's downward trend. Every fleeter became convinced by the impartiality of the IES, and promotion opportunities were given to the capable instead of those who only excelled in ingratiating themselves to their superior officers. That gave Zonrad very little to work with. As a distinguished member of the no-violence space-born clan, he should have enjoyed the appreciation of his superiors. Admiral Adolphus Tarak, who commanded the Archangel battle group, was a true-blood elder of the no-violence clan. Even if the great admiral had no reason to pay attention to a trivial lieutenant like Zonrad, he thought that the members of the no-violence clan should have received more advantages. This was why he exerted all of his connections and favors in order to obtain a position on the Carrot and White. Every battleship was a treasure of human civilization. To be stationed aboard a battleship was a supreme honor. Even a minor position conveyed a lot of honor. Yet to those who hungered after something more, remaining stuck as a mere lieutenant junior grade after several decades of continued service was a tragedy. How could Zonrad Rees lift his head high when he met with his fellow clansmen? Even his fellow clansman Victor began to show some distance. Zonrad and Victor used to be as thick as thieves, yet after the latter was promoted to lieutenant commander, their relationship shifted. When Zonrad dismissed his status page, he gestured with his fingers to resume the calm call. "Sorry about that, Victor. I wanted to see if my status had changed." The lieutenant commander scowled. "It's because of actions like this that you haven't managed to climb up. If I wasn't your old buddy, I would have ripped into you without mercy. In fact, I don't even need to. Manuel is probably revising its judgment of you as we speak." "Manuel shouldn't care about my conduct when I'm off duty." Conrad flicked his hand in dismissal. "Anyway, can you do anything to help me gain an opportunity to prove myself?" "Only you can help yourself at this point. No amount of influence from our clan and your personal connections can help." "Please, Victor." Zonrad became desperate. "You're in charge of a base, right? Can't you request me to transfer under your command?" I'm willing to switch my trajectory and serve under you if that's what it takes to become a senior officer. Aside from the higher status and increased longevity that senior officers enjoyed, Zonrad wanted more. He wanted to become like Admiral Adolphus Teyrak, who led an entire battle group. The admiral not only commanded a powerful battleship, but also numerous escorts whose firepower and other functions shouldn't be underestimated. With his enhanced cognitive abilities and proven judgment, Victor easily read what Zonrad was thinking. I told you that you were a fool to think that you can follow in Admiral Teyraka's footsteps. As long as no Vylon blood flows through my veins, I am destined to become great, Zonrad retorted. The pride in his bones welled up to enhance his stature. Too bad Victor already saw through Zonrad's vain exterior. I've supported you for so many years. I've even granted some minor favors to you that were in my power to give, but you've squandered them all. At this point, I would rather devote my attention to a promising new blood than a true blood who hasn't managed to stand out for so long. The calm call ended without another word, causing Zonrad to be perplexed. Victor? Where did you go? Don't you dare end our call like that! He quickly reined in his temper. Though Zonrad disliked what he heard from his friend, he couldn't entirely discount them. Manuel was watching and listening in on everything. That was the reality of serving in the CFA. The moment a fleeter wore the dark blue uniform of the service, they became a cog in a machine. Though they were still humans, they had to dedicate their lives for the betterment of the Alliance. Zonrad glowered and flitted his hands over the interface of his desk terminal. He called up some of the internal CFA notices on the recently unveiled invasion of the Red Ocean Dwarf Galaxy. Junior officers like Zonrad were just in the dark as the rest of the galaxy about the invasion. He only learned about it a few days before the MTA announced the news. Red Ocean. Zonrad greedily huffed. The Milky Way is too quiet. Only the Red Ocean can propel my career. No matter how poorly Manuel judged his performance, as long as he showed his bravery at the front lines at the Red Ocean, he would surely be able to prove his valor in combat. At the very least, Zonrad would be able to make something of himself after earning a lot of merits. Instead, Zonrad was stuck in the Archangel Battle Group, which mainly patrolled the borders of the Komodo Star sector. Although the Archangel Battle Group was on a mission, there was hardly any honor in squashing a weak race like the Sandmen. For several months, the Archangel Battle Group had split up into smaller units in order to sweep across the star systems occupied by the Sandman race. Not a single Sandman managed to pose a threat to the mighty warships of the CFA. A small destroyer possessed enough firepower to scour all life on the surface of a planet. A heavy cruiser already possessed the potential to crack a planet into pieces. It was too wasteful to let a lumbering battleship like the Carrot and Dwight participate in the extermination of the Sandmen. That essentially meant that an officer of the Auxiliary Gunnery Department hadn't gained a single opportunity to exercise his ability in action. However, another opportunity knocked at his door. A few days later, an alarm rang throughout the Carrot and White. Man your stations! Everyone knew what was about to happen. Zonrad and the other fleeters calmly but briskly moved to their stations and readied themselves for battle. Even though the Sandmen never exhibited any meaningful resistance, no one was allowed to slack off aboard the Carrot and White. A few hours went by. Though Zonrad ordinarily became distracted at this time, he didn't dare to loosen up today. He marched along the banks of terminals manned by the gunners under his command. His unit was only responsible for a small number of secondary positron beam turrets situated on the starboard side of the Carrot and White. That was still enough power to wipe out an entire metropolis with a single press of a button. Of course, Manuel would never allow someone to fire a battleship armament without instructions from above. Every modern CFA warship was run by both humans and AIs. The latter had become increasingly more interconnected in the systems of a warship. In fact, the bigger the class, the greater the degree of automation. A huge battleship that spanned for many kilometers could never be run by humans alone. AI assistance was a necessity in order to keep its performance optimal. This was why humans like Lieutenant Zonrad Rees were still necessary. The control of weapons was one of the more sensitive responsibilities. How someone with questionable judgment like Zonrad managed to become in charge of a couple of positron beam turrets was a mystery. While Zonrad tried to make himself appear as attentive as possible, in space the Carrot and White and a dozen escorts of varying sizes and ship classes lay in wait. A few minutes later, something finally changed. A portion of space began to shimmer and flicker. Space itself started to bend and tear as a portal emerged out of nothing. This portal started off small, but began to balloon in size. The circular portal kept widening until its mouth was enough to engulf the Carrot and White with plenty of room left to spare. A number of probes that lay in position began to move through the portal first. After a few minutes, the probes returned and transmitted the actual situation on the other side. No ambush lay in wait. After verifying this, the ships moved forward. The escort ships took the lead and entered the portal first. The larger ships followed afterwards, with the Carrot and White entering last. At the other side of the portal, the mighty battleship announced its presence to the entire star system upon emergence. A powerful superluminous scan pulsed from the battleship. A lot of sensory data poured into the battleship, causing it to form a very detailed picture of their new location. Among the various satellites and other objects in space, one planet orbited prominently around an energetic giant. According to expert analysis, this was the origin of the Sandman race. The legendary Sandman Emperor ostensibly ruled his empire from this planet. When Zonrad observed a real-time depiction of the sandy brown planet that was surrounded by entire deserts of sand, a bloodthirsty grin formed on his face. "It's about time we crushed the heart of this weak and imbecilic race." Chapter 16 70 Signature Look. While the Archangel battle group intruded into the heart of the Sandman Empire, Ves busied himself by supervising the optimization of the Adonis Colossus and making his Deliverer design more complete. He missed Gloriana during these times. While he exhorted her to return to work, she refused to show up before she managed to readjust herself to her new state. She did not allow herself to show any weakness in front of Ves and the design team. Ves could only throw up his hands at this response. He didn't care if his girlfriend looked a little bit less impeccable than usual. "Women," he muttered. "At least the Sandmen are direct." He coped with her absence as best as possible and devoted most of his time on working on the most tedious and time-consuming details. If Gloriana came back, she wouldn't need to make any drastic corrections. While Ves completed his tweaks to the executor rifle, Miles Tovar came up to him with a couple of things to say. "Has Senator Tovar finally given me an answer?" "The situation is rather complicated," Miles answered. "There are certain factions within the Republic that are paying a lot of attention to you. The Ramza family, the Ministry of Economic Development, and the Ansel Alumni Network are just some of the influences that are staring at you in a less than generous light." Ves did not look impressed. "Isn't this what Flashlight and you Tovars are supposed to keep in check?" "You're not wrong if that is the extent of the influences paying attention to you. The problem is that the Mech Corps and many other influences have also started to take notice of your existence. Ever since you shook up the Sand War with your soldier product line, you've become more than just a young journeyman." "What does that mean?" We aren't sure. There are a lot of maneuvers going on behind the scenes. The possibility that the government might compel you to move to Bentheim, Rittersberg, or New Foundation for your own protection can't be ruled out at this point. What? Ves became indignant. What about Gloriana? Aren't they afraid of messing with my girlfriend? While it's true that the government isn't willing to confront Miss Gloriana, they don't have to. As long as they can grab you and move you to a safer location, Gloriana can only make some feeble protests. She doesn't have any actual power in the Bright Republic, you know. She's only a guest. It sounded as if his stubborn decision to remain in Cloudy Curtain was not as settled as he thought. At the very least, he couldn't rely on his existing connections to resist the opposition. Perhaps in the eyes of Senator Tovar, it might be for the best if Ves moved to Bentheim. Both Bentheim and Ves became indispensable in the Bright Republic's resistance against the Sandmen. If one of them fell, the other became inconsequential. The Bright Republic wouldn't be able to last if it lost its main economic and industrial center. It wouldn't be able to fare well either if the desolate soldiers and its variants lost their glows. While Ves cared a lot about the Bright Republic, he cared more about his own life and freedom. He did not wish to go down with the ship in the event the Sandmen managed to overrun the Bentheim system. What can be done to resolve this issue? Miles shrugged. I'm just a mech designer. Don't think I'm as politically astute as Senator Tovar. I'm just conveying his messages to you on his behalf. For now, my family is still dealing with this situation. I'll inform you if there are any new developments. Ves twitched when he heard that. Okay. He sighed and calmed himself. There was no use turning his ire on his subordinate. Let's turn back to work. Tell me what you think of the deliverer. It was a lot better to talk about mechs with mech designers. Miles instantly became engrossed by the deliverer's extreme mech concept. To be honest, I was initially skeptical about whether you can pull off such an unbalanced mech design. While it remains to be seen whether the main feature of this mech can even work, I'm already impressed at how well you've managed to make its strength more pronounced. The technical mastery demonstrated by Ves and Gloriana was far beyond the capabilities of an apprentice. Even if Miles was older, his lack of depth made it difficult for him to keep up with all of the ingenious solutions implemented into the design. To be honest, exposing an apprentice to so many advanced applications without allowing him time to understand the underlying theory was not a good thing. Nonetheless, this was a test in itself. As long as the Tovar mech designers developed the mental fortitude to resist contamination, there might still be hope in the future. What about the shortcomings? Do you have anything to say about the lack of mobility and defense? Ves pressed. I am admittedly not a fan of these design choices. I fail to see how the Ovanans will put their trust in a mech that excels in sniping distant targets but are very vulnerable to counter-sniping. At the very least, any decent laser rifleman mech will easily be able to take out the deliverer by virtue of its weapon type. Laser weapons always possessed a very substantial range advantage in vacuum environments. Without air and the curvature of a planet limiting the range of laser fire, it was not unrealistic to snipe something across an unimaginable distance. If not for the imperfect targeting methods and the minute dispersion that exacerbated at longer ranges, laser weapons would have reigned supreme in space-borne battles. It's fine, Ves replied. I added an evasive precaution to my deliverer design. The prediction ability that is supposed to guide the aim of my mech can also nudge the mech pilot into dodging a potentially fatal shot. I know you're skeptical. I don't intend to convince you that this solution is viable. Let's just wait until we finish the first iteration and build our first prototype. Don't you need an Ovanan marksman mech pilot to bring out the potential of the deliverer? I've already called ahead and requested a suitable pilot from the Cronins. Ves grinned. With his current relations with the Ilvain Protectorate, the Cronins were eager to accommodate his wishes. They even promised to send more than one marksman mech pilot. Though Miles still expressed some skepticism, he never dragged his feet when it came to assisting VS in designing the mech. He even offered VS a useful suggestion. You should think about implementing a signature look to your mech designs. A signature look? VS fell in thought. You're right. Maybe it's time for me to establish a permanent brand for my style of mechs. A signature look was one of the ways for mech designers to differentiate their products from the competition. It was a way of communicating to the public that this mech came with certain strengths or guaranteed a certain level of quality. Sometimes, a signature look was paired with a distinctive name or label. No matter if someone had no clue about the name of the mech designer or the name of the mech model, that person would instantly associate a mech to an entire range of mechs. Signature looks did not have to be very elaborate. For example, one mech designer made a habit of affixing a distinctive white stripe along the exterior of the left side of the mech. Everyone in the mech community immediately knew who designed the mech with the white stripe. No matter how much the mech models diverged, as long as they possessed this highly recognizable stripe, consumers would instantly associate the quality of the mech with the quality of the prior models bearing this stripe. Another signature look was to shape the head of the mech in a distinct fashion. Because the heads of mechs were often of marginal utility, they mainly served to reinforce a common brand identity. An example of this was adding a pair of white wings to the sides of the heads of every mech. No matter if the wings fit with the aesthetics of the mech, every mech insider instantly recognized the senior who turned this quirk into a signature look. I've thought about it for some time. VS spoke. For a long time, I've considered the glows of my mechs to be a good stand-in for a signature look. Miles shook his head. While I admit that the glows are compelling, they don't really work through projections and other depictions. The function of a signature look is to connect your mechs together in a single basket in a way that is clear to bystanders. Right now, your mechs lack this common thread. I've implemented a particle generator in all of my mechs. They're applied in a different fashion for each mech design. Your black beak radiates vapor from its shoulder pauldron, while your crystal lord releases vapor from its head. Your soldier mechs, on the other hand, releases a straight vapor trail from their heart position. While your implementation is very artistic, they're not really connected. Besides, the particle generators won't be able to show their distinctiveness when your mechs are dormant. Miles had a point. When a mech was inactive, the particle generators weren't enhancing their appearances. The mechs looked a lot duller when that was the case. What VS really needed was a distinctive visual trait that he could apply to all of his mechs and turn it into an iconic visual cue that people would always associate with him and the LMC. This was especially useful when it came to adding mechs to various catalogs. Whenever someone wanted to shop for a mech in a store or a virtual portal, just a single glimpse of a signature look was enough to stir the customer. VS took some time to consider his signature look. He did not wish to sideline his glows and his particle generators. He implemented both of them in his mechs from the start. To divest his signature look from both of these traits was unimaginable to him. He could never forget his roots. As VS turned to the deliverer design projected from his terminal, he began to puzzle on what he could add that set this mech apart and increased its association to his brand. Eventually, an idea came up in his mind. He manipulated the interface and affixed a prominent gem-like orb in the center of the head of his deliverer mech. Due to the deliverer's existing religious iconography, the addition of a shiny third eye instantly made the mech appear more holy. This is very distinctive, Miles noted. I don't think any mech designers in the Bright Republic or nearby states have adopted a third eye as their signature look. It's just This isn't the extent of my signature look. Ves interrupted him as he added something to the configuration of the edition. Soon, the third eye began to pulse and glow with light. Because Ves largely intended to paint the mech with white coating, the gem he opted for was clear. Now, a bright white light radiated from the crystal eye. Not only that, but a small amount of glowing vapor surrounded the eye, amplifying its mystical quality. This will be my signature look, Ves decided without any further hesitation. The glow of the crystal corresponds to the strength of the connection between my mech and its pilot. The stronger their bond, the brighter the glow. Of course, my customers can always deactivate this feature or shield the third eye from view at any time. Miles didn't fully understand what Ves was talking about. I don't know, Mr. Larkinson. I'm not sure you are sending the right message by adopting this as your signature look. It's not something a brighter would choose. The glowing third eye surrounded by creepy white mist looked anything but sober. Just as Ves was about to argue about the distinctive look further, one of the other Tovars in the design lab yelped in alarm. Sir! You should see this! There's footage of the CFA's decisive strike on the home planet of the Sandmen on the galactic net. Both Ves and Miles immediately dropped their current conversation and browsed the galactic net as fast as possible. Chapter 1671 Sandman Emperor. Zonrad paced behind the gunners with his back arched straight and his arms folded behind his back. His commanding demeanor caused them to be on their best behavior as they supervised the positron beam turrets. Right now, an enormous swarm of Sandman drones attempted to attack the flagship Archangel battle group. Unfortunately, they were so weak that a single destroyer could wipe them all off the face of the galaxy. The only reason why the Sandman drones were allowed to approach the battleship to begin with was because the CFA needed to make a show out of crushing the Sandmen. Though the CFA did not really care too much about public relations, it didn't hurt to remind the space peasants who protected them at night. The states that governed much of humanity could only play their games as long as the CFA remained vigilant and continued to fulfill its noble mission. Lieutenant Zonrad Rees twitched a smile as he observed the performance of the positron beam turrets shooting down the Sandman drones. To deal with a swarm of small craft analogs, the Carrot and White possessed better means of wiping them out. If Admiral Tarak wanted to, he could have just ordered the launch of a number of burst missiles to deal a huge amount of area damage. Though the damage of these missiles was very dispersed, it was more than enough to wipe out billions of Sandman drones in an instant. Since this star system was the capital of the Sandman Empire, no one was surprised to encounter so much opposition. In fact, they already expected something of this nature. From the beginning of this retribution mission, the Archangel battle group encountered far too little opposition. The star systems under the control of the Sandman race had been stripped to the bone. Every Sandman leader that used to occupy these star systems were nowhere to be seen. The exobiologists and other experts in charge of analyzing the Sandmen made some conclusions. Much of the Sandmen had been sent to assault human space. This much was already obvious. However, there was a significant possibility that a portion of their strength would be diverted to protect the Sandman Emperor. The opposition the Carrot and White and her escorts faced proved this prediction right. The Sandman Emperor apparently concentrated a huge amount of Sandmen in this single star system. Evidently, it was smart enough to prepare for the inevitable response for its actions. Unfortunately, it looked down on the CFA. Even if Admiral Tarak dispersed some of the elements of the Archangel battle group to sweep through every Sandman star system, what he brought to this location was enough to crush all opposition. Zonrad stepped behind one of his subordinates and slapped the man behind the head. Straighten your back and pay more attention, Mr. Johnson. We are making history here by crushing the center of the Sandman Empire. The gunner suppressed his fear and frustration towards his superior and straightened his posture. In fact, Johnson had only slumped as much as anyone did when they sat behind a bank of terminals for over 3 hours. It didn't help that the positron beam turrets didn't require their input. Monodwell automatically targeted the Sandman drones and operated the weapons to shoot down swathes of them with unerring accuracy. The gunners could never come close to matching the extreme accuracy and efficiency exhibited by this superintelligence. Therefore, the spacers in charge of servicing and operating the positron beam turrets mostly stood by and allowed Monodwell to exert complete control over them during battle. Naturally, the gunners could always override Monodwell's control the moment something anomalous took place. Humans must always be in ultimate control of their own weapons. This was a basic principle that the CFA never forgot. Zonrad and every other fleeter did not expect the Sandmen to be able to interfere with Kara and White's state-of-the-art systems. Even if no human spacer manned their stations on the battleship, Monodwell would easily be able to take over their roles. One of the gunners sneezed. "Mr. Arzo!" Zonrad stormed over the offending spacer and slapped the man in the face. "Your conduct is unbecoming of a fleeter. You have just earned yourself a demerit." He continued to watch over his men like a hawk, preventing them from relaxing during the entire engagement. Though every spacer of the CFA enjoyed a lot of enhancements, it was impossible to treat them too extravagantly. None of them possessed the focus and concentration to remain attentive for over 8 hours. It took this much time to wipe out the Sandman swarms orbiting the capital planet of the Sandman Empire. Even Zonrad had begun to see this operation as a chore. The Sandmen were unimaginably weak. Though they had the power to overrun many third-rate states, their lack of development and intelligent direction wasted much of their potential. The crude Sandman drones never stood a chance of scratching the coating of the Kara and White. As the final tide of Sandman drones met its end, the Kara and White and her escort ships moved into a lower orbit of the capital planet. The large, heavy-gravity planet beneath the warships looked overwhelmingly barren at first glance. If not for the strange artificial-looking cubes, spheres, and other geometric structures dotting the landscape, Zonrad might have mistaken it as a lifeless ball of dirt. What happened next was out of Zonrad's area of responsibility. While the starboard positron beam turrets were able to fire upon targets on the surface, they weren't the best tools for the job. This time, Admiral Tayrak evidently decided to speed up the extermination, because the Kara and White and the other escort ships all opened fire with their kinetic cannons. Instantly, the artificial Sandman structures on the surface were wiped out from settlement to settlement. With all of the warships in the star system splitting up the work, it did not take too long to demolish each and every settlement. Finally, an enormous pyramid had been left for last. According to prior intelligence, the enormous, six-sided amalgamation of sand was the palace of the Sandman Emperor. The CFA expected the pyramid to lift up in the air to meet the Archangel battle group in battle. The pyramid was so large that it would have forced the Kara and White to resort to other weaponry if it joined the attacking Sandman swarms. Yet during the entire time the battle group wiped out the defenders, the Sandman on the surface remained dormant and unmoving. This strange pattern of behavior disconcerted Zonrad and some of his fellow spacers. Was the Sandman Emperor really so stupid to leave itself defenseless against the CFA? Zonrad didn't know. He wasn't involved with the affairs concerning the Sandmen, and he hadn't bothered to read up on them because he knew they were too weak. He graciously gave his men some reprieve, though only because his superior ordered him to rotate the shift. In any case, most of the fleeters long lost their excitement about destroying the capital of the Sandman Empire. A weak opponent never excited them. This was because the independent evaluation system always rewarded the minimum amount of merits when bullying weak opponents. Only by fighting the strong would the fleeters be able to earn an abundant amount of merits. No matter their backgrounds, the only way for them to augment themselves and rise up the ranks was by earning lots of merits. With the independent evaluation system in place, those participating in battles always received the exact amount of merits they deserved. His scowl deepened as he observed the final moment of the pyramid's existence. Through the data presented by the terminals, Zonrad learned that every single grain of material consisted of an exotic substance. Not a single piece of mundane sand or other junk could be found in the pyramid structure. The closer to the center, the greater the quality of materials. Ordinarily, bringing so many energetic exotics together would doubtlessly lead to explosions, energy discharges, and other anomalies. However, the Sandmen were somehow able to contain the effects of their own bodies and prevent the exotics from interacting with each other. This was a very curious quirk about the Sandmen, but sadly the CFA had already researched this property to death. There was no reason to keep the pyramid intact. The abundant amount of high-grade exotics concentrated in the center did not attract their interest at all. The Sandmen Emperor must be crushed, and it was better to do it sooner rather than later. Once the carrot and white orbited straight above the pyramid, the large structure finally reacted. An enormous energy beam shot out from the top without any warning. The beam instantly crashed against the keel of the carrot and white. Such an energy discharge was enough to scour the life of an entire continent. Even though the battleship endured an enormous blow, Zonrad did not even blink at this response. It would have been strange if the Sandman Emperor did not strike a last blow. Against an attack of this magnitude, the carrot and white did not even bother to activate her shields or other active defensive measures. Her armor, which consisted entirely of high-grade exotics, was more than sufficient enough to resist this attack. Once the energy beam puttered out, the stricken surface displayed no damage at all aside from some damage to the coating. Even then, the coating automatically regenerated once the attack was over. The Sandman Emperor failed to inflict any meaningful damage to the battleship. "It's time to end this," Zonrad whispered in a bored tone. After showing off her invincibility, the carrot and white finally launched her counterattack. A main cannon turret aimed downwards and targeted the pyramid. A huge projectile spat out from one of the ship-sized gun barrels without any warning. The pyramid and the surrounding surface instantly blew up as the projectile thudded deep into the surface of the planet. The enhanced defenses of the pyramid amounted for nothing against the awesome firepower of a battleship. In fact, Zonrad already knew that the main cannon deliberately held back much of its damage. It only fired at a fraction of its power in order to launch the simplest and cheapest projectile. The effect was already enough. The surface of the planet looked as if an enormous asteroid impacted the surface. The entire heavy gravity planet underwent huge ecological changes due to this enormous impact. If the carrot and white had fired on a planet inhabited by humans, then the big two would have instantly condemned the entire battle group. Such awesome power should never be directed against humans. Of course, the carrot and white already scanned the planet for possible human life signs. If the Sandmen captured and brought back even a single living human, Admiral Tayrak would have never ordered his battleship to attack the surface so unscrupulously. Now that the Sandman Emperor was presumed dead, the warships began to scan the entire planet down to its core. A few small concentrations of Sandmen managed to live, but none of them possessed the energy of a high-caste member of their race. There was no need to bother with cleaning up these remnants. The CFA could just issue some missions to the space peasants to sweep up the remains of the Sandman Empire. Just as Zonrad received an order to lock the positron beam turrets, an alarm suddenly screeched across the entire battle group. The Kara and Dwight detected a huge amount of energy from the planet. As Zonrad tried to make sense of what was happening, the planet exploded into pieces, turning into countless streams of sand that instantly approached the orbiting fleet. The warships of the Archangel battle group instantly activated their defenses and discharged some of their main armaments. However, there wasn't enough time to fire some of their main armaments. The planet was also far too close for the ships to launch their antimatter missiles and other planet-destroying weapons. The streams of sand were not only vast and numerous, they also converged extremely fast upon the warships. Thought the Carrot and White alone managed to diminish a third of the total mass of attacking streams, she simply hadn't been prepared to kill an entire heavy-gravity planet's worth of sandmen. Within just 15 seconds, the seemingly living planet succeeded in gulping the entire fleet in orbit. Chapter 1672 Disgrace. Every human who watched the broadcast of the CFA war fleet witnessed the planet coming to life. Not only that, they saw how quickly the enormous mass of sand and other substances engulfed the majestic battleship and her powerful escorts without being stopped. Though the CFA's desperate, AI-driven counterattack managed to wipe out enough Sandmen to constitute 2 standard planets, the Sandmen had plenty left to complete their sneak attack. How could the CFA have failed to detect that the planet consisted entirely of Sandmen? Miles Tovar wailed. Their scanners are cutting edge. The Sandmen are too primitive. Such a huge mass of Sandmen should have never been able to hide their energy signatures. Maybe you aren't giving the Sandmen enough credit, VS replied in a muted tone. Since the Sandmen were willing to provoke our race, they should have been prepared for our response. We should never underestimate our enemies no matter how weak they appear. Though he looked numb, he was anything but unaffected. The huge reversal shocked him to his core. Unlike most people, VS instantly associated this massive trap to Sigrind. Was this what the sentient AI prepared all these years since it escaped the Starlight Megalodon? All VS could say was that this attack was far too bold. Only an inhuman artificial entity like Sigrind would have the guts to target a powerful element of the CFA. The planet managed to engulf an entire battleship and all of her escorts by virtue of its enormous amount of Sandmen. VS didn't even know how the Sandmen managed to form so many Sandmen and sustain them all in a single place. The requirements to sustain so many Sandmen and keep them in a dormant and undetectable state was unimaginably difficult. The Sandmen never exhibited such a high degree of sophistication. This was why VS instantly concluded that Sigrind was the mastermind. As a former superprocessor adapted to perform human research from the Starlight Megalodon, Sigrind doubtlessly possessed a high degree of mastery of human technology. Not only that, the AI was intimately familiar with the CFA. Perhaps Sigrind launched the entire Sandman invasion in a gambit to capture a CFA battleship. The thought of Sigrind gaining control over the Carrot and White frightened VS out of his wits. What was Sigrind trying to accomplish? Was he plotting the downfall of the CFA? That was pure madness. Even if the AI managed to capture a battleship, the counterattack from the CFA would doubtlessly be fierce. It would be hard for Sigrind to hide all of its traces. While VS and everyone else remained horrified, the huge streams of sand piled up on each other and formed a new, diminished planet, encapsulating the CFA war fleet like a coffin. Is this the end? How could a mighty war fleet fall into a trap? Several minutes passed as the onlookers observed the new planet with horror. Hardly anyone questioned why the broadcast kept running. A disaster like this should have compelled the CFA to cut off the feed. While several people already started panicking for all kinds of reasons, Ves pushed down his speculations and waited for something to happen. Eventually, the planet began to shake. Earthquakes started to form over the surface while energy escaped from the cracks. Soon enough, the entire planet blew up yet again. This time, the violent explosion was much more uncontrolled. A wash of energy vaporized or pushed out all of the Sandman with incredible violence. Not a single Sandman managed to recover. The broken chunks flung away into space, as not a single grain of sand managed to retain any signs of life. In the center of the former planet, a familiar fleet re-emerged. Bright white energy shields enveloped the Carrot and White and all of her escorts, shielding them from damage. Thick lines of energy connected them together, appearing to spread the burden between all of the vessels so that no single shield risked getting overloaded. The war fleet is intact. Hardly anyone could have imagined that even the smaller destroyer-class vessels managed to escape getting crushed by an entire planet's worth of Sandmen. As someone who understood the power and technology of the CFA a little better, Ves was not surprised the war fleet managed to survive this surprise attack. Every CFA warship was built to withstand the toughest weapons employed by humans and aliens. Even if the surprise attack managed to destroy the smaller escorts, a battleship like the Carrot and White would never have fallen so easily. An outdated vessel such as the Starlight Megalodon was not as comparable as a modern battleship in terms of defense. With the connected shield technology demonstrated by the CFA, it was no problem for the Carrot and White to lend its abundant defensive power to her escorts, and vice versa. The energy shields eventually flickered off, causing the ships to reveal their true appearances. Compared to before, none of the vessels escaped unscathed this time. Some of the destroyers showed some tears and deformations. A few compartments had doubtlessly been breached, which meant that the CFA had definitely suffered some casualties this time. The cruisers were better off. Aside from some dents and missing surface modules, the hull armor of these warships mainly remained intact. As for the Carrot and White, not a single imperfection marred her surface. Ves sighed with envy. The power of a peak mech could not be compared to the might of a human battleship. Not even God Mechs can match this performance, Pactold Tovar exclaimed. Idiot! Sherry slapped Pactold's back. God Mechs are unfathomable. According to the rumors, they have the ability to destroy a planet as well. Nonsense! Gilbert Tovar threw up his hands. A mech can only hold so much power. Can't you recognize that the MTA deliberately hypes the power of God Mechs? No god pilot can stand up to a battleship. Ves couldn't help but pitch in. The true power of a god mech piloted by a god pilot is unclear. Technology is constantly advancing. What was true 50 years ago might not be true today. However, the same applies to modern battleships. Both god mechs and battleships are constantly getting better over time as long humanity keeps innovating. The Tovars all fell into silence at his insightful words. Which side are you leaning on, Mr. Larkinson? Miles Tovar curiously asked. From my limited experiences and understanding of mechs and battleships, I think they both have their merits. However, comparing the battle power of a single god mech to the battle power of a single battleship isn't necessarily useful. Think of how many god pilots are known to exist and think of how many battleships the Big Two managed to build over the years. Every member of his design team looked uncomfortable. Regardless of the might of these two weapon platforms, everyone knew that one was much less prevalent than the other. It took an unimaginable amount of resources to construct a battleship. Practically the entire structure consisted of high-grade exotics with amazing properties. Building a single battleship consumed as much resources as several first-class mech corps. Nonetheless, these battleships lasted for centuries without a problem. As long as they received continuous upgrades, it was no problem for the CFA to field older battleship classes. By drawing upon a portion of the gigantic amount of resources in human space, the CFA managed to build a considerable amount of battleships. No one knew how many battleships and even larger warships the CFA managed to accumulate. Some guessed that the number surpassed 1,000,000, while some lowered their estimates to 100,000 or less. Regardless of the truth, there was no doubt that the CFA could easily protect the extremely lengthy borders of human space. The CFA can easily construct 1,000 battleships in a matter of years. VS spoke with certainty. Can the MTA elevate enough mech pilots into god pilots in the same period of time? Everyone helplessly shook their heads. The advancement of high-ranking mech pilots was always difficult. Only a small amount of lucky and talented mech pilots managed to take the next step. Only around 100 known god pilots existed throughout human space. It took 4 centuries to facilitate the rise of so few god pilots. Even though mechs were rather new and immature compared to warships, no one believed the mech community would be able to boost their emergence rate. Since everyone at the design lab were mech designers, they didn't want mechs to lose out against warships. This time, though, everyone felt relieved that Carrot and White managed to survive this disaster. At the battleship, Lieutenant Zonrad Rees was barking out orders to keep his men busy. "Inspect the integrity of every single component," he shouted and gesticulated his arms in fury. "I'll have your hides if you have missed any damage." As an officer of the CFA, he was indignant that the Sandmen managed to humiliate the Archangel battle group. He knew that this action was being broadcasted to the public. To allow the space peasants to witness this disgrace was intolerable. "We're lucky that we managed to salvage some of our pride," he muttered under his breath. Conrad had no doubt that the Carrot and White would be able to endure an attack of this degree. This was one of the reasons why he wanted to serve on a battleship in the first place. However, it was a very real question whether the smaller ships would be able to survive unscathed. The connected shield technology could only lend out so much protection at a time. The eventual outcome was worse than he hoped. Some of the destroyers patrolling in the periphery of the formation received less protection than ideal, causing the Sandmen to penetrate their shields to a modest degree. "Manuel, how many casualties have we suffered?" "You are not privy to this information." "TCH. It was worth a try." "Manuel, how have you judged my performance during this combat action?" "You have demonstrated the pride and valor expected of an officer of the Common Fleet Alliance. Your calm and exercise of authority has made your section in one of the best performing units of the Auxiliary Gunnery Department. Since the current combat action has not yet concluded, the calculation of merits awarded for your exemplary performance is still forthcoming." "Huh!" Zonrad scratched his head. "Please confirm, Manuel." "Rest assured that you are 100% certain to receive merits and additional rewards, Lieutenant." Hope began to well up in his eyes. Zonrad was not entirely sure whether his conduct deserved distinction. He did not behave much differently than usual today. It was just that this time he faced a serious alien threat. "This is it," he hissed and grinned. "I'm no peacetime officer. As long as I'm in the thick of battle, I'll surely be able to vindicate myself." Only battle allowed him to rise up the ranks. This was the conclusion he reached after Manuel informed him that he received a positive evaluation. While nothing was set in stone yet at this point, Conrad did not doubt the Super AI at all. Manuel was completely honest and impartial. Its programming made sure that it was literally incapable of lying to humans. At most, It could only withhold information if the fleet lacked the necessary permissions. Manuel, keep an eye on me. I'll surely be able to prove myself again. Please endeavor to commit your heart and soul to the glory of the Common Fleet Alliance. While Zonrad started to fantasize about his future success, back at Cloudy Curtain, Ves switched off the projection of the broadcast. There's nothing more to see here, he spoke. Although something unexpected happened, the CFA has succeeded in destroying the capital of the Sandman Empire. It won't take long for them to sweep the outlying star systems of the aliens, thereby causing the invading forces to lose long-term support. With the completion of the CFA's mission, every human pulled in the sand war finally spotted a light at the end of the tunnel. The endless flood of Sandman fleets must surely reach a limit at some point. The question was how long the Bright Republic and other beleaguered states had to hold the line. Chapter 1673 Prayer. No one knew how much control the Sandman Emperor exerted over his entire race. Some believed the death of the Sandman Emperor would make the invading Sandman fleets directionless. Others suspected that the rest of the Sandmen would continue to obey their instructions regardless of what happened to their highest leader. Evidently, the latter appeared to be the case. Like cleaning bots that continued to clean up a house after their occupants had died, the Sandman admirals continued to drive their fleets headfirst into Sandman space without any pause. The jubilation from seeing the Sandman Empire meeting its end quickly made way for grim resignation. The mission of the CFA only ensured that the flow of reinforcements would eventually stop. What happened until then was anyone's guess. Ves already knew that the Bright Republic was enduring an unimaginable amount of pressure. When everyone realized that nothing had changed, everyone soon forgot about the incident. While the CFA managed to show off their might, it hadn't said anything about wiping out the Sandman invaders assaulting human space. The MTA was still in charge of defending the interior of human space. Even if the association refused to discharge its responsibility, it would certainly object to the CFA intruding onto their turf. For this reason, many people found it hard to care about the CFA's service. Perhaps if the Big Two wouldn't have been so dismissive of the Komodo Star sector if it was a lot more prosperous. A few days after the fall of the Sandman Empire, Gloriana finally returned to work. While she didn't look as energetic as Ves had been accustomed to, she wasn't as tired as he expected. Gloriana! Have you settled in your new condition yet? She nodded and smiled at him. I managed to find a way to cope. They drew close and hugged each other for a moment. As Ves became enamored by her scent, he discreetly inspected her spiritual state. Huh! Ves quickly concentrated some more in order to observe her mental state better. The coy smile on his girlfriend's face showed that she already guessed what he was doing. She straightened her posture as if to preen herself in his view. How can this be? Ves gasped. Your condition is much better than I expected. He expected Gloriana to require at least 2 months to recover after she exerted her energy to help birth their new spiritual product Bravo. Although more than a week had passed, she still had a long way to go before she regained her optimal state. However, in contrast to his expectations, her spiritual energy level had somehow recovered remarkably quickly. He estimated that it would only take a month before her spiritual energy reached saturation. That was an amazing accomplishment for someone who didn't possess a grand dynamo. She wasn't able to exert conscious control over her spirituality. How could she have found a way to accelerate her spiritual recovery? How? Hee. She drew back and wiggled her body in a teasing manner. That's a secret. Ves openly scratched his head. Did Gloriana possess a better aptitude in spirituality than him? Was that why her spiritual energy regenerated faster? He wordlessly shook his head. From his extensive interactions with Gloriana, he firmly believed that she did not possess any remarkable ability in this aspect. Though Ves felt very ambivalent about his mother, he was pretty sure he inherited her aptitude in spirituality. Out of every person he met, no one else besides his mother and himself could perceive and manipulate spiritual energy so adeptly. That was not to say that no one else possessed this talent. He had seen some extraordinary applications from the Five Scrolls Compact or the groups affiliated with the cult. Clearly, spirituality was something that was deeply intertwined with this secretive organization. Still, as far as he knew, Gloriana was not a part of their lineage. She was a pure hexer whose family line stretched back all the way to the original founders of the hexadric hegemony. Unless the hegemony was founded by the Five Scrolls Compact or something, Gloriana should just be ordinary in this aspect. Come on, Gloriana! Please don't leave me hanging. She smiled wider and leaned in to peck his cheek. You're so cute sometimes, Ves. You're not the only one who can come up with brilliant ideas. Let's head somewhere more private. They entered an isolated office in the design lab in order to talk more freely. As Gloriana made herself comfortable, she couldn't wait to gloat about her success. The truth is that I merely stumbled upon the solution, she began. While I tried to busy myself with my studies and other activities, I'm not reconciled with my lengthy recovery time. It's unacceptable for me to be so tired and uninspired for months at a time, especially when we repeat our earlier miracle. Ves had already described and summarized what they did during the creation of Bravo. Gloriana pretty much made up her mind that what had happened was nothing less than a miracle. So you tried to find some way to solve this problem? She nodded vigorously, causing her hair to flutter. Solving problems is what engineers do. As a mech designer, I've never resigned myself to a loss. There is always a way to overcome a problem. What did you do then? Many things, she said. I tried some hobbies such as cooking, flower arrangement, painting, piano practice, and so on. That didn't go so well. Everything that I used to think of as fun now feels flat and boring. I was only going through the motions. Without inspiration, how can I enjoy any creative pursuits? That makes a lot of sense. The exhaustion you are suffering from mainly impacts your passion and creativity. Any activity that relies on those traits won't interest you anymore. Ves concluded. I took a different direction. Since creative pursuits are no good, I tried to engage in my professional pursuits, mainly by reading a lot of academic literature and keeping up with the latest developments in the industry. Did it work? She shook her head. Mech design is inherently creative, as you very well know. Even when I try to stay away from anything that strays too close to mech design, I can't avoid it. Mech design is all about exercising our vision and imagination to design a distinctive product. I can't divorce my desire to design a custom mech while I'm shoring up my expertise in mech locomotion or something. Maybe you need to tighten your focus, Ves suggested. I didn't have much of a problem when I was in my low state back then. As long as you study something that is more abstract, you'll be able to divest yourself from thinking about mechs. I can't do that. She shook her head. Everything I learned from my profession is about designing mechs. I thought you would be more like me. Are you really a mech designer, Ves? He glowered at her. Don't joke around. Hi. Just kidding. Anyway, after I tried and failed to get what I wanted from studying, I turned to something else. And that is hexism. I'm telling you, it works. My faith has not forsaken me. In fact, it has saved me from wasting my precious time by languishing under this state. Ves was caught off guard by her answer. How could her faith possibly make her recover faster? Did some kind of female god take a fancy to her when she was praying? As a brider, he simply couldn't believe that the answer was so simple. Tell me how you managed to recover faster, he demanded with gritted teeth. Despite making Ves crazy, Gloriana continued to smile coyly at him. It wasn't often that she managed to outsmart her boyfriend. She was enjoying this moment very much. Instead of explaining it to you, let me show you instead. She briefly exited the office and received a box from Melody. After she re-entered, she opened the box and retrieved a six-sided altar. He recognized this altar. It was something that Gloriana sometimes prayed to at weird times of the day. Each side of the altar depicted one of the 6 phases of existence described by Hexism. Life, death, godhood, damnation, dust, woman. Ves recognized each of these faces from the 6 facets of the miniature altar. Gloriana often prayed to a specific facet of the altar according to some rules that Ves didn't even bother to understand. Hexism isn't what you think, she spoke after she read his face. She was becoming increasingly proficient in figuring out his thoughts. We don't literally elevate the 6 phases of existence or treat them as exalted. It is more about paying respect to the truth of reality. And this truth just so happened to place women on top of men, Ves sardonically remarked. Of course, Ves. This truth has been proven over and over again. Neither of them wanted to rehash their differences of opinion on this matter, so Gloriana quickly moved on and decided to proceed with her demonstration. Please don't disturb me while I pay my respects. She retrieved a luxurious mat from the box and unfolded it on the floor. The mat was so high quality that Ves couldn't spot any creases. She placed the altar on the mat and sat down on the other end of the surface in a cross-legged position. She calmly placed her hands on her hips and closed her eyes. At this moment, Ves had the illusion that something exceptional was taking place. The air in the office grew stagnant. The stillness of the moment expanded to envelop the entire room, as if Gloriana's ritual demanded complete silence. For the current session, she decided to pray in front of a small statue that depicted a crumbling monument. This was the phase of dust, which in Gloriana's words described a state that was worse than death. At least someone would still remember you when you died. When you reach the state of dust, no one remembers your existence anymore. To Hexers, dust was one of the scariest and most unfathomable phases of existence. To avoid it, each Hexer strove to be remembered in some way. They pushed themselves to achieve something in their lives and strove to leave behind a legacy to be remembered for the ages. Ves believed that this was one of the reasons why the Hexers had been unusually successful in founding a second-rate state in the Komodo star sector. Gloriana's lips wordlessly moved as if she was speaking something. Ves wasn't proficient in reading lips, so he had no idea what she was saying. He was probably better off not knowing either. He instead tried to observe her mental and spiritual state. As she started to get more immersed in her ritual, Ves noted some abnormalities in her head. Her spirituality had entered a different state. Just as Ves tried to guess what was going on, he no longer needed to do so because the answer was clear. While the difference was small, with his sensitivity he immediately managed to detect a difference in how fast her spiritual energy recovered. It was recovering at least 50 to 100% faster. After a bit of thought, Ves finally found out the truth. Gloriana was meditating. Through meditation, she entered a peculiar state where her mind and spirituality both became more in sync. At the same time, the clutter in her thoughts had temporarily settled down, causing her mind to become unprecedentedly clear. Her entire mind focused solely on a small number of thoughts associated with her beliefs. Even emotions stopped affecting her state when her meditation reached a deeper state. Ves was relieved that no gods or other external forces aided her in recovering faster. She was purely relying on her own efforts to accelerate her recovery. If he wasn't afraid of disturbing her meditation, he would have hugged her and thanked her for coming up with this method. Although it was useless to him now that he possessed the Grand Dynamo, her discovery solved a lot of problems related to her own use of spirituality. Chapter 1674 Faithless. Gloriana spent around 40 minutes in meditation. Throughout the entire experience, she completely ignored Ves and anything else. It was as if she had completely closed herself from reality. The extraordinary state of mind she achieved exuded a degree of solemnness and devotion that Ves had only witnessed from the most devout Ilvanans. While he was aware that Gloriana had always been a strong adherent of Hexism, she normally restrained this aspect of hers when she was with Ves. However, now that Ves observed her earnest prayer or meditation up close, he realized that her faith was a much bigger part of her than he thought. The sincerity that Gloriana displayed towards her beliefs frightened him. She was so devoted to them that her mind completely transformed into a different mode. Ves utilized his perception to the fullest degree. He not only observed her from the outside with his spiritual senses, but he also borrowed from the induction of his dormant spiritual fragment, which was orbiting Gloriana's design seed. After patiently observing her wondrous state of mind, Ves somewhat figured out what was taking place. The moment she began to meditate, she exercised some deep-rooted habits that cleared her mind of all distractions. It was as if she had activated a couple of software programs in her mind. These programs not only shoved all of her distracting thoughts aside, but also amplified her focus towards her faith. She even started to forget herself. Her sense of self had diminished as if she naturally diminished herself in the face of greater beliefs. There were plenty of other nuances at work, many of which seemed to facilitate the recovery of her spiritual energy. Ves noted that her mind did not appear to be proficient in this aspect. Before, her spiritual energy levels had never been touched, which meant that her mind never had a need to improve this aspect. Yet now, Gloriana was weaker than she had ever been. She instinctively sought to develop solutions to facilitate the restoration of her spiritual energy reserves. All of this took place on an unconscious and uncontrolled level. If not for the lack of distractions, letting her mind manipulate her spirituality to this degree was extremely dangerous. Spiritual energy was very potent and possessed remarkable properties. If misused, Gloriana could easily hurt herself. This was why he possessed some scruples towards what Gloriana was doing. It was only by accident and coincidence that she managed to leverage her meditation to increase her natural recovery rate. As long as she completed her meditation session, she would probably be okay. However, any interruption might lead to a severe disruption of her current mental state. Ves observed that her mental balance was a lot more fragile than before. Ves was not entirely sure how much damage she would incur if someone interrupted her meditation, but he was sure it wouldn't be light. This was something that his intuition told him. Any thought about pulling Gloriana out of her meditation made his heart very restless. Therefore, he patiently waited for more than half an hour before Gloriana automatically ended her prayer. Her lips stopped whispering silent words and her mind slowly turned back to normal. The clutter of thoughts and emotions in her mind reasserted themselves. That was when Ves was sure that Gloriana returned back to normal. She opened her eyes, revealing clear windows that completely conveyed her certainty and conviction in her beliefs. "Do you see, Ves?" She smiled adoringly at him. "As long as you believe in something, You will certainly get closer to the truth that governs our lives. Ves automatically ignored her attempt to convert him to her faith. There was no way he would ever follow Hexism as long as he was a man. When Gloriana rose from her mat and took back her altar, Ves sat down on her place. Let me try something. Do you need me to return my altar? No. After Ves made his refusal clear, he began to imitate Gloriana and attempted to enter the same mental state. He concentrated his mind and tried to rid himself of every distraction. It helped that he was already very practiced in this regard. However, Ves quickly encountered obstacles. Emptying his mind of all thoughts and emotions fluctuated his mood in a way that he found very disconcerting. This was not a natural human state. Ves felt as if he was hollowing out his humanity, leaving him as a soulless, immoral machine who only cared about executing instructions. Normally, when Ves designed a mech, he never emptied his mind to this degree. The most he did was to shove aside his distractions instead of displacing them out of his immediate reach. The thoughts and emotions he set aside weren't irrelevant when he was focused on designing a mech. They still played a role whenever he had a need for them. After all, his design seed intricately incorporated some of his thoughts and emotions when he initially advanced to journeyman. His humanity played a core role in expressing his passion in mech design. Ves initially failed to comprehend how Gloriana managed to do anything productive while she was in this empty state. However, he soon realized that her faith and beliefs served as vital anchors. Realizing the answer, Ves tried to focus his mind on something that allowed him to take the next steps. Unfortunately, nothing worked. He first tried to worship mechs. While he possessed a strong affection for them, he didn't necessarily elevate them into unfathomable existences. His design seed became more active as soon as he tried to center his thoughts around mechs, which instantly caused him to abort this attempt. While he was very dedicated towards mechs, he was too used to entering into a productive state, which was completely different from the extraordinarily empty state of mind that Gloriana adopted. He tried to worship something else. He attempted to worship the Bright Republic, but his patriotism was very jaded. He could not summon much sincerity at all towards his home state. He didn't give up. He tried to worship various other entities and concepts. He switched from worshipping the Larkinson ancestor, humanity, and the Milky Way galaxy. Nothing worked. He simply couldn't summon enough sincerity and devotion to worship something greater. In his mind, his arrogance and confidence in himself had reached a very high level. Even though Ves did not like to call himself a holy son of the Five Scrolls Compact, he knew that ever since he obtained the system, he was not inferior to anyone. This kind of pride, along with his secularist background, made it virtually impossible for him to mentally diminish himself in front of other entities. In an act of desperation, Ves attempted to worship two of his design spirits. He first made contact with Ylvain's spiritual fragment and attempted to devote his mind to it. However, the fragment instantly cut off the connection on its end as if V's prayers tainted its purity. God damn it! Am I really that bad? Ves whined, causing Gloriana to look at him oddly. In truth, he could guess why the spiritual fragment rejected his worship. He did not respect the fragment as a powerful entity at all. How could he when he literally took a tiny spiritual remnant and somehow managed to revive it into a strong and growing entity? Though its strength was not comparable to when the spiritual remnant was locked inside Ylvain's nutrient pack wrapper, Ves still placed himself above it as if he was its parent. Since Ves essentially created Ylvain's spiritual fragment, he decided to turn to a more powerful spiritual entity which Ves did not look down on as its creator. His selection was very limited. On one hand, he could try to worship Nixie, the tyrannical alien spiritual entity that was locked inside the ancient sarcophagus. On the other hand, he could try to worship Kalankso, a sacred god who had been literally worshipped by the degenerated descendants of the crew of the Starlight Megalodon for centuries. Naturally, Ves instantly opted for the latter, especially considering that he possessed a very friendly relation to the former lizard. He adjusted his posture on Gloriana's prayer mat and began to make contact with the powerful entity. As soon as he did so, he began to feel the strength and richness of her radiant spiritual strength. While she was merely the design spirit of the Aurora Titan, which didn't sell nearly as well as his soldier product line, the quality of spiritual feedback was still incomparable. Before he prayed to her, he communicated his intentions to her without obscuring his main motivation. She replied with an amused emotion. It was as if she didn't think much of his prayers. Ves was relieved that she allowed him to pray to her. Kalankso used to be a creature who received a lot of worship from all kinds of people. She wasn't as picky as Prophet Ilvain in this regard. As Ves began to empty his mind and worship Kalankso, the outcome he hoped for hadn't taken place. Just like before, he didn't look up to Kalankso as a greater entity. At most, he thought of her as an equal who was worthy of respect. Not only that, but Ves instinctively felt that his prayers fell on deaf ears. Kalankso remained completely unmoved by his attempts to grow closer to her on a spiritual level. He wasn't sure why his prayers weren't being received. It actually didn't matter what Kalankso thought about him. As long as he convinced himself that he was being sincere, he could sink himself deeper in his meditation. It was too bad that he got stuck at the door without any hope of entering inside. In the end, either his method was wrong or unsuitable. He couldn't replicate one of the essential conditions that Gloriana easily managed to attain. "I can't do it," Ves lamented as he opened his eyes and stood up from the mat. "Of course you can't, Ves. You're faithless. As long as you don't recognize how small you are, you won't be able to surrender yourself to something greater. You've never prayed to something in your entire life, right?" "I'm a brighter." "Exactly. Do you think it's easy for you to be sincere in your prayer? Like most hexers, I learned how to pay my respects to the 6 phases of existence when I was young. I received instructions from fellow followers who are much more devout than me. A layman like you can't comprehend the glory of praying with people who share the same beliefs." Ves sighed and lowered his head in defeat. "You're right. It was disrespectful for me to look down on your prayers." In the end, he gave up on trying to imitate her achievements in meditation. They were two completely different people in this regard. Gloriana's faith made her exceptionally suitable to rely on this method to accelerate her spiritual energy recovery. As for Ves, he already benefited hugely from his grand dynamo. While he was essentially relying on an external object to address one of his shortcomings, the grand dynamo was simply too potent. His spiritual energy recovered so fast that Ves did not have a very strong desire to develop an alternative means of speeding it up. At most, he would develop a backup solution in the event the grand dynamo stopped working for some reason. With all of the work that Ves had to do, exploring this direction was a very low priority. "Cheer up, Ves." Gloriana soothingly patted his back. "I can keep up with you to an extent. This is just the start. I'll definitely improve in the future." Both of them exited the office after a few hours. Strangely, Ves looked a little down while Gloriana appeared more energetic. It was a complete reversal from before. The pleasure exuded by Gloriana was so strong that she partially managed to overcome her mental exhaustion. Chapter 1675 Hexagon. Gloriana benefited immensely from meditation. The main advantage was that she could reduce her low period by accelerating her spiritual energy recovery. However, Ves discovered that meditation conveyed another advantage. For a few hours after a successful prayer session, she entered a clear-minded state where she was a lot more attentive and certain than before. While her mental exhaustion continued to drag down her mood, the short-term benefits she gained from her prayer session was enough to mitigate her negative state. This meant that she was able to work a lot more closer to normal than Ves anticipated. While she was still lacking in creativity and imagination, she at least managed to restore some of her passion. That was enough to make their collaborations more pleasant. There was nothing worse to Ves than working alongside a mech designer who wasn't as passionate as him in developing mechs. Fortunately, Gloriana's method successfully prevented this potential conflict and allowed them to work more harmoniously. Of course, Gloriana was also self-conscious enough to let Ves take the lead. Right now, they still needed to pool their strengths together to make the Deliverer design more flawless and complete. While Ves could easily complete the Deliverer design by himself, the lack of synergies would make the design a lot less potent than he initially envisioned. Since the Deliverer was his most important statement of the year, Ves wanted to make his passion project as successful as possible. He cared so much about this project that he unconsciously adopted some of Gloriana's perfectionist tendencies. The Deliverer has to be able to end the Sand War in one fell swoop. This was his ultimate ambition. As long as he could borrow Gloriana's strength, he possessed a lot of confidence that he could fulfill his vision. Unfortunately, Gloriana wasn't able to persist in her temporary state for long. After 2 or 3 hours of intensive work, the boost of energy she gained from completing a prayer session had faded. This turned her into a lethargic work partner. Every time they tried to do something together, Ves felt as if Gloriana was dragging his heels. Neither of them liked to collaborate in this awful fashion. "I'll go supervise the testing of the Adonis Colossus," she suggested with a tired smile. "I'm clearly not fit to add anything to the Deliverer design in this condition." Ves raised his hand and patted her head. "Don't look so down. You're in a much better condition than I used to be when I exhausted myself." "Is there a way to avoid this state entirely?" she asked. "Don't think I haven't noticed what you are doing with those so-called P-stones of yours. They're repositories of energy, right? Can't you just give me one of those exotics and teach me how to deposit some of my energy into it? As long as I have a battery on hand, I don't have to exhaust myself again." Her suggestion surprised him a bit. Though he hadn't hidden what he was doing with his P-stones, he didn't exactly explain much either. For her to figure out the potential uses of the P-stone was pretty clever. While Ves wanted to keep his P-stones to himself in order to accumulate as much excess spiritual energy as possible, he already gathered more than he needed for most applications. Diverting a single P-stone for Gloriana's use brought him a lot more benefits than increasing his already abundant reserves. "That's a good idea," he responded. "Only, we'll have to wait until you return to your peak condition. You're in no state to build up a reserve when you still have to take care of yourself." "I understand. While the energy you're manipulating is very divine in nature, it still obeys some conventional rules. We can still treat it like regular energy in some ways." This was the engineer in her speaking. Ves approved. She needed to develop the mindset that she could comprehend and control spiritual energy in order to make active use of it. Even if she wasn't as talented as him in manipulating it, he still wanted her to develop more tools. The more tricks she mastered, the more she elevated their collaborative design projects. Helping Gloriana was like helping himself. Since his own interests were at stake, Ves did not mind lending her a hand. Of course, he wasn't willing to sacrifice his own growth for hers. He also didn't want her to grow too fast. It would be a tragedy for him as a man if Gloriana advanced to senior first. By the way, Ves, we haven't properly talked about your third eye yet. She pointed at the head of the deliverer projected by the terminal. You didn't object to it, right? She nodded. My opinion hasn't changed. I think it's a fine way to express the strength of your design philosophy. I like how it's more than just a simple ornament. I'm curious how the market will perceive the variable glow and vapor of this third eye. I hope they recognize its mystical nature. Likely, only religious states such as the Ovane Protectorate will see something more in the third eye. Ves shrugged. As for the Bright Republic, I know my home state well enough that consumers will dismiss it as a flashy but meaningless component. It didn't really matter to Ves. Regardless of consumer attitude, the third eye was still distinctive enough to serve as his signature look. That was the most basic function it was supposed to fulfill. Anything else was extra. That the more faith-minded people interpreted the third eye in a different way was not his concern. Making the third eye reactive to the X factor and the connection between the mech and mech pilot was just a creative exercise to him. He would only explain its true significance to his avatars and most trusted mech pilots. I think it's time I develop my own signature look as well, she spoke. I've been holding it off because I usually like to customize every aspect to the needs of my customer, which makes it difficult for me to add a universal element to my products. Will this be a problem? I don't want to be left out on this. How can I take credit for collaborating on a mech design when only you add your signature look to your products? It will give consumers the mistaken impression that I'm only a contributing designer instead of a lead designer. Only the lead designers had the right to add their signature looks to their mechs. This was a long-standing unofficial custom in the mech industry. A mech design represented the design direction of the lead designer. They held the ultimate decision on what to add to a mech design. As for contributors, while their input was certainly valued, they didn't have the power to impose their own views on the design. It was inappropriate for them to add their own signature looks to a mech which only represented a small portion of their style. What signature look have you settled upon? Did you come up with it recently? It's something I've thought about long ago. She smiled. You don't have to be afraid that I came up with a feeble idea during my low period. I only adapted it when I found out that you settled on a third eye. She didn't explain any further, but instead stepped to the terminal and loaded up a pre-designed edition from the databanks. Under her efforts, the head of the deliverer design underwent a cosmetic alteration. Ves saw that some glowing lines surrounded the third eye placed in the forehead of the mech. They formed an elegant hexagon made out of the same crystal material as the third eye. The hexagon possessed many strange associations. Surrounding his third eye with a hexagon added an occult quality to the mech. He became speechless for a moment. For Gloriana to adapt her signature look with his own was a very powerful statement. How could he not be blind to the meanings of her hexagon? To make her signature look complementary to his own conveyed the meaning that they were destined to work together. Their signatures wouldn't look nearly as complete if one of them was missing on their mech designs. The hexagon shape was also a deliberate choice on her part. It expressed her identity as a hexer and her devotion to hexism. While the hexagon was just a curious geometric shape in most parts of the galaxy, it conveyed a very different meaning in the Komodo star sector. Every hexagon was inescapably associated with the hexadric hegemony. Adding a hexagon to a mech was therefore very polarizing. Not a lot of people liked the hexers. Ves could be sure that if he assented to this addition, his products would probably repel a lot of customers. Are you sure about the hexagon? He asked. It's not really unique enough to turn it into a distinctive aspect of your brand. A part of him wanted to dissuade her of adopting this controversial shape as her signature look. I'm very sure, Ves. You don't necessarily know this, but a hexagon is a common signature of Hexer mech designers. It's a way of asserting the common identity of our mechs as Hexer mechs. In other words, the hexagon surrendered the opportunity for a mech designer to develop a personal brand in order to join a shared Hexer brand. Isn't a hexagon too simple? It only consists of 6 lines. That isn't necessarily bad, Ves. It's easier to perfect something simple than to perfect something more complicated. The hexagon is already the most perfect geometric shape. I'm proud of adopting it as my signature look. He eventually decided to accept her signature look. While he wasn't exactly keen on reinforcing his association with Hexers, it was impossible to hide Gloriana's role in designing his mechs. He might as well make the truth more clear to his consumers. This was what a transparent mech designer ought to do. Ves possessed enough principles to abide by it despite the substantial price he paid. Ves had already retreated his intention to continue to serve the masses. He was much more passionate about designing niche, premium mechs which offered unequaled advantages. Since he wasn't maximizing his sales, he didn't feel much pain in reducing the demand of his products yet again. He was confident that the unique strengths of his products was enough to attract enough demand to run a profitable business. If not, he could always step out of his comfort zone and design a mech for the masses. Sometimes, it wasn't necessarily good for a mech designer to pursue passion projects all the time. Without keeping in touch with consumer demand, they would eventually grow out of touch with the mech market. Ves couldn't afford to diverge his vision too far. However, he did not wish to compromise too much just so that he could earn a lot of money. His progression mattered more than his wealth. However, he didn't forget that wealth was still extremely important to him. Not only did he need enough money to sustain his growing organization, he also needed to accumulate enough money to form his expeditionary fleet. Ves therefore fell into a difficult position where he needed to balance out his passion and his practical needs. Fortunately, he still had some years to go before he needed to leave the star sector. Gloriana was very happy when Ves accepted her hexagon. She was aware that the hexagon would not be well received in states like the Bright Republic. However, the hexagon was too significant for her to ignore. Her strong prayer sessions already demonstrated how devoted she was to her beliefs. Perhaps allowing Gloriana to add hexagons to their mech designs would improve the efficacy of her prayer sessions. Certainly, her happiness already boosted her mood. Ves to set aside his worries. Making her happy was already a reward in itself.